Hello everyone, I'm sorry, I just received my blood results. I will be off in a bit. Wait, I will be back. Don't worry, I have to see how it is. Sorry, I'm back. I just found out I have another disease. But don't worry about that. Everything will be alright, okay? So, hello everyone. How you doing? I hope you're okay. Hope you're alright. Hope you're fine. Today is gonna be community day. I had some headaches. That's why we started like 30 minutes later. I'm really sorry. Hope you don't mind. But I love you all. Thank you so much for being here. So today, as I told you, it's community game. Also community game. But we'll start with the stuff you send me. Of course, we still need to finish that FNAF thing. And then we are gonna play Buckshot Roulette because Buckshot Roulette won us the community game of today, okay? So yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much. Keep shining and hope you like it. Okay, let's start it. Let's see. Internet and capture. Let's see.
Mike, Elizabeth, Charlie, even the missing children got names. So why is this kid's name left
Bro, I'm
blank?
still not used to the new guy, bro.
Theory, it's not that he doesn't have a name, it's that we just missed it. We've had the name all along. We've just been giving it to someone else.
Bro, but didn't they say that they figured out the name a long time ago?
The name we
of
found
course, yeah, but that was a long time ago already.
Search of the survival logbook, the same name that, for the longest time, we have given to the vengeful spirit from Ultimate Custom Night, the one Afton should not have killed. Not only that, but they claim that the child we thought was Cassidy doesn't even exist. For years, we've assumed that there are 7 dead kids.
Bro,
5 missing children's
weird.
incident victims, including Cassidy, Charlotte, Emily the puppet, and the nameless crying child. But instead, they claim that there have only ever been 6, with the final missing missing kid and the bite victim being one in the same. Cassidy Afton. It's a bold claim, but when you get into the
crying
meat of
child
it,
is
their
a girl?
argument is actually quite compelling. So I went back to the
Or are they
drawing board
them? I
and
don't
started
know.
mapping out the pieces myself to see if I could come to that same conclusion. Is the crying child actually Cassidy? Ladies and gentlemen,
I
it's...
don't know.
Tom, what you doing?
Oh, hey Matt, I'm kind of in the middle of solving FNAF.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure you have a theory that changes everything. A clue that we missed?
Kinda, yeah.
Perfect. Well, before you fire up the old golden Freddy
Thank you, Matt
thumbnail and then
Patty's
slap
back.
a
Jesus
dark
Christ.
truth on that, I've got another puzzle for you to solve. Lore-fi. It's the
Lore-fi?
music-based mystery project that I've been working on. Basically, it's what you get if you have Lo-Fi Girl, but you mix in a murder mystery.
Because who hasn't ever wondered that?
I know! But the good news is you don't have to wonder anymore, because episode 1 is finally ready. On one
Okay.
level, you can just study and relax and sleep to the music
Is
that
it
you're listening to. In
paid?
fact, you've been listening to one of the tracks this whole time. And there's gonna be new music releasing every week on our Lore-Fi Spotify channel.
Bro, no
what?
way,
If you
the
wanna go a
guy
level
already
deeper,
made
hid
the
within some of that
music
music and
company.
the videos that exist here on YouTube.
Jesus
there are clues
Christ.
pointing at the story of a missing kid. A missing kid named Gregory.
Gregory? Seriously, Matt?
Yeah, hear me out. Yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah,
I just wanted to
Gregory's the
meme
name
on
of the
name.
crying
Good news,
child.
though, my Gregory, not a robot.
Yeah, sure. For
No,
now, I
wait,
assume you put a link
Gregory's.
in the
Oh my
description
god, I'm
of the way.
confused
I
again.
did indeed, sir. And people should definitely click on it because, like I said, there's going to be new secrets waiting to be discovered every week over on Spotify and a new animation dropping roughly
Okay,
once a
so
month,
then the
month and a half
music
here on
has lore
YouTube.
to
All as we
now.
help a new character,
Jesus
Taylor,
Christ.
solve the deadly game that she accidentally finds herself trapped in.
Do I really have to solve this? I kind of got my hands full with all the FNAF stuff coming down the pipeline. I was actually just about
Jesus.
to do a Morty on dual process theory's theory.
Oh, I remember that one. It's a great video. But you do realize the M in Morty stands for Matt Pat, right? Matt Pat occasionally
Wait,
reviews
really?
theories, yo.
Huh, didn't think about that.
No.
Say, Matt, I know you're
Wait.
kind of retired
I'm so
and
confused
everything,
today.
but
Jesus
seeing
Christ.
how dual process theory's video was a two-person effort and you're already here, how'd you like to tag team this FNAF theory?
I mean, it's a little cramped in the recording closet with the two of us, but sure, why not?
Awesome.
So
and
many
now I don't
clothing,
have to change
Jesus.
the theme song. Hit it, Yossi.
Leave your theories in the comments below. I'll pick my favorites in the next episode of Morty.
First
Really?
things first, it's probably a good idea that we
Sly, I
recap
guess.
the main
I
evidence
just
this
forgot
dual process
everything
theory
already.
has for the crying child being Cassidy. Their video is nearly 2 hours long. after all.
Jeez.
Who has that much time? Well, except for you, considering you took over 4 hours to react to it.
Look, I'm retired now. I've got nothing but time. But I think you're right. So let's quickly recap, starting with the first major point, how we got the name in the survival logbook. Now,
By
this book
codes
has
or
been
something.
a cornerstone of the FNAF franchise since its release. Inside, we have 3 separate people speaking to us. Michael Afton, who writes in red pen, a spirit that writes in faded text, and a third person that alters the text of the book. The faded text writes the words "my name" on a number of the pages, and on those pages there's always some sort of weird number. Take all those numbers and turn them into coordinates for the word search, and bam, you get the name Cassidy.
Cassidy.
Sounds so simple
Okay.
now, but I remember ripping my hair out over this at the same time you were.
But the key to the whole thing was one very important usage of my name. On one of the pages, the my name appears on a gravestone, just like the gravestone missing a name from FNAF 6's ending, which, it should be remembered, released around the same time as this book. So it seemed pretty darn obvious that these clues were revealing the name of that final character, the 5th missing child, which is why for the longest time we've been calling the 5th child Cassidy.
And this is where dual process theory throws their first spanner into the works.
You mean wrench?
Look, you chose a British guy to take over. This is what you get. While yes, my name
Yeah,
appeared on every
wait,
page,
I was gonna
hiding,
say in
notice
Portuguese,
what's on the
Jesus.
opposite page
Yeah, the
of
guy is
word search,
British.
A mirror, and under it, the spirit leaves a message. What do you see? Well, what's on the other page? The crying child using altered text in the word search. It's me, Cassidy. God, so good.
It is pretty compelling, especially because, in all honesty, the placement of that mirror always felt suspicious to me. So I really like them using it for their theory. But if Crying Child is Cassidy, then who else is speaking in the book? You need a second spirit to act as the faded text.
Well, according to them, it's Charlie, the puppet, doing what she's been trying to do the entire series, help the lost spirits find themselves.
And again, I gotta
Okay.
say, I really like that. Narratively, that's really satisfying because it brings together the 3 main characters from the franchise all in the same place. Mike with his red pen, Crying
Jeez.
Child Cassidy as the altered text, and Charlie guiding the
Wait,
conversation as the
Cassidy is
ghost
the crying
in the
child
text.
now?
It's cool
There's
and
no
it feels
two
complete,
kids
but is
now?
there actual evidence to support this, or is it all hypothesis? And that's
Jesus
not all.
Christ.
Dual process theory weren't just satisfied with crying child having Cassidy's name, they went further to suggest that the crying child is Cassidy, as in Cassidy is an Afton and the fifth missing child on the gravestone, and
Bro,
the spirit
Cassidy
within
really
Golden Freddy,
hates
the only
the
spirit inside of
dads,
Golden Freddy,
bro.
as opposed to most of our theories where the crying child is one half of our best golden boy.
They also have the evidence to back it up. The first point is that Golden Freddy doesn't speak in plurals. When you take a look at the one line we ever get from Golden Freddy, what do we see? It's me. Me.
But maybe
singular,
one of them
implying
can
that
talk
there's
and the
only
other
one
one no.
spirit in there. Compare that to what we
You
see
know,
in the
maybe that
books.
makes
Throughout
sense,
the
I don't
series,
know.
there have only been 2 instances of animatronics possessed by multiple people. The first is the Stitch Wraith from the Fazbear Fright
Okay.
epilogues. The second is Rosie Porkchop from the Fazbear Fright story Together Forever. And while the Stitch Wraith isn't able to speak until the second soul is gone, Rosie Porkchop speaks while still
Rosie
containing both
Porkchop,
spirits
bro.
and refers to itself as ladies in waiting. It's using plurals showing the 2 spirits.
We're gonna come back to that point, right?
Yeah, don't worry, we're gonna come back to all of this.
Okay, great, because I have thoughts on that one.
The second point they bring up is everyone's favorite FNAF 3 classic, Happiest Day. This is the final minigame where we see the puppet giving cake to the birthday child, surrounded by their friends in animatronic masks. Once the puppet delivers the cake, the child stops crying, puts on their Golden Freddy mask, and all the children's
So
spirits
cute.
move on.
Well, except for Charlie, because she's still gotta show up in FNAF 6.
Yeah, because nothing can
Sets.
ever just be as it seems with this franchise. But there is one thing that I think we can both agree is very straightforward. There are only 6 kids at this party, the 5 missing children and the puppet. If there were supposed to be 2 spirits inside Golden Freddy, why isn't there a 7th kid? Which
I
ties
don't
in
know.
perfectly to point number 3, the glowing eyes at the end of FNAF 3.
This one's personal, so I'll take it. As a reminder, if you beat FNAF 3 without doing the Happiest Day minigame, you get the game's bad ending. This gives us a screen where our 4 main animatronics each have one glowing eye, symbolic of the fact that their spirits haven't been released yet. Seems pretty
Yeah.
self-explanatory,
And
right?
the
So then
Golden
what
Freddy
do we
has
have
2
in the
eyes,
back?
I know.
Golden Freddy, with not just one glowing eye, but 2. This was always the backbone to the whole 2 spirits debate. The idea that, unlike all the other animatronics who each had one kid's spirit inside of them, Golden Freddy was different. He had 2, both the innocent crying child spirit and the vengeful spirit Cassidy, the 5th.
Or maybe it's not light up, it's just the other light getting to the other side, maybe. I'm just thinking
victim.
about it.
It was a theory that was further supported by the books, specifically the Stitch Wraith stingers, where we see an animatronic possessed by 2 spirits, a nice, wholesome kid named Jake and an evil, angry spirit named Andrew. One who dies in a hospital setting like the crying child, and one who dies by a brutal murder from Afton. I mean, the parallels are hard to deny. However, Dual Process challenges this by calling out the fact that if there were indeed 2 spirits in the body, why then do both eyes go out once you complete Happiest Day? Especially since we've believed that the Cassidy spirit lingers on to torture
Okay, yeah,
Afton
that's
in Ultimate
weird.
Custom Night. Only one light should have gone out, to which I have one answer, retcon. But obviously
What?
that's a bit of a cheap explanation if we
What
can
is
avoid it.
Which
retcon?
brings us to Dual Process's last point. How can the crying child be the 5th missing kid when, very clearly, he's not missing? Like, he's literally right here in front of a large room of people. Well, they make the assumption that this was all part of William's scheme. After the
Or maybe the
Bites of
crying
83,
child
William
isn't in
pulls his child
anywhere,
out of the
he just
hospital, and while
disappeared.
experimenting with harvesting
Like the
remnants,
spirit
has
just went to
bright idea
heaven and
stuff
stuff.
his son into Golden Freddy. Whoops! Bad idea, Will. It doesn't work, and the spring locks kill him, which is why we see Golden
What?
Freddy twitching in Ultimate Custom Night in the same way William does during the FNAF 3 teaser. This mistake
Why?
devastates him, and in a drunken
My
stupor,
God.
he lashes out at Henry's daughter, Charlie, killing her
What?
last. This then aligns with what we see from the
What?
gravestone puzzle in
I know,
Hellraiser
bro, that
2.
doesn't
To
make
solve it, you have to
sense.
light the gravestones marked by the 6 dead children in a specific order, presumably the order in which they died. Chica, the first, she has seen everything, followed by Foxy, Freddy, Bonnie, then Golden
lights.
Freddy, and finally the puppet. Later, when the police start to investigate the disappearances at the restaurant, William claims his child also went missing to throw them off the scent that he may be the killer.
Now, while I
Whoa.
don't really love the logical jumps their explanation takes there, one thing I really do like
Yeah,
about
it
Crying
is
Child
getting
being
so
the 5th
weird
missing
already.
victim, and therefore the only spirit inside Golden Freddy, is that it really does help clean up the numbers. For years, 5 was the magic number in FNAF when it came to dead kids. Then, around FNAF 3, it evolved into 6 with the inclusion of the puppet. And yet FNAF 4 shows us
Yeah.
what was presumably a 7th kid dying in the form of the crying child. And while Help Wanted does eventually give us 7
Jesus
graves
Christ.
and a hidden out-of-bounds Easter egg, it always bugged me that there was never a gravestone for him in the FNAF 6 ending. I always just assumed that it was because he ended up being different. He wasn't a victim of Afton's, and thus he wasn't wasn't included in that final image. But if Crying Child is in fact the 5th kid, it helps explain why there was never an additional grave for him, because he was always there to begin with. He was the one hidden behind the grass.
They also don't mention this in their theory, but in FNAF 3, look at the spirit who gets Afton's spring locked. They have tears
Jeez.
streaming down their face, just like the Crying Child. We
Bro,
never
no
see
way.
the other spirit's
It
faces.
could be
We're
the
specifically
puppets.
being shown that this one has tears, revealing that this isn't a separate spirit from the Crying Child. They are one in the same. Scott even used the same model in FNAF World specifically for the Crying Child.
To be fair, tears are everywhere in the series, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
the puppet is shown crying literally
Yeah.
all the time.
So, are we done? Did they solve FNAF? Can I retire now too?
Bro, nah.
You still have to solve Poppy.
No.
And
Slay
Lorify.
Poppy playtime.
And Ban Ban.
No.
Let's go.
Secondly, well, this theory is really
More stuff, I
satisfying from
guess.
a narrative standpoint. It helps to simplify a lot of the confusing elements that have built up over the years. There are a few pieces of evidence that they didn't mention that might poke a few holes in their theory.
Oh yeah?
So Tom, what's this sound?
It's a flatline.
And when does a flatline
Flatline.
happen?
Well, a flatline is typically shorthand to
Ooh,
show
okay.
that someone has died, usually in a hospital.
Exactly. And during FNAF 4, we see things like IV bags, pills, and flowers surrounding the bed. All things that you
Okay.
would see in a hospital. Crying Child was in the hospital for his injuries, and then we hear a flatline right after Afton says that he's going to put his son back together. Afton leaves, represented by psychic friend Fredbear fading away, which then leaves Crying Child alone in the dark. He's lost in the darkness. He's dead. He's alone. Everything about this cutscene seems to be suggesting that he died in this hospital. Could you potentially make the argument that William pulled his son off of life support in the hospital and brought him back to an underground bunker where he's going to
Bro,
do
I don't think
experiments
he
on him
can
until
do
he's able to
that
bring him back to
legally.
life? And that's why we hear a flatline here? Sure, you
This is
could make
weird.
that argument, but it feels really overcomplicated just for the
Of
sake of
course
your
it
fear.
is.
And even still, if he did do all
Like,
of
how
that,
could
there's
he
a
take
room
the
full of
body
people
like
that
that?
saw Afton's son get bit. To make it pretty darn hard for Afton to convince anyone that his son went missing as part of some random killer's murdering spree.
There's also
Yeah.
that whole speaking in plurals thing I know you had thoughts on.
Yes, thank you. I brought up earlier the huge number of parallels between the two spirits inside the Stitch Wraith in the books and the two spirits that are potentially inside of Golden Freddy in the game.
You know,
Now,
I
say
think
what you
there are
will
two
about
spirits
book-based
in Golden
evidence, but the
Freddy,
epilogues at the end
yes.
of these things tend to be very important for storytelling. I mean, we
Because-
saw that explicitly with the reveal
You know,
of the
or
villain.
maybe
So
I
to
don't know
focus on this
anymore,
character
because
of
it's
the
so
Stitch Wraith
confusing.
comprised of two spirits across 11 books? Yeah, that feels pretty darn important. And in the Stingers, each spirit inside the Stitch Wraith speaks in the first person. So it
Yeah.
would then make sense for one spirit inside of Golden Freddy to say, "It's me, singular. It's me, the Crying Child, your brother." But let's go a level deeper. In the Stingers, the Stitch Wraith is made up of a mix of parts. Andrew, the
Okay.
angry one, is established to not be able to see because his part forms the body. Jake,
Yeah,
the
that's
nice
so
one,
bad,
can
bro.
see
Imagine
because
not
his spirit is
seeing.
trapped in the head part. As such, he reports what's happening in the world back to Andrew in the body. And what do we see happening in the logbook? Well, it's a similar sort of dynamic. One spirit asks, "What do you see?" And the other one responds, I can't see. It's a direct parallel. Even
Okay.
down to the happiest day
So
minigame.
one of them
There's a
sees
point
and the
in
other
Stingers
one
when
not.
Jake is given the chance to move on and pass into the afterlife, but he chooses to linger back in order to help Andrew. Eventually, one of them moves on while the other is kept to Earth, held back by Afton. Sound
Aw.
familiar? It should. It once again parallels a lot
That's
of what
so
we're
sad.
seeing happen with Golden Freddy in the games.
On top of that, dual process theory reminded me of this moment in FNAF 4's minigames, where the Crying Child is locked in the back room with a Golden Freddy costume. They pointed out
Okay.
the tufts of hair coming out of the suit, explaining this to be an employee who bled out. However, in one of
Yeah,
our old
that's
videos,
so
you
weird.
made the valuable point that this head is just sitting too low in the torso. When adults wear it, we see their heads fully out, even when they're sitting. This is something that is explicitly shown to us in places like the graphic novels, which tells
Yeah,
us then that the person
I
in the
guess
suit
I don't-
here,
I
it's
need to
gotta
read the
be a
gra-
child.
graphic
Again, we
novels.
see this in the books. In Fazbear Frights, we have scenes where kids reach into the Golden Freddy suit and see black curly hair sitting inside. This is a dead kid that we know was put inside of Golden Freddy. Presumably,
Okay.
this should be the fifth missing child. This is why
Cassidy?
Crying Child's Fredbear plushie tells him, "Remember what you saw." He has literally seen the deaths of other kids.
Huh. You ever
Bro.
thought that maybe that's the answer?
What do you mean?
Well, is it possible that the story is actually way simpler than we, the FNAF community, have made it out to be? I mean, look at the scene. Like, really look at the scene. It is
Okay.
pretty darn self-explanatory. A kid is locked in the storage closet and literal tufts of hair are sticking out of the suit. I remember when I first saw this scene, I overthought this thing to death, assuming that it had to be more than just hair sticking out of the suit. Maybe they were wires or puffs of suit hair or something like that.
Bro,
Because this
calm
was
down.
1983, and by
so
all
much.
accounts, it was the first location. It was Fredbear's Family Diner, the beginning of the timeline. The missing children's incident didn't happen here. It was at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Clearly, these brown pixels had to represent something else. But in retrospect, the scene is pretty explicit. There's a kid dead in this suit. Done. Cut and dry. Remember what you saw? You saw a dead kid. We, as theorists, are so often desperate to search for narrative satisfaction. We bend over backwards to try and justify timelines where Afton is killing kids because of Elizabeth's death, or because he's trying to put his son back together and he wants to run experiments to harvest remnant from other kids. But what if he's just a weird, sick dude who just started killing kids one day? No overcomplicated backstory required. I didn't get to talk about this before leaving the channel,
but then
I hope wanted to. If you
all
like
of
the final
the-
gravestones in a very specific order, you unlock
the timeline videos are
in the form of the
those
Bonnie
don't
Bro.
matter,
This is the moment
then.
that basically confirms that we're playing the game as Bonnie Bro.
The problem
But
is
the
that
order of
every
the
new video, the other ones don't
gravestones
even
feels
make
very
sense
intentional. They
then.
explicitly
With
give us an
every new
order of
video that
events.
comes
Chica
out,
first, then
Jesus.
Foxy, Freddy, Bonnie, Golden Freddy fifth, Puppet last. It was really confusing because Charlie dying last didn't make any sort of sense. What about this?
Hello, Shiny Pikachu, how
And
are
yet this
you?
gravestone evidence is what the games are telling us.
This
It's
is more
also
confusing
kind of what
now.
we're seeing in FNAF 4. If that tuft of hair is to be believed, and really, why wouldn't we believe it? That gravestone timeline could probably be right. Afton was just killing kids because he could. He was a deranged serial killer.
Bro, but
Retirement really has taken a toll on you. But I also think I see where you're going with this.
you know,
Crying
because
child
of
witnesses the dead
saying
kids in
that
the
he
suit,
was just
and then
a
gets bit by
psycho
Fredbear on
killer,
the day of his
then the
party.
timeline doesn't
Afton
make
would be
sense, bro.
devastated by this,
They made
promising
the
to
guy
put his
seem
son
so
back
sad.
together. He'd be furious at his business partner Henry because it was his engineering that did this to his
Yeah,
boy. Then
see?
one night, an opportunity
How many
presented
left?
itself. Charlie was locked outside by some bullies, and so Afton, in a fit of
17.
rage, killed Charlie. Unlike all the other killings that were
17
premeditated,
videos.
this was a crime of passion, and so it broke from all of his usual methods. And that allows this new order of deaths that Steel Wool has given us to make way more sense. Chica was always the first, but not just of the MCI, of all the deaths. That's why Henry made Security Puppet in the first place, because there were a bunch of kids disappearing from the pizzeria, and Henry wanted to protect his daughter.
Which brings us back to the
Okay.
beginning. Where did we land with the whole dual
I see,
process
thank
theory?
you.
Did they solve FNAF? Is Cassidy the crying child?
I think the answer
No.
is yes, but also no. There are two sides to this coin, right? Is
Bro,
Crying Child the fifth
you know-
missing kid that we've called Cassidy for all these years? I'm just
No, because
not
the kid
sure.
was already
It would
stuffed
simplify
inside
a lot,
of the-
especially the FNAF 3 minigames.
There
with
was
its
a kid
own
already
kids. But
stuffed
I always
there.
see a kid already dead inside the Golden Freddy suit before
Yeah.
Crying Child even dies. And then there's the dozens of people that watch him die and flatline at the end of FNAF 4, which would make it hard for him to be considered missing, let alone considered
Yeah.
one of the missing children specifically.
It's true. As much as I like it from a narrative standpoint, there's just as much evidence against it as
Jeez,
it is
so
supporting
many
it.
paper.
Typical FNAF, you know?
Well, not completely, because there's the second side of this question. Sure,
Okay.
Crying Child might not be the fifth missing child, but based on what dual process theory presented, I think they might be right that Crying Child's name is Cassidy. William Afton,
Then
an arranged
what-
serial killer hiding in plain sight, until one day
This doesn't
some
make
Michael
sense.
decided to play a prank.
Then what's the name of the
Killed
kid that
his
was stuffed
youngest
inside
son,
then?
Cassidy Afton. It has a nice ring to it, I've got to admit.
Maybe, and I definitely see it. It's just a frustrating catch-22, you know? We either get to have the crying child's name, and in the process, we lose the established
Yeah.
fifth missing kid name, or Cassidy is the fifth missing kid, and crying child remains as nameless as he ever was.
Wasn't it
It's got
Gregory?
to be in here somewhere, surely. The altered text opposite the mirror returns
Bro, I'm
the
so
spirit's
confused.
questions with, "Who are you? What's your name?" And with Cassidy
Who
not being
doggo?
the fifth missing kid,
My
that
doggo.
leaves the My
It's
Name
Rex.
gravestone clue wide open. Honestly, my money's on the Foxy grid. We never did solve it, and there's ghostly text written at the start. Maybe we should take another look.
Oh, no. There's no we here, my friend. I did my time with that Foxy grid.
Ooh.
This is all on you, man.
Oh, well then.
I see, thank you.
I guess I better get started. It's not like I had a billion other FNAF things to worry about. Regardless, I suppose I should thank you for helping me out
Bro,
with this episode,
is this
Matt. I
guy,
know
the new
your
guy,
advice
gonna
kept you
remake
pretty
all the
busy.
Yeah,
other
horrified.
theories?
Nearly forgot that I was on here to promote that. Just got so
Because
caught
the
up in the
list
FNAF discussion.
already-
Anyway, I should probably get back to working on that. The team and I have worked really hard to make this
shows
project as great as it can
already
be.
has some
And episode
topics
1
that we're
just launched
talking
today
about.
here on
They are
YouTube.
gonna
So if you're in
rework on
need of some
every
chill
single
beats
one
for
of
studying,
those.
working, or sleeping, make sure you check out the Lorify project over on Spotify. We've got new music releases dropping coming every week or so with clues hidden
Thank you.
inside. So make sure you follow us there to listen as soon as they drop.
But if you want to level up your experience, you can always head on over to the YouTube channel and try to piece together the clues to help Taylor solve the mystery surrounding this definitely not a robot kid, Gregory. We've got new animations coming each month that are full to the brim with that sweet, sweet lore. You just couldn't help yourself, could you?
Hey, I'm retired. I don't get to say it that much anymore.
True. Do you know what else you don't get to say much anymore?
But hey, that's just a theory.
Theory.
A game theory.
Thanks
for watching. Thank you.
Take a look at this footage from FNAF 2. Seems normal enough, right? But what if I told you that the Mimic is in this video? No, I'm not lying to you. And no, I've not doctored the footage either. The Mimic is here. They have been here
I already
since the very
forgot who is the
beginning.
Mimic. It's just past 1 week already. Jesus
You will find
Christ.
that the Mimic is this guy right here.
No way.
Hello, Internet!
Who's the
Welcome to
Mimic
Game
now?
Theory, the show that cannot believe it has been 10 whole years of FNAF. Feels like just
Sly, I
yesterday I
guess.
was watching Markiplier scream at this tiny unknown indie game, and now it's an indie horror empire full of games, movies, books, and more merch than a Pizzaplex can handle. 10
Sly.
years is a big
Mimic
deal.
from
Believe me,
Ruin.
we would know. And so to celebrate, Scott pulled out all
Okay,
the
I'm trying to
stops. We got
remember.
an anniversary week full of fanverse games,
Isn't Mimic
demos,
the
books,
thing that is
movie
like a
teasers,
mess
and
of
course,
stuff?
the crown jewel that was Into the Pit. Though while
Bro, I
that game
forgot
offers
stuff
a
way
lot
too
in the way of
easily now.
theorizing, that's not what I wanted to talk about today. Don't worry, that video is coming. I just need a little
Yes,
more time.
okay, thank
so
you.
Make sure you're
Thank
subscribed
you.
so you don't miss that video when
Okay,
it drops.
then
There
it's
may also be a
the
special theorist
thing,
surprise in store.
that weird
Hint, hint.
thing.
But for this episode, instead of talking about the biggest release of the week, I wanted to talk about the biggest surprise. You see, we knew
Okay.
about every release that was happening during this anniversary week ahead of time. That was except for one. Steel Wool had a mystery announcement slot, and a lot of us
Ooh.
just assumed it was going to be DLC for Help Wanted 2, but that's not what we got. Instead, Steel Wool completely sideswiped us by revealing a 40-second teaser, not for DLC, but for a brand new game. We open on a 70s style carpet. The camera tilts up to reveal a Jack-in-the-Box
Ooh.
playing music. The music stops, the box opens, and we hear a laugh as a clown mask peeks
Ooh.
out from the box. The film reel we're watching begins to burn up, revealing the date 1979. Finally, we see a title card appear from the darkness. Secret of the Mimic. The internet lost their collective
then the Mimic is
minds
also
over
a clown.
this. Not only were we getting a game exploring the character that was a
Ooh.
complete mystery when it appeared at the end of Ruin, unless you happen to read the books,
You know, it
but
doesn't
it was
look that
also
scary. It
going
looks
to be
cute.
a prequel.
Like,
set
at least
before
the eyes
any
look cute.
other FNAF game. A lot of us have been theorizing about the origins of Freddy's ever since we got the Fredbear Singing Show ticket in Security Breach, and in 2025, it looks like we're gonna see if we were right. But you know
Okay.
what? I'm not willing to wait that long. Call me impatient,
Bro,
but when
already
you take
it's
a closer
2026,
look,
we don't
this
need to wait
40-second
anymore.
teaser has actually told us a lot more than you'd initially think. This teaser confirms that we were right that the Mimic is from the earliest days in Fazbear Entertainment's history, but it also suggests
Bro, but
that the
doesn't
Mimic's
make
first
sense, I
appearance
guess.
wasn't in Ruin, nor was it Security Breach, nor was it
Okay.
Help Wanted.
Then it
No,
was
we are
never in
being
the other
shown that
games?
The Mimic has actually been hiding in plain sight since the
How
very
it's cute.
beginning. The pieces
I don't know
were
the
in place for us
lashes.
to figure
Didn't
it
you
out.
see
We
the
just weren't
lashes?
able to follow the breadcrumb, or should I say,
Like those
paper
two
trail
lashes
to
in
realize sooner. So wind
Nisha
up that
look
music
cute.
box, friends, because when it opens,
Let me
we'll
show
be
you.
diving in head first to see what secrets the Mimic has been hiding.
Come on, let
In
me
doing
show
so,
it.
I believe we may finally be able to resolve one of the
Oh,
biggest
come on.
conflicts currently facing the FNAF timeline.
A wound first inflicted on me.
Oh yeah, today's gonna be a big one. So let's get into it. The first thing we got to talk about is the
You know-
design of Funky Tom over here.
Oh,
Jokey-
look! These two lashes here, they look so cute like this. You see, this stuff here looks so cute. That's the thing. I think it's cute.
Fan name aside, given the
It's
title
cute.
of this
That
game,
detail
it
is
feels
cute,
pretty unlikely
actually.
that this is supposed to be anything other than the Mimic.
No.
But he's not the
Okay,
disheveled
sorry
Endo we
then.
saw in Ruin. Now he's wearing a white mask with exaggerated eyelashes, rounded cheeks, and a bright red nose. Ugh, I can feel the childhood trauma rushing back. It also pops out of a Jack-in-the-Box, so clearly Steel Wool are going for a clown aesthetic with this newest
Ooh, so
version
cute.
of the Mimic. Or is it the oldest version? This new new old look does tie into our previous theories about the origins of Fazbear Entertainment. In that video,
Well, I
we
never
discussed
played the
this
game, so I don't
poster
know
from
if it's
Help
scary
Wanted
or
2,
not.
A poster with a circus tent and the date 1970 on it. That, along with the
Okay.
mascot costumes in the ruined basement, Glitch Trap's design, official artwork of traditional mascot costumes, and references throughout the books all seem to be telling us that Fazbear Entertainment didn't start with the creation of Fredbear's Family Diner, but as
Okay.
a traveling circus. Instead of
No,
the
it was a
animatronics or
show
Springbok
about
suits
the
that we know and love today,
okay,
this
there's new
circus
theories,
used
I
more
guess.
traditional, rudimentary mascot costumes. They were still the same characters, Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, but played by human
Wasn't those
performers.
made
Though
by
there
the
was
other
one
guy, but
exception.
okay.
We ended that theory suggesting that the Mimic was also part of that same Fazbear circus. It shares design similarities with Sun and Moon, a jester who was associated
But how
with the
did they get
carousel
an
from the
animatronic
Foolfest
back then?
circus, a carousel that we watch burn. Repeatedly in Help Wanted 2, we see the festival burn down, both in the carousel level and in the
What's
Fazablast
happening?
level. And what else do we know is burnt? The Mimic. In the first epilogue of
sorry,
Tales
it
from
was
the
an alarm.
Pizzaplex, when the Mimic arrives, it is first described as being burnt.
So these are only
Thus, it
theories
seems
not
like the
confirmed
Mimic
yet.
has been
Okay,
here
thank
since
you.
that Fall Fest in the 70s. You might think I was celebrating this fact. My first FNAF theory was right. Let's go! But then, the worry began to sink in. It always feels a bit wrong when a prequel introduces a new character. Plus, this
Yeah,
franchise
I guess.
never gets rid of characters. We've had 28 versions of Freddy, 19 versions of Bonnie, and we
Jesus.
even got 11 versions of Balloon Boy. Who
Slay.
asked for that? So then, why try to awkwardly
Balloon Boy,
insert
don't
the
hate
Mimic
him, bro.
into the previous lore? I mean, retcon much? Except, what if I told you we have seen this clown before? Somewhere
Okay.
you never suspect. FNAF 2. I am, of course, talking about the characters I've been teasing since the start of the episode. The Paper Pals. No,
Oh.
I wasn't joking. These guys really are the key to everything. If you
Bro, no
don't know
way.
who I'm talking about, the Paper Pals are these simple characters made from paper plates that have been hanging out on the walls of pizzerias ever
Everyone
since
hates
their
Balloon Boy.
introduction. To
Why?
this day, we've
What did he
never really
do?
given them much thought. They never seem to be that important, but their continued existence in the franchise has always struck me as unusual. In fact, the only reason I was reminded of them is because I was watching Dorko's playthrough of Into the Pit, and wouldn't you know it, they are once again just hanging out. For them to keep showing up, especially
no,
in these
maybe
modern
that's not
titles,
even
they
a secret
have
to a
be
character. Maybe
important.
it's just
And I
some
think the weird
random
clown
stuff,
mimic
I
is
guess.
the piece that ties them all together. Originally, there were 3 of these guys: a Freddy pal, a Bonnie pal, and this thing. According to the game files, he's just called Paper Buddy. And of the 3, he's definitely the weird one. In FNAF 2, he
Okay.
could just disappear from the wall and suddenly
Oh.
appear in your office. He didn't do anything, he was just there now. Even
Okay.
his design feels out of place. The other 2 are clearly characters we know, Freddy and Bonnie, duh. But this guy doesn't have any recognizable features. He's got red arms, blue legs, a big smile, and a big nose. It's just
Okay.
so weird. In a series full of animal characters, why have this generic humanoid-looking thing? Naturally, the only logical
Humanoids?
explanation we
Bro,
had at
what?
the time was that this
When
had
he
to be
get
Balloon
into your
Boy.
office
He
in
was
FNAF
one
2,
of the
he
few
tells her
humanoid
flashlights.
characters we knew about by FNAF
Oh.
2, and he wears
No,
a
that's
red and
bad.
yellow outfit. But now that I'm looking
That's
back,
scary too,
I'm
Jesus
not so
Christ. No,
sure
I'm
anymore.
scared.
For Bonnie and Freddy, we aren't just relying on the colors to show
That
us
thing
who
is
they
scary
are. They
then.
have
It
extra
disables
design
flashlights,
details that
Jesus
connect them
Christ.
to their iconic characters. Bow ties, hats,
Which
ears,
makes it
that
easy
sort
to
of
get
thing.
killed
If
by
this Paper
Foxy.
Buddy was
My God.
supposed to be Balloon Boy, why not give him some
Is
of
it
his
random?
iconic attire?
Or is
like
it
the propeller
calculated?
hat, or the sign, or, you know, a balloon, the thing he is literally known for. What this
Oh my
therefore
God.
implies to me is that Paper Buddy is actually supposed to be someone else, someone with a much simpler design. And the answer of who becomes extremely obvious when you take a look at their appearance in FNAF World. That's right, not only were these guys considered important enough to be playable characters in one of the weirdest entries in this series, but Scott also used
When
it
he
to
in
give
your
us
office,
a
you don't
vital
leave.
clue
Oh my
about
God,
who
no
this guy was
way.
supposed to be. And it's all because of
Oh,
one
man, then how
tiny
I will
design
play with this guy in
We've
the
gone over
office.
Paper Buddy's design already. The red arms,
Is there a way
blue
to beat
legs,
the game
buttons,
with this
big
guy on
smile,
the
happy
office
eyes,
or
big
not?
nose.
Or
All
no?
of that is the same in FNAF World, except for his nose. It's still as big as before, and it's in the same place, but the color is now different. It's been changed to red, and a red nose means
Okay.
one thing. clowns. What we're seeing is Paper Buddy's
okay,
design
I
matching
guess.
exactly with the iconic design of clowns.
Man, I got
and
something in my
therefore
eye.
also matches what we've seen from the
It's a
Mimic
huge
in this
lash, I got it
latest
out,
teaser.
sorry.
Now, I recognize that this feels like a stretch. This is all down to
Jeez.
interpretation and could be taken a number of different ways. Believe me, I was honestly unsure of all of this too. That was until I found this. The final clue that absolutely sealed the deal for me that Paper
Yes,
Buddy
I'll get
is
used to
the
the
Mimic.
industry
Take a look at the
event when
attacks
he
that Paper
invented
Pals
a
have
mask.
in FNAF World. The first two are Prize Ball 2 and Mystery Box 2. Both
That's
generic
confusing, I
attacks
didn't
that would make sense
understand,
for any
sorry.
character in any
Second or
pizzeria.
third
But
second,
the third
Chilima.
and final attack is called something very
Don't
specific.
worry.
Mimic Ball. A move
Mimic
that
Ball,
mimics
what?
the last attack used. I could not believe
What do you mean?
it when I
Yeah.
saw this. Of all of the
Arriving.
games, it was FNAF World showing us that the Paper Pals were
When you
specifically
say creator, I
able
don't
to
know.
mimic others. The third Paper Pal from FNAF 2, Paper Buddy, is a
I
paper
don't know where
version
it
of
is,
the new clown mimic
unfortunately.
we saw in the teaser. In my previous theory, I mentioned how FNAF 2 isn't a revamp of the old franchise, but a callback to the circus origins of the
Bone Boy
franchise. The
K9
red
piece of
cheeked toy animatronics were calling back to the
Okay
original
then,
costumes
yeah,
from
you
the
know, I
circus.
didn't
You
play
have
the
the
games, I didn't know it
carousel
was
calling back to the
annoying. I
carousel
thought it
from
was
Fall
cute.
Fest that we got to see in Help Wanted 2.
Okay, I
And now
guess
we have
if it's
Paper Buddy calling
annoying,
back to
when
the
I play the
clown
game,
mimic
maybe
that
I
was
will
present
I
at
will
that
not
same
like it as
circus.
much then. You know? I don't know it was so much hateable. Bellum Boy called Playboy. Why? Does he play with the balloon? Does he do something that messes up with the gameplay? No? Okay. Or Pool Boy. Why Pool Boy? I don't understand. There's a pool? Is today the community? Yes, today's community.
It all just fits together so neatly. It could
Today,
also
the
explain
game that won
clown
was
mask in
Buckshot
things like Sister
Roulette.
Location, the one that would later go on to become
I
Emmett.
think
Why
so,
is
yes,
that
it
mask
is.
in such a position of prominence? Because it was the third member of that original
Adson, thank you.
circus
You don't know
trio,
what Pool Boy
someone
mean?
who had
No, I
been
don't
there
know.
since the beginning. Although, speaking of trio, while Paper Buddy being the mimic and appearing in FNAF 2 makes
What does that
sense,
mean?
him being grouped with Freddy and Bonnie feels a bit odd, right? Even for the early days of the franchise, a clown isn't the obvious one to pair with Freddy and Bonnie. Chica I'd have understood, maybe even Foxy. But this guy is just so random. If you've followed us
Yeah,
for
I
a while,
guess
you'll
it's
know
random.
that we are obsessed with these kinds of details. The grouping of animatronics
Well, I'm not
through
obsessed. I
merchandise or
would,
decor
if I
can
played
often
this game,
tell
I
us
was
a
just
lot
like,
about the history
yeah,
of the franchise.
I'm gonna
We
play
felt
this and
like
not
Foxy had to
overthink
come
stuff.
later because he had a separate stage to the other
Because,
three. It felt
yeah.
like Chica wasn't originally part of the group
I
either
don't know.
because she had her own Party World spin-off during
Oh, so
Sister
cute.
Location. And in Ruin, we figured out that Sun and Moon came much earlier because they were getting collectibles alongside OG characters,
Oh,
while
okay.
newcomers like Roxy and Monty weren't. So, placing the Mimic Clown alongside Freddy and Bonnie has to imply there's a special connection between the three. So, why
Okay.
make the Mimic the awkward third wheel alongside this famous duo? Well, it turns out the rule of threes isn't just an important literary technique. It
Ooh,
was also
slay.
super important for performances at the
Wait,
circus,
really?
particularly
How
when
many
it comes
videos?
to clowns. In a traditional circus, you would have three major
16.
clown archetypes: the Auguste clown, the white-faced clown, and the contra-Auguste clown. We
Third
spoke
hill.
about the Auguste
Wait,
clown
I
in our
have to tell
previous
something
theory.
to a creator. Kitty Patuti, are you listening? Let me tell you something, a creator. Hello. Hi, you're also adorable. I need to tell this to a creator. I'm here, okay. I received my exams middle of the stream, okay, and I have a chronic disease. I'm just telling you that so you know. But don't worry. It's gonna be alright, okay?
These clowns were the ones with the red cheeks that were designed to appear
Tics
silly
that
and make
mimic his
children
cutes.
laugh. Often they were portrayed as an
A
intelligent
chronic disease. It doesn't have a cure. They found out I have. Is it serious? I don't know, man. My mom is analyzing deeply the analysis, but it's a chronic disease. A chronic disease is a disease that doesn't have a cure. And you can live with it, but you need treatment, you know? And I don't know why I got it, but I don't, you know, it is the thing that makes me, I guess, I don't know, being so quarantine, I guess I treat you for the rest of your life. Oh my god, Kitty Patuti, I don't want you to do that. Time for daily pills. I already take daily pills, like 2 at least, or 3. It's just another more, I guess, another one to take. I'll do it, I love you. Okay, Kitty Patuti. But I don't want you to do that, okay? You have a life to live. How do I... it's a space.
Lower class clown, the laborer,
It's just you to know. I just received it in the middle of the stream.
Which led to them getting a pie in the
Have you ever
face,
heard
or
of
falling
A
off a
Dead
ladder,
of Night?
the
No.
typical slapstick stuff. The white-faced clowns, on the other
Is
hand,
it
are
good?
supposed to be
Is it a
more
game?
serious and bossy.
Oh wait,
They
you
were
were
of a
talking
higher
about
status,
that,
and so
like,
they would be responsible for assigning
yesterday in the
tasks
server, right?
to the Auguste clown, and would often become frustrated at their failed results. Finally, you have the Contra Auguste clown, who was the
Contra
middle ground,
Auguste?
still lower class than the white-faced clown, but not to the same
White-faced
degree
clown.
as the
I
Auguste
created
clown.
it.
And looking into
Okay.
clown literature, which, yes,
What
is a
is
thing
it
that I read,
about?
the Contra Auguste's role
For
was
what
to
I
do
heard, it's
one
an horror
thing,
game, right?
mimic the white-faced
It's a game that was
clown.
made with a
No,
mix
I'm not
of game
making
and
that
real
up. It
photos.
was right there on the page in front of me.
Okay, I
What we
guess
now
looks
have
interesting.
are 3 distinct characters: a serious boss
A
clown,
ghost
a smart
investigation
worker
horror game,
clown,
Slay.
and a mimicking
Real
clown.
videos.
Now, look at
Jesus,
who we have
but
at the start of
the
Freddy's.
videos
While
are
we
real
don't know a whole lot
paranormal
about the
stuff?
specifics of this Fazbear Circus,
Or
we
they're
do
like
know
made
one
to look
thing.
like
Henry and William were
paranormal, but they
actively performing
aren't.
during the early days of the franchise. One as a bear and one as a rabbit. Fred Bear and Spring Bonnie. William was the businessman, the serious one, the guy who was trying
Low
to make
businessman,
Fazbear
I
a
guess.
success. The white-faced clown. Then
The
there's
white-faced
Henry, the intelligent
clown?
laborer who was building the animatronics. The Auguste clown. And now we have a third.
Yes, it's
paper buddy,
it's
the
made to
Mimic,
look
a clown
okay.
animatronic that has been there
Mechanics are
since the
filmed
early days
okay.
of the franchise, now mimicking the past actions of the white-faced clown, William Afton, making them the Contra.
It would be cool if it was real
3 clowns,
supernatural
3 performers,
stuff.
3
The
paper
gaming
pals
games
that
were
have been there
filmed.
since the start. But sadly, choosing
Come on, if
Afton
it
to
was
be the
real
one to mimic
supernatural
wasn't the
stuff,
best
I was like,
decision.
no
when
way.
this trailer was announced, Brian
I
Fraley, the
just
design director at
acting,
Steel
but
Wool,
okay,
tweeted
it
about
looks
saying,
interesting
"The
anyway.
evil that men do lives after
Do you want me
the
to
good
play it
is
one
often
day? If
turned
yes, I will
with
add it to my
evil."
wish
This
list.
is a quote from
So one
Shakespeare's
day,
Julius Caesar. My
I will
immediate
buy
reaction
it
was, oh yeah,
then.
this is
But
about
we still
Afton
have a
being
ton of
dead,
games
and
to
now his
play.
evil lives on in the
It will
mimic,
take
who
a
is now
long time
continuing to
until
hurt and
we
kill
get
people
to
beyond
buy
his
new
death, like
games,
we've
so
been
yeah,
predicting this whole
it
time.
was
But
really
as
to
I
confusing
thought
the
it
game
over,
to
I think it
investigate.
might be something
Bro, you
more
know
than
you
that.
can't
I actually
investigate
think
supernatural
this map is
stuff
telling us the
because
main plot
how are you
point
gonna
that we
investigate
will
something
see
you don't
in
know?
Secret of the Mimic. A plot
Like
point
it's
that
a
will
ghost, how are you gonna
finally answer the
investigate
question
him?
that has haunted me
Put him
ever
in
since the
jail, you
release of
can't.
Help Wanted 2. What did Henry mean
You can't
by a
investigate
wound
that.
first inflicted on
You
me?
know, you
This
can,
line
but
comes
it's
from the
kinda
insanity
different.
ending of Snap 6. Henry talks
You have
about
to talk
how
with the
Afton used
spirits, the
souls of
rituals
children
and
he
stuff
killed
sometimes
create
to make
remnants,
him
and then
to make
continue
him go to
torture
the
them
other
create the
side.
fun times.
You have
But
to
the most
identify what
important
type of
part
spirit
that
it
monologue
is,
when he turns
why
inward
it's still
and begins
here,
reflecting on
and
his
stuff like
own
that,
part
you
in all
know.
of this. He ends up saying he needs to heal this wound, a wound first inflicted on me, one that I let bleed out. For the longest time, we believed this was referencing Afton killing
Interesting,
his
the cult of
daughter,
Lambiel
Charlotte.
Sin
She
Total
was
Total
Afton's
Available
first
for
victim,
euros.
which led on to the
Okay,
killing of all the
so did you
missing children.
yesterday
That
you
was
created
the
a message? Oh my
wound
god,
that was
get that
inflicted
emote!
on
Okay,
Henry,
we
the death of
hang
his
it
own
out,
daughter,
we
that
eat
then
it.
bled out to the death of so many others.
And
But
we
then
got
Help
home
Wanted
and
2 came out,
get
and it
cuddles,
flipped that entire
basically,
idea
and
on
played
its head.
chess.
In that game, we had to light
Basically
6
was that.
gravestones in a specific order to receive the secret Bonnie mask. Each grave had a different puppet next to it. Each
We went around some
referencing
shops,
one
so
of the
yeah, but
6
I
main
didn't want
animatronics.
anything.
Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy, and the puppet. The 5 missing
She taught me how to
children
play
and
chess. So
Charlotte.
cute, you're
However,
adorable.
Charlie isn't the first grave you light. She's actually the last one, heavily implying that Charlie was the last to be killed. Honestly,
Charlie
I
was the
don't
last
hate it from a
one?
law
Okay.
standpoint. There's a decent amount of evidence that can
Not
line
even
up
the
with it, but
pushing
by suggesting
pushes?
that, it threw into question that line.
You know
of
why
a
I show you
first
that?
inflicted on me being about
Yeah, no,
Charlie.
these ones are
Yeah,
cute,
instead,
but I
there
don't
had
want
to
them,
be
you
an
know,
earlier
because
incident
first I
that
don't have
wounded
space
Henry
for
that
them
would
yet,
metaphorically
secondly.
bleed out,
You know,
leading to the
they're
missing
cute, but
children's
doesn't mean I
incident
need
and
them.
the death of Charlie. So, what do I think this
But I
event
love
is? Well,
pushing.
it all comes back to that
Fruits
Shakespeare
pushing. Oh my
quote.
god, I
The line
love
that
fruits
Brian
pushing.
quoted
That's
is
so
delivered by
funny.
the character Mark
What do you mean,
Antony
Carlos? Are you gonna have a
Caesar's
future
funeral. Caesar
Manzanita?
was
Oh my
murdered by
god,
the
it's so
character
cute, tiny
Brutus.
faces.
However,
Not
Antony
yet.
isn't able to
Manzanator,
directly
not
accuse him
yet.
publicly. So instead,
Not
he
yet.
talks around
We
the
have to
issue, calling
wait.
Brutus
We
an
have to fix
honorable
our
man.
house
This dynamic between
and put
Antony
our
and
life
Brutus, I
together,
suspect,
and
is
then
meant
maybe
to
we'll
be a
think about
reflection
it.
of Henry and Afton.
Okay, don't
Brutus
you
was
worry.
able to get close to Caesar
Imagine
because
we do a
Caesar loved
voting
him, which is
session to
similar
name
to
our
the tactic
kid,
used
bro.
by Afton throughout
We're
the
not ready
series.
for that
Put on a
yet.
Spring Bonnie costume,
Yet.
a character that the children
Don't
loved,
worry.
and use it to lure them into a back room and kill them.
Oh,
For
I
this
get it.
quote to
Thank
be
you.
used to promote the prequel game
Yet.
from 1979, it's telling us that
Yet, I
Afton was
know,
abusing
creator,
the
you
love
don't
of
need
his
to tell
character
them.
way before the missing children.
First you have to be engaged in their
This early
marriage.
murder at the hands of Afton is
I
what
guess.
I believe we will be seeing in Secret
Yet.
of the Mimic.
Calm
Maybe
down,
it
Kitty
will even
Patootie.
be revealed as Afton's first.
Yet.
It's unclear if the person Afton kills will be a major
Bro,
character
no
like
way,
Caesar
creator
is in
got-
play, or whether
got
it's
confused.
just another kid, with the importance more being how
Yet.
early it is in the timeline. We only have a 40-second trailer after all. Much
My
more is
God.
going to be revealed as time goes on. But what is important is if William is Brutus, Henry must be Antony.
But yeah, we
And
need to
that
fix the
means
house
he
first.
knew William
And I need to
committed
see my
the
health
murder.
if
That
if
murder
it's
is
safe for
going
me
to
to have
be
a
the
kid,
wound
bro.
inflicted
So
on
how did you
Henry.
got
On the
we
Fazbear
get on
business,
bed
their
and we give a
friendship.
lot of
That
kisses
murder
and
could have
hugs.
destroyed everything they built.
And
But
called
as we
ourselves
know,
cute
it
names
didn't.
like
Afton
Kitty.
would
I
go
love
on
to
to
call
kill
him a
again,
kitty because
just
my
like
cutie
Antony,
patootie looks
Henry
like a
isn't
kitty.
going to accuse him
Because he's
directly.
cute.
Maybe he was concerned for his business's survival. Maybe he was concerned about providing for his new daughter Charlie. Maybe he just wanted to believe.
Yeah,
his
just
friend
that.
could
Not
change.
just that,
But
there
whatever
was
his
other
reason,
stuff.
Despite the wound
But,
Afton caused
you
him,
know,
he never came out.
Equity
and
rules
admitted
protection.
it.
He
just
always uses
allowed it to keep
protection.
going. Allowed Afton. to
It's
keep
important.
going. English philosopher John Stuart Mill once said, "A person may cause evil to others, not only by his actions,
Of
but by
course,
his
always,
inaction.
yes.
And in either case, he is justly accountable to them for the injury." That is why he
Yeah, oh
feels
my
so
God, cute
guilty in
animal,
the
thank you.
insanity speech, because he knows that his inaction in that moment from the circus led to the creation of not one, not two, but three monsters.
Three
William,
monsters,
the yellow
Jesus
rabbit
Christ.
that would go on to kill so many children, the clown that was designed to mimic Afton, now carrying on his horrible legacy, and himself, the man who
It's so
stood
fun
by
hearing
and
all
let
of
the
this and I'm
first
only
murder
17.
happen, leading to the deaths
Oh,
of
bro, you
so
shouldn't
many
listen to that
others,
then.
including his own
Forget everything
daughter. I guess
you
at the
heard.
end of the day,
Not
they
just for
really were
financial and house
perfect
precaution, but for
trees.
Manzanita's
But hey,
health. I
think
know.
we can all agree that we've got a lot to
Oh,
look
yeah,
forward
cute
to
animal,
this
thank
year. So
you.
many new games were demoed or teased during the anniversary. Plus, we still
You know,
got a
5
bunch
laps
of
at
new
Fred
books
still
and
didn't
a
got
second
out,
movie
bro.
coming,
What
which
is
means
this? We
it's
are
gonna
waiting for
cost
so
a
long.
pretty penny
Jesus
to keep up
Christ.
with this stuff. Thankfully, though, the sponsor of today's video, SoFi, is here to help you out. They're offering one of you
I already
lucky
know all of
theorists
this
a
stuff.
chance to
Okay,
win
thank you.
$10,000. Man, if only
Wait,
I could get that many
$10,000
vouchers,
how?
the law could never hide from me again. It might sound too good to be true, but SoFi is the ultimate finance app that helps you bank,
It's
borrow,
something
and invest
random.
all in one
Since
place.
15,
My
I
wife
think,
and I
okay,
recently
that's
moved
good.
out of our
I
first
guess the
ever
education
apartment,
is
which
good
a
for
bit of a
that.
scary time
You're going
financially.
35 minutes
You've
of
gotta find somewhere
yapping.
new,
So,
find new suppliers, get
so
new
cute,
furniture,
cutie
space.
patootie.
Thankfully, though, SoFi has been a sponsor
You're
of this channel
adorable.
for a while, so I knew I could count on them to help me out. Most banks only offer savings accounts of around 0.46% interest, which doesn't really help with buying that new couch. I could probably find that level
Bro,
of savings
why would
just
I need
digging
a new
between the cushions
couch?
of my old couch. However, SoFi has got my back. Today,
Nah,
SoFi
okay,
is
you
offering
remember
a
nothing.
massive 4.6% APY,
You're so
10
adorable, I
times
love
what
you.
most banks offer according to the national savings rate average. Just drop your money in the account, set up
I'm
direct
certain I can
deposit,
handle
and in
everything.
5 weeks,
Okay,
you'll have earned more
chill
interest than
gamer.
you would have done in a
But be
whole
well, don't
year with
traumatize
another
yourself,
bank.
please,
If
thank
only
you.
solving FNAF was that easy. But what if you don't have any savings to start with? Well, fear not, because if you're new to SoFi, they're offering you up to $300 when you sign up with direct deposit to help you get those interest rates rolling in. But if
Bro,
you
who
really
gives you
wanna
money
keep your
like that?
savings
Jesus,
healthy,
can you handle
SoFi and I
FNAF?
are giving
I
away
think Shield Gamer can handle it,
$1,000
pro.
as part of this deal. Believe me, I
Shield
know
him,
how
I think
this kind of money can
he
make a
plays
huge
horror
difference,
games.
whatever
I
your
don't know.
situation
I
is.
think
Whether
he
you're
played
moving
horror
like
games
me,
already
paying your way
didn't
through college,
they?
or you're just wanting to kick off your dream project. $10,000.
You know, Minecraft is scary, so can you always help things so I don't
head on down to the description.
Okay, thank you, Shield Gamer. But can you handle Kirby? Bro, Kirby is not scary. Kirby is cute.
To sign up for a SoFi checking and savings account today. A big thanks again to SoFi for sponsoring
I can
this
handle
episode.
everything.
And as always,
Okay.
friends, remember, it's all just a theory.
Even 18 plus, Jesus
theory.
Christ.
Thanks for watching.
You know, you're still not 18, you shouldn't be seeing 18
What's the
plus
point of
stuff,
this
but okay.
mask from Into the Pits?
What
As
I'm
you
gonna
explore the
say,
house of our main character,
I saw my
Oswald,
dad
this
play
item can
Fallout
fall from the
3
attic,
with
but when
4
during the
years
game this
old,
happens is completely
and it's an
random.
18
What's even
plus game.
stranger
What I'm
is that
gonna
it's the
say, bro.
only piece of Fazbear
I
merchandise
can't
in
just
the
say that to other
entire
people
house.
when
The game
I
would have you believe that
me
it's
as a
just
minor
tradable
South
item,
stuff I
and
shouldn't
while
say,
yes,
bro.
you can use it
Why
for
do
that
you treat
purpose,
us
there are
missing
plenty
to
of other
Kirby lore?
items that show
You know,
up
you
way
already
more
told me it's
reliably that can also
huge.
be used for the game's one and only trade, making a luck-based item like this feel totally unnecessary, unless it's not really here to be a
mask.
game mechanic. It's here to tell us something.
Got to go.
Something
Okay, have a
important.
good
And I think I know
day.
what it is.
Ooh, television.
Hello, Internet! Welcome
Class
to
started.
Game
Okay,
Theory,
have a
the show
good
that,
class.
yes, is finally talking about the biggest and only FNAF game
When
of
is 5
2024,
laps
Into
that
the
Freddy
Pits.
gonna
A
go
game
get
based
out?
on
I
the first
have it
Fazbear
on my
Fright
wishes
story
for like
released as
1
part
year
of the
already.
big finale of
I think
FNAF's
the game is
10th
a
anniversary. Or at least
higher
it was
age
supposed
rating
to
than a
be.
game with
It
guns
ended
and
up coming out a
killing.
day early, and so instead
It
he got
depends.
FNAF
Fallout
movie script
is
pages on the
18
final day.
plus,
We should
Horizon
probably
Zero
look
Dawn
into
is
that.
16
Regardless, it came out
plus.
and people loved
Fortnite
this
is
thing.
12
Like the original
plus.
story, we follow a 10-year-old
Which
boy
age
called
are you
Oswald
talking
who
about?
finds a time-traveling bull
There's
pit
so many.
inside his local pizzeria.
It depends
Jeff's
on game.
Pizza. The bull pit takes him back to 1985, where he
Sly.
finds out that
I
Jeff's
got
used
this
to be
game
a Freddy
for free.
Fazbear's. This
So
one's
that
got all
means
the stuff
that
you'd expect: arcade
you'll
machine,
play
pizza,
FNAF.
and a bunch of dead kids, along with the yellow rabbit mascot that's responsible. Yeah, this place is the real deal.
Oops, sorry,
the
I
yellow
really
rabbit
get you.
tries to catch Oswald, but he escapes, only for the yellow creature to jump out and drag his dad back into the pit instead. The rabbit then re-emerges from the pit, only now he's posing as Oswald's father. And I don't just mean
That's
he's
mean.
acting like his dad. I mean he physically takes on his appearance, at least to everyone else. Nobody seems to be able to see the yellow rabbit except for Oswald. And so
Jesus
it's up
Christ.
to him to find a way to sneak past the rabbit, get out of the house, and back to Jeff's to find his dad. Eventually, Oswald does find him, frees him, and kills the yellow rabbit in the
Sly.
process. There are some changes here and there to make sure that it works as a game rather than a 40-page story, but
You know, probably he's gonna
overall,
give me
it's a
spoilers,
really
but I'm
good
so
experience. The
so
time travel
nya
mechanics
that I will
work
forget
great for in-game
this
puzzles,
in a
and
week.
the pixel art style is gorgeous. However,
Oh, yes, it's
like
really
any
good.
FNAF game, we all know why we're really here. The lore. And that's where
Lore.
things get a little bit messy. This game is full of references from all across the FNAF universe. Fazbear Fright stories, the games, the
Ooh.
graphic novels, the FNAF movie. Oh, and then there's this.
FNAF
Wow,
movie.
whoever GGY is has
my
the top
God.
score on every game. I mean, technically, if Gregory were a robot, he would live this entire time. What troll you
Gregory
are.
lol.
So, yeah, as you can see, the lore of this game is a bit all over the place. It's hard to know if these are meant to be just Easter eggs or whether they're legitimate lore. And I'm
It
sure we
depends.
could all argue about this.
I
till
heard
the
about that
animatronic
this game
cows
is a
come
fan
home. But
game.
instead, I figured we'd do something a little different. Rather than focusing on solving the lore of this game specifically, I wanted to try zooming out a little. Matt mentioned in
Okay.
a previous theory that the original 6 games are about the after.
It's a fan game, then it's- I guess that's a Easter egg.
All of that.
Right.
But
Wait,
since
if it's
then,
a
we've
fan game,
begun
why
being
are they
introduced to
analyzing
characters who,
it?
at some point or
It's
another,
not
were
canon,
impacted
or
by
is
the
it?
Afton family and their actions. Cassie in Ruin, her father in Help Wanted 2. This new era of FNAF is about the ripple effects caused by the Afton family, and I believe we're being shown exactly that in Into the Pit. And it all comes down to a single collectible, the Freddy mask. Yep, this one item is going to help us not only understand the themes Scott is presenting with modern FNAF, but also show us where it might be going in the future.
Okay.
How? Well, let's just pop in the second tape to find out.
Okay. Ooh. Bro, the guy got the house they were getting on. Matt went to a new house and they let them live in this house. Bro, Jesus Christ, imagine getting a job in the house. Sly, I guess. Oh my god, so many books. Oh wait, they live all in the same house. I hope it's big enough for
Embrace your
everyone.
legacy. The Legacy Collection featuring 4 new
Ooh, I like
signature
the
jackets
yellow
and a
one.
range of flattering
And the
graphic
blue
tees
one.
is available now at lumenofficial.com.
Welcome back from the break. Thanks for sticking with us. Before we
That
get
was a
too
break?
deep into the big meta stuff, we should probably go over the basics of this Freddy mask. During the game, you can explore multiple
Why
rooms
are
in
we
Oswald's
exploring
house.
a
One of the
Freddy
rooms is
mask in a
Oswald's attic, but on a random
20-minute
night, there's a
video?
chance that
It
this
is
Freddy mask will
crazy.
fall down when you open the
We're
hatch.
analyzing
This
a
stood out as
mask
strange
for
detail
20
because, one,
minutes.
it's not mentioned in the
My
original
God.
book, but two, Oswald doesn't really know who Freddy is. If you collect the toy Freddy item, he calls Freddy this thing rather than by his name. And then if you collect this mask specifically, he asks, why would anyone want to look like this thing? Not only does he not know who Freddy is, but he has no idea why anyone would want to look like him. This cannot be his mask, meaning it would have to belong to someone else in the house. Given their prominence in the game, my first thought was that it must belong to his dad. But when I realized that, there was just one thought running through my head. Is Oswald's dad Freddy Bro? The bully
No
wearing
way.
the Freddy mask
This is a
during the
fan
Bite of
game.
83.
This is
I
not
definitely wasn't the only person thinking
official.
this either.
Oh my
Plenty of others
God.
online were quick to make this connection, but why? Why would the immediate assumption be that if Oswald's dad has a Freddy mask, then he must be this random character from FNAF 4? Well, because this isn't the first time this has happened. In Ruin, Cassie was able to collect a Bonnie mask, and combining that with other details she gave us about her dad, like the fact his favorite character was Bonnie, and that he collected Fazbear memorabilia from the 80s, it led us to believe that Cassie's dad was another one of these bullies, Bonnie Bro. However, a mask alone does not a Freddy Bro make.
bullies
There would
or something.
obviously need to be other connections.
Why
And so
though?
the first
Why
question
they
I
were
asked myself
bullies?
was, does the timeline match up? It sounds simple enough, but we're actually missing a number of crucial details. The game doesn't tell us how old Oswald's dad is. All we know is that he's old enough to have a 10-year-old son. On the other side of things, while we don't have the exact ages, it seems pretty widely accepted that Michael and his bully friends are at least tweens when we see them in 1983.
Tween? What
so
is a
for Freddy
tween?
Bro and Oswald's dad to be the same person, Into the Pit would need to take place far enough in the future from 1983 where he could grow up, have a kid, and have the kid turn 10 years old, while also not being so far into the future that he becomes too unreasonably old to look the way he does. Which leads me to my second problem. The game is very explicit that
Look at
Oswald
the
is traveling
lights,
back
so
to
beautiful.
1985, but it's never stated what year he starts in. In fact, Megacat Studios has been so careful not to reveal the date that despite the calendar in the past giving us the month and year, the one in Oswald's house during the present only shows the month. But there are a few details that slipped through the cracks, and I believe that they can help us figure out at least a rough range of dates for when this story takes place. During the second day, you have the opportunity to look
there's a
around
storm
Oswald's
here.
school, and in the
If the
second
stream
classroom,
goes
you
on,
can
I'm
find
sorry.
several things hanging on the wall, like numbers, a sun clock, and a world map that seems a little broken? Maybe that's why there's no bears in Security Breach.
Before their extinction, bears were known to attack pizza delivery trucks.
Probably a theory for another
bears
day.
were
But just
extinct?
below that very confusing map is the actually important
Bears
detail,
were
another
extinct in
calendar.
FNAF
Just like one in our
universe?
house, it tells us the month
That's so
with no year, but
impressive,
there's one crucial
jeez.
difference. It has the days crossed out, with the final marked date on the calendar being August 16th. Now, as a Brit, I typically read my calendars as the first day being a Monday and the last day being a Sunday. That would make August 16th a Friday in this game. However, FNAF takes place in the US, and you guys use some weird calendars that start on a Sunday and end on a Saturday. I have no idea how this makes sense to you. It's called the week end for a reason. Anyway, using this calendar system means that August 16th is a Thursday during the year the game takes place. There's only a few years after 1985 where August 16th has been on a Thursday: 1990, 2001, 2007, 2012, and 2018. This immediately narrows down our search, but the range of dates still feels a little too large. We're currently spanning 3 whole decades. Plus, if the game took place sometime during those early dates, like 1990, it would be nearly impossible for Oswald's dad to have a 10-year-old son and be a teenage Freddy Bro in 1983. So the search continues. My gut instinct was to look more closely at the technology. Tech's come a long way in the last 30 years, so it should be pretty pretty easy to date. The piece of tech we have the most hands-on time with in this game is Oswald's dad's cell phone. Taking a look at it in the inventory, there's a comment from Oswald about how it's, quote, the saddest, most out-of-date model imaginable. And by today's standards, yeah, I definitely agree. So I did some research into older mobile phones, and after looking through multiple sites with every make and model of phone since the 1980s, I found this, the Nokia 6600, which is almost identical to the phone Oswald uses.
Almost identical, but that one is wider.
2003, which means our most problematic timeline years of 1990 and 2001 are off the board. As for the other dates, I had to do a lot more digging than I anticipated. Scott and Megacat did a very good job keeping the world looking pretty ambiguous. I looked at washing machines, water fountains, blackboards, whiteboards, TVs, but all of them were either too generic to suggest a year, or the item is still being used in the modern day despite its age. Thankfully, my technology hunch came through once again, because during the game's final day, you get to go into the back of Jeff's Pizza, and there you can find Jeff sitting down at his computer.
Taking a look at the screen, monitor.
I immediately noticed something. The grey taskbar and window design is identical to the design of Windows 95, but actually
how much details does it?
Despite coming out in 1995,
how many details does these have?
95 today. No, what I noticed was the size of his monitors, specifically their aspect ratio. Aspect ratio basically refers to the ratio between the height and the width of an object or video. For example, the video you're watching right now has an aspect ratio of 16:9, meaning for every 9 pixels of height, there are 16 pixels of width. Most standard TV shows and YouTube videos are made in this format, so naturally, most of our TVs and computer monitors are built to match that. But that wasn't always the case. Computer screens actually used to come in 2 different aspect ratios, 4:3 or 16:10. That was until 2008 when 4:3 was introduced, and in 2010 they took over the market as the majority. So the question is, what size are Jeff's monitors? Of course, I whipped out the trusty pixel measurements, and I can confirm that Jeff's monitors are in fact modern 16:9 monitors, despite him still running Windows 95. Not sure you're gonna be getting the most out of those monitors,
Jeff. One time, sometimes I wanted to play old games, so my dad would install Windows 95 again, and I would play it. You can install it and play those games in that software if you wanna.
Can't take place in any of the years prior to
you can play it in Windows 95 now. There's no problem, I guess.
Oswald's dad and Freddy Bro to be the same person. If he was a teenager in the 80s, by the 2010s, nearly 30 years have passed. So he'd definitely be old enough to have a kid of his own. However, even with that part of the timeline at least somewhat figured out, I realized they had a
bundle goes on sale after going 26 years. What are you doing,
if he was a
Tutti?
teenager in 1983, but
why are you talking about that?
Assuming he's Freddy Bro to begin with, which isn't proof in and of itself. I needed more. I didn't just need the year of the game. I needed something that proved Oswald's dad was alive in the 80s. I looked through every inch of this game but found nothing. So I did the only thing I could. I went back and reread the book. I know, who could have seen that coming? Now,
but why are you talking about that? Why are you talking about Warning?
And with this new game fresh in my mind, I spotted this. Quote, Dad, how old were you in 1985? I was just a couple of years older than you.
Why are
All
you
I could think about was how many
that?
courses I had to spend at the
Don't
arcades.
buy,
Jeff's
thank
Pizza,
you.
back before it was Jeff's Pizza, it was some kind of arcade, wasn't it? Yeah, it was, but it closed. At this point, we know that Jeff's Pizza was originally a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza back in 1985. So for Scott to remind us of that, as well as tell us that Oswald's dad spent all of his time in arcades like it during 1985, it's not a massive leap to assume that the two are connected. So not only was Oswald's dad alive during 1985, but he spent a lot of time at Freddy's as well. But it gets better, because even though Oswald's dad was playing coy about his age, a couple of years is definitely something we can work with. Fun fact, there have actually been studies on what people mean when they say a couple of years. Traditionally, the word couple just meant 2, but now it can basically mean anything from 2 to 8, although it tends to average out at around 3 to 4 years. If that's the case, then with Oswald being 10 during the story, Oswald's dad would have been roughly 13 to 14 during 1985, making him at least 40 for the earliest date we found, 2012. That is more more than reasonable considering he has a 10-year-old son. But does that line up
Oh,
with
so
the
cute,
FNAF
that
4
picture.
bullies? Well, if Oswald's dad was 13 or 14 in 1985, that would mean that in 1983, 2 years earlier, he would have been 11 or 12. Now, we don't know the ages of Michael and his friends here, but we can make a pretty good educated guess. The average height of an 11 to 12-year-old boy is between 56 and 59 inches. And during the
Average,
scene,
maybe
we
they're
see them
taller or
walk past
tinier, I don't
a
know.
handful of dining tables, which usually measure in at around 30 inches tall. If you take a look, you'll see that
Okay.
the bullies are just shy of double the table's height, putting their
Jeez.
height smack dab in the middle of the 56 to 59 average. Did
One
you
of
just
them are
find the
tinier.
ages of the
Whoa,
FNAF
look at
bullies?
that.
That was not the intention of this episode. And, you know, it's FNAF, so I'm not going to hold on to it too tightly, but it's definitely interesting to think about. And for our purposes today, it does mean that Oswald's dad would have been the perfect age in 1983. Combining that with his frequenting of Freddy's locations and owning the same mask, he's looking like a pretty good candidate for the identity of the Freddy bro. It's more than just the
Okay.
timeline stuff too. A detail I always thought was odd was Oswald's affinity for drawing, quote, mechanical animals. He does this at the start of both the game and the book, and as we get more details, it turns out he's drawing characters like Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica. But this
Okay.
is before he's even gone to Freddy's, and as I've already mentioned, at that point, Oswald doesn't know who these characters are. What's even weirder is these drawings don't play any part in the story whatsoever. So why are we being shown this? Because
Why,
the start of
yeah.
the story is where you establish who your character is. Their likes, dislikes, hopes, dreams, and their relationships. In this case, we're being shown that before this story about a Freddy Fazbear's even starts, this character, this family, has a connection
Okay.
to the Fazbear
Why they all
franchise. A
wearing
connection
blue
Oswald may not
clothing?
fully understand, but one that his dad
They're a blue
certainly
family or
does.
something?
But why does this matter? What does this fundamentally change for us and our understanding of this franchise? Well, it's once again showing us that this modern era of FNAF is widening our view on the world and the characters we look at, focusing on the knock-on effects of the Afton family and how the part these other characters played all led
Oh,
to
so
them
cute,
changing
so
their
adorable.
ways. Cassie's dad being Bonnie Bro in Ruin was the first instance of this. Cassie tells us that he had a technician's Faz wrench, hinting that after the bite of 83, he grew up and became a technician so that he could stop any malfunction like the one he witnessed from ever happening again. Oswald's dad being Freddy Bro does the same thing. We learn that Oswald's dad used to work at the local mill before it shut down. Again, in true Scott fashion, he kept what type
It's
of
a-
mill
it's
this
a
was
mill?
vague in the story. I always imagined it was just your typical steel
what
or
is a
wood
mill?
but in the game, you
Ah,
actually
wood
get
mill,
to
okay.
visit this mill. Or more accurately, you get to visit the trash heap outside the mill. Although, this isn't any ordinary trash. I mean, some of it is, but next to the classic black bags, you can see a few recognizable Fazbear characters. The most obvious
Okay.
ones are Trash and the gang from FNAF 6. Because, of
Okay.
course, the characters made from literal trash are hiding out in a dumpster. But
Lol,
besides
I
them, you
guess.
can also find things like a toy Bonnie doll, a Bonnie mask,
Ooh.
a Freddy head, and a couple of animatronic hands and feet. And these things
Right.
do belong to the
Okay,
mill as
I
well,
guess.
because Oswald says that they've been sitting there ever since the factory closed down. This mill isn't just your typical mill. They were making parts for Fazbear Entertainment.
Okay.
Oswald's dad worked at this factory, so it seems like he grew up and started working at the local factory that made Fazbear parts to make sure that they were properly inspected, tested, and approved before being sent out. That way, no
Okay.
kid would ever suffer the same fate as Michael's brother due to a faulty part. For years, Michael, the Foxy Bro, was the only one of the bullies to truly try to atone for the mistake he made. He wasn't able to help his brother, but he tried to put his sister back
Okay.
together. And when he learned the truth about his dad from her, he went on a mission to finish him as well. But for almost
Yeah, these
a
kids hate
decade,
their
the
dad,
other three
bro.
bullies basically got away with it. They just disappeared into the back of people's minds, never to be seen or heard from again. Now, here they are,
Aw.
showing up one by one.
My work is
What's
easy because I use
Anna?
Here's
Sorry.
how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I
Okay.
and revealing to us that these events did change them. That just like Michael, they too are trying to atone for what they did back in 1983. And
I
this
guess
theory
that's
works
good,
regardless
right?
of whether you
I
think
don't
Into
know.
the Pit and the books are 100% canon and Oswald's dad is literally
Okay,
Freddy
it's
Bro,
a
or
canon
whether you
game.
believe he's just a parallel for a grown-up Freddy Bro. The theme is still the same. This era of FNAF is about the ripple effects of the Aftons and the atonement of the FNAF 4 bullies. Scott is trying to wrap up loose ends that were left dangling for years. He's giving us a little more insight into characters that up until now have basically been one-dimensional. Both Bonnie Bro and Buddy Bro were just bullies. Mean kids that thought it would be funny to shove Mike's little brother into the mouth of an animatronic he was terrified of. But now we're being shown that they didn't stay those one-note cruel bullies after that. That just like Michael, they were haunted by what they did and were doing whatever they could to make up for it. We see during the end of the game that Oswald's dad deeply cares about his son. He's no longer the awful bully. He's kind and loving, just wanting to provide for his family. And before the factory shut down, he was trying to stop the same horrifying incident happening again, just like Bonnie Bro did as a technician and just like Foxy Bro did when he put an end to dear old dad. So theorists, when the next FNAF game does come out, one that isn't a prequel anyway, make sure you keep an eye out for a Chica. Okay. I have a feeling whoever it belongs to might have an important story to tell. But hey, that's...
Have we got a peachy deal for you? Fierce Legacy Collection has Dead Peach, with shirts inspired by your favorite theories, including Dead Peach. We're talking Dead Peach, Dead Peach, Dead Peach. So much Dead Peach
What's
that we're putting you into a
Dead
Peach Overdrive. Their Dead Peach is in another casket. Your Dead Peach is limited edition. What time is it? Dead Peach o'clock. What's your favorite theory? Dead Peach. Duh. There are other shirts too, but you can't get more Dead Peach than this. But hey, that's just a Dead Peach.
What is happening? It is so random, but okay. Let's go to this one now.
After 9 years and countless theories, the crying child's name has been found. That's
again! Oh my god! Jesus, another name about
this crying child.
Another video about this.
You're gonna know exactly which one it is.
Hello, Let's see, oh my
Welcome
god.
to Game Theory, the show that's just desperately trying to keep up with the FNAF content train. It feels like there's been a lot, right? We had all that stuff from the 10th anniversary, we've had our first full entry into the Choose Your Own Adventure style book series, there's even a FNAF level in the new Funko Fusion game.
Wait, what?
I swear, if there is lore in this thing, I am going to scream. But while I was busy just trying to keep on top of all that, someone else decided that it would be fun to add one final slice to my already oversized mountain of lore pizza. Fellow theorist
nah, bro, that mountain, it's not safe.
Now, normally another theorist posting a theory of their own doesn't particularly slow me down. I'd normally finish writing what I'm doing and then I'd go back and watch that later. But this one was different because he claimed he'd done the impossible. He claimed that after years of speculation, he'd finally found the name of the
Wasn't it Cassidy? No, it is what? I don't know anymore.
Claim, especially when so many others had tried and failed in the past. But it wasn't all talk. He backed it up with some pretty solid evidence that the fan base seemed to love. We were inundated with messages on our subreddit, Twitter, YouTube comments, all asking us one thing. Is he right? And I get it, Hyperdroid is a fantastic theorist, but this particular puzzle has eluded us for so long, to the point where most of us just thought it would never be solved. If he is right and we're all going to start calling the crying child something other than the crying child, we want to make sure it stands up to scrutiny. Don't want to be caught backing the wrong animatronic horse. So let's go through the evidence he's presented, the methods he's used, and see whether this new name holds.
Okay, it's good. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's
it was something.
Can't use Morty anymore, can we? And doesn't look like Matt's going to be interrupting me this time. Got to come up with something new. Oh, I know.
Leave your theories in the comments below. I'll pick my favorite in the next episode of Trash.
Yeah, that's about right.
I guess
that's what happens when I let Yossi pick the acronym. Let's give a trash take then, shall we? To understand how Hyperdroid came to find this new name, we first need to recap where the mystery started. The survival logbook. After the release of FNAF 6, we got this book that seemed to just be a kid's puzzle book.
I think I already said this, but if I got this
and I really
book, I would
do
the activities on them. Because it looks fun. I like activity books. They're cute.
And a final spirit altering the physical text of the book. Across several pages, the faded text wrote the words, "My name." And on one page, my name was written on a gravestone. This reflected the 5th gravestone with no name that we found at the
Look
end
at
of
butterfly, so
6.
cute.
Thanks to Reddit user DPowerful1, we realized that you could take the altered numbers on the pages where the words my name were found and use those as coordinates for the word search, giving us the name Cassidy, the 5th missing child. This in and of itself was a huge dub for the FNAF
so
community,
cute.
but it was kind of bittersweet because there was another puzzle in this book that remained unsolved, the Foxy Grid. This grid had faded letters in the first few boxes, showing us that we needed to fill in the rest, and likely meaning we needed more coordinates to figure out a new name. The name of the spirit writing in altered text in the book. Based on Cassidy's questions about the purple plastic telephone, psychic friend Fredbear, as well as a birthday party that was
activity book
for
is to
you,
make the
all
activities
things
or just
seem to
read
point to
it,
this
like
final
see the
spirit being
clues.
FNAF
Because
4's
I would
crying
actually
child. The Foxy Grid was
so
going
like
to
the
finally help us
activities.
figure out the name of this
It's so
character.
weird.
The problem was, nobody could solve it. Matt was literally ripping his
Sorry.
hair out for years over this thing. Some people tried to find the name in other places and then reverse engineer a solution. In Help Wanted, the FNAF 4 bedroom was called Norman Bedroom, so maybe Norman? Some people thought Garrett because that's Mike's brother in the recent movie. Some even thought it might
Okay.
be Gregory because he's designed in a similar way to the crying child. But none of them were able to link it back to the Foxy Grid, and so it just felt inconclusive. A few Reddit users found the phrase "is Springtrap" using 6 Cassidy coordinates and 6 my name page numbers. This seemed to pair nicely with my name because it matched the FNAF 3 teaser. My name is Springtrap, and implied therefore that the ghostly text was
That's
actually
weird.
Afton speaking to the crying child, whose name would therefore be Cassidy. But sadly, this solution ignores the 7th coordinate needed to make up the name Cassidy in the first place. And so by cherry picking 6 of the coordinates, it kind of causes the whole thing to fall apart. Finally, the most simple
yeah, I
and
guess.
well-known of the theories was offered by Reddit user Wolfie1740 Kingdom. They matched the questions that Cassidy was asking to the answers given by the crying child in altered text. The party was for you. It was for me. What do you see? I can't see. Does he still talk to you? I can hear sounds. This gave them the letters E, V, and A. But they weren't really able to figure out the final letter. Another Reddit user, Godzilla81315,
the name is Eva?
did manage to find a solution. They added up the tally marks
Godzilla
to give them
Slay.
the final coordinates 39, leading to the letter N and the name Evan. A lot of people really liked this name and thought it was an interesting theory, but because you had to break the method on that final letter, it was just too tough a moondrop
Oh, so
to
cute.
swallow.
Look at that poster.
Hyperdroid. He too liked the initial method posed by Wolfie, but he agreed that the final letter would need to follow the same method, especially as Crying Child does offer a 4th answer, I'm scared. So he took the same 3 answers to get the letters E, V, and A, but rather than skipping the 4th answer, he tried to match it to another one of the questions. On page 41, Cassidy asks, do you have dreams? Initially, that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense given the response, but underneath that question, Mike has drawn a picture of Nightmare. The Nightmare animatronics came from William's experiments on his kids, and it's been theorized that this is what was used to make the crying child scared of the animatronics in FNAF 4. That means the crying child would not only know what this is, but would also be afraid
Bro, look
of
at that,
it,
it's
leading to him giving a
transparent. That's
seemingly
cool.
non-direct answer, I'm scared. Taking the page number for that question, you can plug it into the Foxy Grid and get the letter D, spelling Evad. Then noticing the references the book had to reflect in, along with the random mirror next to the word search that's never been used for anything, Hyperdroid reflected the answer, giving them the crying child's name. D-A-V-E.
Dave. Oh my god, such scary music.
Their frontal lobes over this, but
I didn't, but okay, because I just found out now. I wasn't thinking about this much. Thank you, I guess.
On all of us and used some real-world evidence. He calls out that Dave, or more accurately, the full name, David,
Hello,
was
David.
the 3rd to 5th
It's Dave,
most
not
popular baby
David.
boys
Ain't
between
we to keep it to
1970 and 1980, around the time that he would have been born. I love the fact that real-world evidence is so useful for theory crafting. It can give you insight into things that the games or books might otherwise not. And given how important this name is, I wouldn't be surprised if Scott had actually done some real-world research himself into the name. And what's more, I think we can actually expand upon Hyperdroid's idea here by getting a little
why is there some chicken in that picture?
FNAF is commonly depicted as taking place in Hurricane Utah. According to the United States Social Security Administration, administration, between 1970 and 1980, David switched positions a few times, occupying
Wait, is
either the
David?
fourth, the third, the second, or the first most popular spots, higher than what Hyperdroid presented. So we're off to a pretty good start. Although there is one detail about the Aftons that we never really talk about that could change all of this. Ludwig actually mentioned it when he binged all of the FNAF lore with Matt on stream.
Matt, why are they all British? Why are they British? The kids are raised in like Utah and they sound British.
When the Aftons speak, they sound British. Likely somewhere from England based on the accents. I'd like to say it's nice to have some British representation in video games, but I'm not really sure this is the one I'd want to claim. Anyway, this detail could throw a spanner
Baby names
as
slow.
there's a chance that William named his kids based on what was popular back home rather than where they lived now. So, was David still a popular name in the UK? Thankfully, the answer is abso-freaking-lutely. More so than in America, actually. According to the Office of National Statistics,
no, I'm not
David was
British.
the most
Thank you.
popular name for boys in England from 1954 to 1974.
Jesus
After that,
Christ.
between 1974 and 1994, it only dropped down to number 3. So still, this is looking like a pretty solid piece of evidence right now. Plus, we can actually take it a step further. Wanna guess what other name was in the top 10 baby boy names during the 70s? Michael. In the UK, Michael was the 9th most popular name for a boy, and in Utah,
why Michael? Why are we talking about the name Michael?
Here in the 70s, except
What is this? Not a beehive?
it was overtaken by Jason.
That's so cute.
Of course, Jason had to ruin the perfect streak. Hashtag blame Jason, am I right?
Jason,
Regardless,
why are we
again,
talking
this
about random
seems to be
names
lining
now?
up pretty well. But what about the final Afton child, Elizabeth? Well, she is also on these lists, although she's nowhere near as popular.
No,
In the
not
UK at that
fish
time,
and
She
chips.
was sitting between 20th and
Okay,
25th
kitty
most popular
patootie,
name. And in
adorable.
Utah, it's similar. Anywhere between
Oh, that's the
19th to
flag of
24th.
Utah. That's
Not
cute.
really as high as I'd like for it to feel like a solid connection. It isn't super bad. It would be way worse if the names were like 50th or 100th most popular, you know? But
It's
if this is
pretty,
the
actually, the
evidence for
flag.
how Scott picked his names, then Elizabeth would likely need to follow that same pattern. And in reality, she'd have then ended up being called something like Sarah or Jennifer.
I
both
understand
#1
now.
names for the
Name
time
Mike
period
and
in the
Jason
UK
are
and
the
Utah
other characters.
respectively. Therefore, while
Okay.
David was a really popular name between the 1970s and 80s, it kind of feels like a weaker connection. Maybe Scott just thought Elizabeth sounded more British because that was the queen at the time. Who knows?
Yeah, I
No
was
need to
gonna say,
worry
oh my
about it,
god,
because
my
that wasn't the only
outfit.
real-world evidence Hyperdroid used. He also mentioned the meaning of the name David. While it was a popular name
Not
in
as
both the
pretty as
UK
the
and
Portuguese
US,
flag.
It's actually of Hebrew origin, meaning
Okay.
beloved. Fun fact, Thomas also comes from
Cute
a Hebrew
tiny
word that means
emote, I
twin.
guess.
I'm not a twin, at least as far as I know. Maybe you could let me know down in the comments if you think you found my long-lost twin.
Thank
But this
you, I
theory, though,
guess.
Hyperdroid claims that the meaning
I don't
does
know.
make sense. He connects the meaning of beloved to the crying child's brother Mike, and how his whole character arc is caused by killing his brother, showing us that his brother Dave was beloved by him. This is
Aw,
where
so
I have
cute.
to press X to doubt. While, yes, Michael does say sorry to his brother by the end of FNAF 4, the rest of his actions don't really say that he considered his brother beloved. He jump scares him, he actively puts him into an
I got
animatronic.
jump
He
scared,
doesn't
sorry.
seem to care about him at all. After that, his actions seem to be spurred on more by his father. Afton sent him down into Sister Location, where he then learnt about Elizabeth and the monster his father was, and so went on a quest to destroy him. Some of that may have come from the guilt of killing his brother, but I'm just not convinced enough to say that Michael considered his brother beloved. Now, that doesn't mean that I think the meaning David being beloved is invalid evidence at all. He may not have been beloved by Michael,
Bro,
but he was beloved
imagine
by someone else.
you're trying to do
William.
right because you
William
killed
didn't want his little
someone
boy
without
gone. He
wanting
didn't
to,
want him
and then
die.
you
He
have to
needed
kill more
save
stuff
him. I
to
will put
compensate.
it
That's
back
kind of
together.
bad.
We've also believed for a long while that he killed Charlie in a drunken or emotional rage after the death of his own son. That wouldn't happen if he didn't care about his kid, if his son wasn't beloved. And by associating that meaning with Afton, other pieces fall into place for the other Afton kids as well. Michael once again comes from the Hebrew language, and it means who is like God. Typically, this is meant as a
Bro,
rhetorical
why are we
question
doing
because there is no
this?
one like God, but it could also be interpreted as a statement. Michael.
Why
who
are
is
we analyzing
God?
like
William
this?
is a man
Jesus
who's figured out
Christ.
power over life and death in this world. He sees himself as a god.
A murder
And
made
Mike
to him,
tells
the
us
murder
himself
makes
that the
more
fun-time
murder.
animatronic
Yes.
confuse him for his father.
This is so sad and depressing.
They thought I was you.
He is like
Legend has
Oh, oh my god, wait, this is Star Stable. Let's wait till a horse appears.
hiding inside.
Sure. Let her cook.
Where is the horse?
Sorry. Go on.
Rumor has
Let's get horses! Sorry. I love horses.
His father.
Because FNAF makes views and those
the same
bring
thing goes for
money.
the name Elizabeth. It's derived from the Hebrew
Oh,
name
but this is
Elisheva, and
dumb.
means, my God is a promise. One of the only lines we get from Elizabeth
There's
before
no
she
way
becomes
they
baby is her
did this
begging
Hebrew
Lily to
language
let
stuff
her
in the
play
game
baby.
to make sense. Oh my.
Let me go to her. Didn't you make her just for me?
Baby was made by Afton for Elizabeth. She's annoyed because she is now being denied the thing made
So cute.
specifically
The
for her,
tiny
the
face.
thing that was
So let's do
promised to her
150,
by her
125
father, by the
episodes
God
of FNAF.
this world. After that,
Actually,
he disobeyed and got
wait.
scooped, and so Afton made her another.
Actually,
prophet,
it's
the same one
86
who made the
episodes.
crime child. He sent Michael down into the bunker to put her back together. 3 Afton kids, 3 Hebrew names.
Don't worry,
3
next
meanings
week
that
we'll
all point
finish
back
this
towards
finally.
the
What do you want to do to
It's like
celebrate?
poetry.
Do we do a party? Do we scream? Do we sing? I don't know what to do. We're almost finishing this. We are like 3 months on this already.
He tried to protect Elizabeth. He was resolute in fixing and protecting the
I said
crime
sign now
child
for
after he
22 minutes.
died.
Oh my god,
And
get
still
any
surviving
face
his
my
friend
false. How are you?
I don't know what else you'd call it. So, from
My
a
god, that's scary.
thematic
Jesus
standpoint,
Christ.
the name Dave does seem to work. Its meaning fits what we know of the character, and it ties into the same themes as the rest of the Afton family.
I don't think the names were like that, but Jesus
Real-world
Christ.
research is great, and strong connecting themes are fantastic pieces of supplementary evidence.
I
But
think
that's
it's
the
just
point,
to
they're
fill up, bro.
supplementary. If the
This doesn't
core
make
evidence
sense.
isn't there to
Why
back
are
it
they
up in
getting
the first place,
Hebrew
then it don't mean squat. It all
meanings?
comes down to the actual method that Hyperdroid used to solve this puzzle. And I'll be honest,
Look, my
when I
name,
first
my
saw it,
original
I was
name
a little unsure. Using the faded text
means
of the party was
Lady
for
of
you
the
and
Sea,
what do you
bro.
see
I'm
make
not a Lady of
complete
the
sense
Sea.
for the
That
answers
doesn't make
it was
sense.
for me and I can't see. I can
Oh
use
my
sounds
god.
technically works with does he still talk to you? Though it's not the cleanest. But I'm scared being a response to do you have dreams does feel like a bit of a stretch. The line only works because of the nightmare drawing on the same page, even though none of the other questions need context clues.
Hope you're liking the stream,
This feeling was also
Nightfalls.
exacerbated when Hyperdroid
Evad.
pointed back to a Reddit post by the
Imagine
user
there's
Static
actually a name
Marzipan
called
7 from
Evad,
the GT
bro.
subreddit.
Probably
They
it's
came up with a solution
possible.
3 years ago, so way to represent the GT community. But when I took a look at the original post, they were receiving similar pushback. People were commenting the same things that I'm saying now. However, we theorists are nothing if not thorough. We always dot our I's and cross our
Clips, thank
T's,
you.
rather than just
But
say
imagine
this.
this.
Answer feels wrong
Imagine
and throwing
that
the whole thing
they're
out. I
gonna
wanted to
start
go back
getting
through
so
the
crazy
logbook,
with this
look at
game.
my
They're gonna
own
analyze the
reverse
breathing
engineering. I marked down every page
of the
number where
character
Cassidy
and
wrote something
translate it to Morse code and get something. I'm getting crazy with this because every single thing here is something. Not false. Her de her grond till has nek nog snede her bach volgooi.
They're on pages 20 and 17.
No, false. Thank you. I don't understand what that is, but thank you so much. I've seen the community go almost as deep as that. You're joking.
3 of Cassidy's questions.
Imagine they're gonna see the dust particles in something and gonna do something with that then. Jesus Christ.
On page 42 and did one of
This is getting too crazy, bro. Why don't you just enjoy the game?
Gives us a C, 42
It's not that
gives us
deep.
a W, and 43 gives us a P.
Right?
Using these letters, you can spell cave, wave,
Like I just play and
real words, but
you know,
not
enjoy
exactly
it.
names, especially considering the very normal Mike and Elizabeth. Although page 43 isn't actually labeled as 43. It's one
Oh
of
my
the
god, keep
altered
drawings.
page numbers, and it shows 15. So I tried that too, and it gave me Yave. Another
Yave.
dot. The only time I got close to another answer was by using page 23, which ironically gives you an N spelling Evan. Was Wolf
Naven,
like all
Evan.
those years ago? Yeah, no. If you thought Do You Have Dreams made no sense with I'm Scared, I feel like was your favorite
You know,
childhood
there's
toy a
some
plastic
crazy
telephone
stuff
is
on
an
this
even worse
FNAF stuff,
answer.
my
It doesn't
god.
mean we haven't reversed anything either. And
They
the
say that
mirror
the
in the middle of
toes
the book would
and the
also remain
fingers on the
confused,
animatronics
which
are
isn't
important.
really
This is
ideal.
so
The last page to
crazy.
try was
Which it isn't, but it's so confusing that I don't care anymore. anymore.
Familiar to you. This
I
gives
don't
you a
know, bro. When I
team
play
of
these
Foxy
games, I'm
I've
just
tried
gonna
using
play
this as
them.
both an alternative for I'm
Because
scared,
as
well
I
can
do
hear
in
sounds.
games, like I
Just to be
play the
sure
game, I
that
want to
no
get
combination of
everything
those
in a
letters
game,
make
but
me
if it's
with me,
hidden
by
or
process
something
of
and not
elimination, do you have
like
booze? Does
a
kinda
point,
have to be the answer.
like
If it's
market
not,
or something,
you
I
also
will
have to
not
throw
do
out the
that.
letters
For
E, D, and
example,
A2 because
in
we need to
Dolmer,
find
there
an
are secret
entirely
notes,
new
right?
method to
But
solve
if
this
there's
quiz.
not a
And at this
page
point,
that tells
I
me
kinda feel
which
like if
notes
there
I
was
got and
another
I
method,
didn't
someone
got,
surely
I don't
would have
care,
found
bro.
it.
I'm so
sure that some
specific
people
with that
still
stuff.
aren't going to be
If
happy with
there's
this solution.
secret
For all
items
other
that
questions,
are
crying
not
child will just respond
told
to the words Cassidy
that
said. But
exist,
for
I
this
will not
final
go
one, you
after
have to
them
use
and
my
stuff
story
like
to get
that.
full
I'm just gonna play the
interpretation. As I've
game.
already said, that kind of breaks
Oh,
the
cute
method.
tiny
Not
mo,
as
thank
much
you.
as finding the N for Evan
Because then
using
I
tally
will
marks
get
did, but
so
enough that it doesn't
crazy,
feel
you know?
satisfying. Except when you
I
stop
already
and
get
look
crazy
back,
with base
Scott
game.
actually did the
Imagine
same thing
going
with
to
the
stuff
Cassidy
that
puzzle.
isn't
Think about
even
it. At the start, we were using
explicitly
altered page numbers
there.
from pages with my name written on them.
Like,
But
for
as the
example,
puzzle went
Crash
on, that
Bandicoot.
changed. Suddenly,
I
we
did the
stopped
base
using
game
altered page numbers
completely,
and began
except
using other
those
altered
crazy
numbers from
levels,
the
and I
page,
got
like
crazy,
7
bro.
and 2 or 10 and
On
11.
another
On
extreme,
some
it's the
pages,
Neil
we're not
Mullins
even
games.
using altered
Yeah, but
numbers.
you
One
see,
of
I
them,
will
you use
not
numbers
get,
written by
you know,
Mike, a
I
completely
played like
different
normal.
character. And on another, you have to
I know
follow
they have
Mike's clue to a
lore, but I
different
didn't
page
get
and
that
then use the
deep,
numbers
you
that
know?
are just in the book. They're not altered, they're not written down, they're just there. We were still
But
following
I'm
the
scared
my
that they
name
said
part
there's
of
a
the
game
puzzle,
that
but
has
the
like
actual number
1,000
used for the
collectibles to get
coordinates
some
is
weird
different.
stuff.
That rule was
And
being
this one that I
broken.
get to
And yet,
that
no one
game,
really
I don't
batted an
know if
eyelid
this
when that
is
was
true or
pointed
not. I
out.
think it's
Why?
a Zelda
Because we
game,
got an
and I'm
answer
like,
that
oh
made
my god,
sense. Yes,
I
the
want
method
it's
was
gonna
a
be
little
a
messy,
of
but
me.
clearly it was the
Because
correct
I
solution.
like to complete
Given
everything.
He then went on to confirm the name Cassidy in his cancelled movie ideas. To me, this is the same situation. We
Sorry.
finally have an answer that spells a name and follows the same kind of puzzles, even if the method is a little messy. Maybe Scott wanted to
I mean,
make the
serious
puzzles
hiding
harder as they went
ciphers,
on.
hiding
Or,
another
maybe
cipher,
he just
hiding a
isn't that
YouTube
good at planning
part
puzzles
that
to
leads
begin
to
with.
hidden
We
video, tell
theorists
the name
are
of a
so
character
used
on
to
a card.
complex ciphers and ARGs
What
that
is
sometimes
that?
I think we expect everything we solve to be
But
on
it's
that level.
confusing.
But in actuality, not everyone is. And so the simplest solutions can actually be the best. All that being said, what do I
And you don't know,
actually
there's games that have
Is
hidden
Dave
stuff
the
like
real
Poppy
name
Playtime
of
and
the
stuff.
crime child?
But even with
though a
that,
little
it's
messy, the
actually
solution does
understandable.
fit. It gives
Because
an
I only
answer
see
for the random
the
mirror in
videos,
the
I
middle
don't
of the
even play the
book, and
games. One day I'll
works
play it
thematically
though,
with
if
all
you
of the
wanna.
Afton children
Plasma
and their
Jimmy, who
parts
is
in the
Plasma
story.
Jimmy?
Is crying child's name Dave? For me, after spending days going back and
Bro,
forth,
imagine
back and
there's
forth,
like the
looking at
next
every
videos
side
about
of
the same
argument,
stuff
I
and
had
say
to
no,
say
it's
that
not the
answer
name.
is a resounding yes. I
And
believe
then,
that Dave
you know, it
is
was
the name
Cassidy,
of
it
the
was
crying
Gregory, now it's
child.
this.
So to Hyperdroid, Ecstatic Marzipan 7, and
Inscription.
any other
Okay,
FNAF
thank
theorists
you.
that came up with this solution over the years, congratulations, you did it. You solved the Foxy Grid, and you got the theorist seal of approval. Editor, cue the applause!
Is that the physical
So
badge,
nice to give one
bro?
of these out, especially to people like Ecstatic Marzipan 7 who solved this
If
thing
Game
over
Theory
3
found
years
stuff in
ago.
one
It's a
go, there
helpful
will be
reminder
more
that there are some
videos.
fantastic
Bro, but there's
theorists out
so
there.
many
We just need to be
games.
open to hearing
They
them
have
out.
theories
Whether
for
they're
so
a
many
tiny
games.
channel here
They
on
have
YouTube,
Fallout,
a
they have
full post on a
Skyrim, they
subreddit
have
with only 2
GTA,
upvotes,
they
or
have so
a
many
random reply on a Discord
stories
server.
there,
They can have
so many
ideas that are
games
just
with
as good as
stories.
any one of us bigger
There'll
channels.
always
It
be more
may go
videos.
against our own personal headcanons, but if this experience has taught us anything, it's not to discount those ideas.
Only
just
in
because
Fallout
they're
you have
out
so
there.
many
Give them a
logbooks
chance.
and
Who knows? They might
secrets.
actually have the solutions we've all been looking
We don't need to
for.
focus only on
That's
FNAF, there's
just
so
a
many
theory.
more
A
stuff to
game
do.
theory. Thanks for watching. And if you're looking for more FNAF theory reviews, just bite of 83 the video on screen to watch our reaction to Dual Process Theory's theory review.
Okay, let's see this one.
We've all been wrong about FNAF 1. Since its release, its place in the
Oh,
timeline
there's a
has remained an
channel that
unconfirmed
announces signs of
mystery.
Fallout stuff
Now
like
we
the
have
mini
week
Nook
before,
signs,
a book
etc.
set the week
Bro,
before
I'm
the
gonna
very
say Fallout
first
doesn't
game.
have any
Will it
science
solve
because
this 10-year-old
first,
mystery,
the
or is it
mini
going to
Nooks, as
leave
I
the
told you
timeline
one day,
even
I sent a mini nuke to a gunner and it didn't kill the gunner. Okay, that's impossible. How did a human not explode with a knock on them? Secondly, the ghouls on Fallout are impossible. Anything about Fallout you wanna know about it?
Interactive novels starting officially.
You know, I know Fallout is not scientifically correct. There's some stuff that it's impossible. You know, it's simple.
We take on the role of Ralph, a Freddy
What do you
security
mean?
guard working the night shift the week before FNAF 1. The same security guard that we hear during each
I'm
night
confused.
of FNAF 1.
I wanted to record a message for you to help you get settled in on your first night.
That's right, Ralph
Dodge
is
the explosion.
phone guy.
No,
Likes to
no,
finally
he
put a
took,
name to
no.
a voice.
The
From here,
gunner
you
took
get to choose how the
damage.
story plays out. Some paths will
The
take you
gunner
through
took
the pizzeria
damage,
that
bro.
we know so well at this point. Others will offer you new storylines, and others will land you,
You know,
exactly where
that's
phone guy ends up
possible. You
during
can
the
search.
nightfall call of FNAF 1.
It's possible if the guy has enough level or XP or something. He parried it and wreck it all. Thank you, Shield Gamer. Actually, there are special enemies in Fallout
because, well, it's actually
4
a
that if you take, for example, I can send him a nuke and he will gain health because he's like a chief or something.
The real reason it's
like a boss.
Hot button topic is
I'm not joking, it's true. He's taking it like a chat. Don't you tell me. Bro, one day I bring Fallout 4 to you and we get to a high level and we get to see high level human enemies, you'll see that a nuke will not kill them, even though that's scientifically impossible if the guy is not like a weird creature.
Well, according to the Sixth Night, Ralph is
Let's continue where we started. Slay.
It's me when he's touched by Golden Freddy. But underneath that noise is a different voice speaking in full sentences. 2 voices, 2 spirits. Who those spirits are and how it works are
wasn't it only one spirit some videos ago? Oh my god, I'm getting crazy with this.
We're getting some answers to questions we've had since
it's Cassidy and Dave,
However,
right?
The biggest question that I and
because if they're gonna call it Crankchild again,
what year does FNAF
I'm gonna pass out because the last video already told that Crankchild is Dave.
Was going to give us the answer.
Let's see.
Or so we thought. In true FNAF fashion, while offering answers to some questions, this book is cryptic about others. But as I went back through the book and the evidence surrounding FNAF 1's date, I noticed something. We've been looking at this entirely.
Well, I don't have a woman, so how do you think I am handling?
Over us for a whole
what do you mean? What's happening?
That changes not just when in the timeline FNAF 1's pizzeria existed, but the entire timeline.
You want a woman?
Know it. Grab your camera viewing tablets, friends, because we gotta go back to the original Freddy's for one more night to figure out when FNAF 1 really takes place.
Oh, phone. Wait. This drawing here looks like Jax from Digital Circus, bro. This is Jax from the Digital Circus. No way.
I wanted to record a
message
for you
for interrupting.
Your first night. Welcome to Lumen X FNAF 2024.
But Shilgam, you told us that you can handle everything. It's a purple bunny. The 18 plus videos.
I'm sure you've already taken a look at the cameras, but just some extra information.
What is happening? I'm so confused. Bonnie is a purple bunny. Jax is too, so Jax is Bonnie confirmed. Don't care. Sorry, I'm joking.
In the withered canvas jacket and
what is this, bro?
Just a constant professional, but still deadly.
Have you heard Bonnie has a fish hat? No, false. Wait, my false said that.
Scrap tea. Don't worry too much about him, though.
Pomni has a fish hat?
Let's see.
Wasn't that silly? Okay, I'm lonely. Oh my god. How can I help Shield Gamer with this? Come on, a creator, give some tips to Shield Gamer to get girls. Please, thank you.
Lock the doors if they get close. Yeah.
I don't have a shape.
Don't forget about Ash.
A creator. Jesus Christ, that's scary.
The next Lumen.
If I reset up a hot Talks Gamer release, so can you?
At lumenofficial.com. Keep taking this job.
Okay. Yes, but the creator, you have to be explicit. Say, like, I'm gonna tell it. Bro, Shield Gamer, try to talk about your interests. Don't get a girl that only wants your money, so don't talk about your money. Okay, first just talk about you, your stuff, and she will like by the way you are. Okay. If the girl cares about your high, don't care about that girl then, because I don't care about high. I met that Patuti, I didn't care about high. You know, but it's hard to find though.
6 out of 10 children in every survey from
by just setting about animation. We were in a dating app though. I already met a girl in the bus, she shouted at me and she's overaged. Oh my god, you can't get it, Stan. You have to wait at least one more year, bro. If she likes her like she's the one. Because I gave her the wrong Discords.
Doubt within the community about the legitimacy of 1993 as our FNAF 1 year. Since then, a couple of other dates have been
Is she cool?
Around,
She
but
fun?
despite all of the theorizing,
bro, a creator, she's old overage. Shield Gamer can't have her yet. Shield Gamer has to get older. She like a Hollow Knight slay.
Ralph not only records the phone calls that we get to hear during the first game, but he also
Gamer
listens to
girl
his old
slay.
recordings that, according to him, are from very long ago. Quote, "It's strange to listen to a recording of yourself, especially one from so long ago. If you remember correctly, your daughter had just been born." I know, it is
At
strange
least we
listening
are
to a
friends,
recording
play
of yourself.
together.
Welcome to my
Yes,
life, mate.
at least
the very
be
start of this
friends.
story, we learned that Ralph's daughter, Capella, is
She was
11
watching all
years
our Silk
old.
Song
So, if
costumes.
this recording was made around when she was
costumes,
born,
that's
and
cute.
that
It
initial
will be
recording
less
says it's
lonely.
from Freddy Fazbear's Pizza,
I think
not
Shield
Fredbear's
Gamer
Family
has
Diner,
friends,
then the
but he
earliest
wants
this game could take
a
place
girl
is
to
11 years
mwah,
after
you
Freddy's
know?
opened in
You-
1983.
I never met her
making the
anymore.
year
Aww.
1994. Now, there's always a chance that he recorded the calls a year or so
Man, that's
before
so
the opening,
depressing.
or he
Jesus
simply rounded up
Christ.
the year. The phrase "just been born" could mean sometime between Capella literally being born and being 12 to 24 months old, which would allow for
Bro,
1993 to
what
still fit
Discord
the
did you
bill.
give
That
her?
is, if it
A
wasn't
girl
for
has to be a
something
friend
YouTuber
first.
The Unwitted Truth pointed
Bro,
out. They also did a
but
whole
you
video
were
trying to
already
figure out the
boyfriend
year
and
of one, but
girlfriend.
they found an interesting
Also have a
detail.
secret
The page
admirer,
where
but
we're
she's
told
way
Ralph
too long to
recorded
show
these
her
phone line
face.
messages around when his daughter was born has two major faults. The first is that to get to this
Oh,
page,
wait,
it
you have a
requires
secret
some
admirer?
really odd pathway
Ooh,
choices.
that's
By getting through to
cool.
the sixth
Don't
night
jump
on
to
your first playthrough, you
girlfriendness.
unlock a mobile phone, which
Bro,
the
hey
book
creator,
calls
what
a
did you
bonus
that
item.
did we
You
do,
then
bro?
need to restart the book with the bonus item in your inventory. At various points, the book
I
offers
got a
you
letter from a
chance to use the
secret
bonus
admirer.
item, and you're
Ooh,
encouraged to do
that's
so whenever this
cute.
option is presented, because that leads to the canon FNAF 1 phone calls being recorded. However, to get to the page
Shield
about when
Gamer
your
has
daughter was born,
as someone that has a crush on him. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so cute.
The voicemail service. But to do that, you need a code. This
But
code
she waits
is
too
on
long
the
to show her
mobile
face.
phone
Maybe
speed
she's
dial, but
she's
you would only
insecure
know that
about
if
her
you had
face. I
taken
don't
the
know.
previous prompt and used the bonus
We
item
ended
to
up
record
talking
the
for a while,
mobile
met
phone
fell
call,
in love.
skipping this voicemail section entirely.
Bro,
Plus,
we
it
were
doesn't
already
use
talking
the
about
typical
some
bonus item
stuff.
prompt. It just says if you have
Peter
the
doesn't wait
four-digit
for
code. Without the
shyness.
bonus item, you
Okay,
never
you
know
want
what this
another
code
girl
is.
then.
But if you have the bonus item, you'd have
Bro,
likely
then you-
skip this page and record
I don't know how to help
yes,
you, bro.
It is technically possible to do things
Because
this way, but it
you're still
flies
not
in the
18
face
plus,
of
you can't
logic
get
for the
Bumble,
reader.
bro.
Of course, you could
Is
just
she fun?
dismiss
Have you
this as a
talked to
small
her yet?
mistake.
Bro,
But then once
she
you do
only
get
sent
to
a
the page about
letter.
your
She
daughter's
doesn't.
age, we
He
find
doesn't know
another
who she
It
is.
contains information that directly contradicts other information in the book. On this page, it tells you you've
Only
never
a letter,
bought a
I
pillow,
guess.
as in where you work, Freddy Fazbear's. Yet later on in the book, it says she's never gotten over the time you brought her to work to meet the animatronics when she was 7. Both of these things cannot be true. Either she's been to Freddy's or
we
she
took his
hasn't. And
marks.
so it makes it
God,
really
that's so
difficult to lean on Capella's age as a defining
Aw,
piece of
that's
evidence to settle this
adorable.
debate. Fortunately, there are a few
Aw,
other
so
clues to help us
cute.
out.
Bro, does
Around
that
the
have
book, it becomes clear
DNA?
that Ralph has a bit of an affinity
Get to
for
a lab
pop
and then
culture,
analyze it.
specifically
I'm
movies
joking,
and TV
bro.
shows. On page
It could be like that. You could get DNA. You probably know her and have no clue who
he
it
punches in the
is.
code 1234, and when it's wrong, says that would be a combination an idiot would have on their luggage. The
Bro,
same
probably
line from the
someone
movie
that
Spaceballs.
actually
When
sees
fighting
Shield
against the
Gamer. I
animatronics,
don't
Ralph's
know.
daughter yells, "Try holy water death breath,"
Where
which
can I
comes
find
from
the
the
place
movie The
Hulk
Lost
up
Boys.
hits
This
hate
thing
chicks?
is full of references like this, and they're mostly from the 1980s.
Oh, bro,
The Goonies was first released in 1985, Spaceballs was released in 1987, and The Lost Boys was also released in 1987.
My father is impatient.
However, there is one year that comes
Bro, your
up
father
more
has to wait. You're
prominent.
only
On page
17, bro.
157,
You have to
Ralph
be
says how Bruce
18.
Willis makes crawling through vents look easy, referencing Die Hard from 1989. On page 176, he mentions watching Lethal Weapon movies, as in
Out of us,
more
but
than
you
just
wanna
the
let the shit
original,
like
with the
looks or
sequel
actually like
coming
being
out in
around. I think he
1989.
wants
even references
balls,
an
say
episode of Star
creator.
Trek on page 8.
Of course he wants balls.
Episode that was released in 1989. And finally, he mentions his daughter playing a Sega
You know-
Genesis console, which was released in, you guessed it, 1989. With all of these references
Bro,
to
you're
the same
talking
date,
that you're
it
too
really
old.
feels like the emphasis is on this year, especially given that none of these
You're
references
just
come from
17,
media that
calm
goes
down.
beyond November
Oh my
1989,
god,
the
Jesus
month
Christ.
which we know FNAF 1 takes place thanks to the paycheck. And if you remove
Then
the
to
broken
gang
page
out
about
people in
recording
your
the phone
tastes.
calls when Ralph's daughter
But
was
also
born, you
that
no
have
longer
a-
need to
that
worry
he
about
likes
Freddy's being around 11
Marcus
years
Noel is a
prior.
girlfriend. But the girlfriend is like his
age. At first. As I said, there are a bunch of references in this book, but there's only one that is mentioned twice. Like, time to make the donuts.
Yeah, I met my love when I was 26. Yeah, now we're 28 or something. And he's in second grade. What?
That
or 27, I don't know, but second grade?
It's just another 80s reference. Except Fred the Baker and his catchphrase.
Bro, yeah, that's not a girlfriend.
The last commercial with Fred saying his iconic line was 1997.
You're joking.
Time to make the coffee, time to make the donuts.
So while yes, the catchphrase did exist in the 80s, this
no
means
way.
we can't rule out the possibility that it takes place sometime in the 90s. And to top it off, there's one other reference that throws a spanner into the 1989 idea.
I just met my kid patootie when I was 21,
Disney
bro.
Is canon in the FNAF universe.
Also, Kid Animal,
thought we were crazy for comparing their mascot designs to FNAF in our Ultimate Timeline, but here we are. Quote, you smile, thinking back on better times. For a while, you'd have said that Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was the happiest place on Earth, if you weren't worried about infringing on a trademark. The happiest place on Earth is, of course, the slogan for Disneyland, which opened in 1955. However,
bro, I'm gonna tell you something. I think there's like
lawsuit Ralph is afraid of trademark infringement.
If you want to first be friends,
recent Poppy Playtime episode, but the basic gist is that a personal business can trademark a phrase to stop others using it to sell their
search something.
In this case, it would be to stop other parks or franchises calling themselves the happiest
Wait, I'm
place
seeing
on
something
Earth,
first.
as that could lead to visitors thinking they were visiting an official Disney attraction when actually they were going to a Murder Bear pizzeria. To get a trademark, you have to apply for it, making it an official legal thing that you own. And despite being around since 1955, Disney didn't actually register for that trademark until 1998. For Ralph to be afraid of trademark infringement, this book,
I'm seeing
and
something.
therefore FNAF 1 has to take place
I'm
after
seeing
the
something. I see if
trademark
it's
was filed
safe.
in. This isn't a totally out there date for FNAF 1 either. I know Rye Toast has liked the idea of FNAF 1 being in 1998 for some time, mainly
okay,
due
you
to the
have
date
to
given
wait.
to us on the FNAF paychecks. In FNAF
Still
1,
have
we're
18,
paid
bro. I
on
can't
November
help you with
12th,
that.
and
I need a
we're
one so I
also
don't
paid
watch
on
18
November
Plus
12th.
anymore.
Only
I
this
still watch
time,
it.
we know the
Bro,
year, 1987.
still watch. Yeah,
That
creator still
isn't a
does that.
Friday, as we initially discussed, but a Thursday, implying Fazbear typically breaks the mold and pays on Thursday.
Bro, I'm sorry,
And
Chill Gamer,
another
I
year
can't
with
help you
November 12th
with
on a
stuff
Thursday is, as you might
because
expect at
you
this
need to
point,
be 18 plus, bro.
1998.
Bro,
This
why
date
not?
also
What
allowed for
type?
Capelli's
Bro,
age
what
to
is
work
this?
If you wanted to include that detail.
I don't know.
As 11 years
Creator
prior
will
is in
tell you.
1987, the same year as the grand reopening of Freddy's in FNAF 2.
Dude,
Finally,
what?
it also works with a line that has bugged us theorists for years. During night 1 of FNAF 1, Ralph's phone call mentions that these characters were, quote, forced to sing
let's
those
leave
same
it at
stupid
that.
songs
Never
for
mind.
20
What's
years.
happening?
20 years prior to 1998 would have
Oh my
been
god, cute tiny faces, thank you.
Since Help Wanted 2, we have been aware that the franchise has existed since the 1970s. And in The Secret of the Mimic teaser, we saw the date 1979 pop up, very close to that 20 years prior. And just like it's possible he was rounding years for the phrase just been born, it's not too much of a stretch to believe he
Bro, but
rounded
for
up to
safety,
20
Chill
years
Gamer,
when
we have
it
to
was
wait
actually
one
a
more year
less,
until you
and
get
it was
18 for safety,
1979.
bro.
So is that it? Is
I'm trying to see
1998
like
the
if
year
there's
of
a
FNAF
safe
1?
way
Honestly,
to get the
I
shit,
thought
but
so for a pretty decent
bro,
chunk of time.
you
But as I was
should
going back
be
through all the
calm
evidence,
now, okay?
something struck me. The quote from Ralph about singing
I know
those
it's
songs
hard
for
to
20
wait,
years,
but don't
it's not
worry.
the full quote.
Everything will be
a lot of
alright.
time focusing on the 20 years part because that feels like a definitive amount that we can fit into whatever timeline we come up with. But the full line gives us an extra detail about exactly what he's referring
What
to.
are your
If I were
hobbies?
forced to sing those same stupid songs for
Ah,
20
it's
years,
for Chill
I never
Gamer,
had a
okay.
bath, I'd probably be a bit irritable at night.
Wait,
too.
did you meet
Catch it?
someone
Ralph
on a
mentions the
Discord
never
server
being
maybe?
washed
I don't
in those
know.
20 years. You can't wash a character. It's just a fictional concept, which means this
Ooh,
line has to
washing
be
a
referring to the animatronics
Also cute
themselves.
and
In the
scary
book,
at the same
he also
time, I
states
guess.
that he was so happy that they restored Freddy and the gang to their vintage designs. These aren't new animatronics for this reopened location. These are old animatronics that have been restored. The same ones that have been around for 20 years. His joke about not getting a bath is just his explanation for why they smell, as during the canon run of the week before, he never discovers the truth about the kids' bodies being stuffed inside. Ralph's
Don't
not
search
talking
for a
about the
lady, you'll find the
characters of
world
Freddy,
precious
Bonnie,
and fun,
Chica,
will exist
Foxy.
around your
He's
tastes.
talking about the physical
Slay.
animatronics, and that
Also, you have to
changes
be
everything.
calm.
Because if these
Your
four
dad
animatronics
needs to
have
be
to have been
calm
around
too.
for 20 years, then that means
You're
there's
still
only one
young,
date
bro.
FNAF
You
1
have to
can
wait.
beat.
Don't worry.
We've seen that time and time again, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was officially established in 1983. If the animatronics from FNAF 1 are supposed to be the same animatronics restored to their original vintage designs, then that would mean the earliest FNAF 1 could take place.
Is that is like Judy Hopstad? Oh my
what
god!
About the Secret of the Mimic teaser? That showed the franchise was active in 1979, and that's true, but it's not.
You know, the Zootopia we need to make babies. Oh my god!
In the books, the
a
Mimic is invented
creator.
as one of the earliest
Jesus.
ever animatronics.
You know, Zootopia 2 is really weird, bro. I watched it. It's kind of weird. Not joking.
That character. This is the costume era of FNAF, not that of fully fledged animatronics. Edwin, the creator of the Mimic in the books, is working on animatronics.
Remember that line? Yes, of course I remember.
Yet. We saw the same thing
It's
at
so
Steel
weird.
Wolves PAX West booth where they showed a sneak peek of the game. On the walls was a poster saying Freddy Fazbear's Pizza coming soon. The original animatronics have not yet taken center stage. They haven't started singing those silly songs yet, so the 20 years needs to start after they've debuted, once again pointing us to 1983 and therefore 2003. But what about the minimum wage or the paychecks or the references?
Paycheck.
Earning $120 for 5 nights of 6 hours work is $4 an hour.
Bro,
While minimum wage in
why
2003 is
I think this was already
$5.15.
analyzed in
But
some
I also
videos
point out
already.
that after completing the 6th night, you only get an extra 50 cents in overtime pay, which regardless of whether it's 1989, 1993, or 2003, is still way too low. I'm just not convinced Scott thought through the amount all that much. As for the dates, the 12th of November 2003 is a Wednesday, and so it doesn't line up with FNAF 2's pay schedule. The only explanation I could offer is that in the movie, Mike learns about the job on April 6th, 2000, a Thursday, and the next day calls Afton and starts the job on Friday night, making his 5th night and the day he would typically be paid Tuesday. So we can't necessarily guarantee Fazbear is paying on the same day of the week for all of those years. As for all of the references in the week before, well, just because references exist in the 1980s or the trademark was first established in 1998, it doesn't mean that's the only time those things can be mentioned. My dad only references Top Gun, which came out in 1986, despite the fact he goes to the cinema every other week. References like this can limit the earliest it can take place, but not necessarily how far into the future it goes. If it is 2003, this would mean that FNAF 1 takes place 16 years after the closure of 1987, which, if you're trying to revitalize a franchise, feels like an awfully long time to wait, although we all know the power of nostalgia with older audiences these days. As for the future parts of the franchise,
I got Crash Bandicoot because my dad bought me the game, and he never played Crash Bandicoot, so it was not for nostalgia. He just said, bro, the graphics look great, so I will buy this for my daughter.
Calendar from Security Breach,
So
it's
cute.
been theorized that Security Breach takes place in 2035. That
Jesus
means that
Christ.
FNAF 3, FNAF 6, Help Wanted, Special Delivery, and Security Breach all have to take place in 2 years. That's a speedrun worthy of a Tetrabit video. Again, that 2035 date has only been theorized about, so there is a chance that, like our initial FNAF 1 date, it's also not correct. Though I will admit, it is annoying if Henry's message in FNAF 6 that was labeled HRY223 has nothing to do with the year of the recording and is just an arbitrary number. So, what now? We've examined the 3 options it feels like this book is trying to point us towards: 1989, 1998, or 2003. All of them have some pretty decent evidence supporting them, but they also have plenty of weaknesses. So, which one is the definitive
I guess, bro,
true
it's
answer?
FNAF.
This is where
There's
I'm sure
some
many of you
problems
are
on
waiting
it.
for me to pull out the trump card, the final
Trump
piece of evidence that will
cards?
settle this debate and
What
give
is
us an
the trump
answer that no
cards?
one was expecting. But the truth is, every time I tried to solve this paradox, there was always one piece of evidence that just didn't
Star Fox 2 was made
fit. If we agree
1995,
it's
but only
2003,
re-released in
then the paycheck days
2017.
don't work. And Henry's message
Thank
number
you. I
means
don't know what
nothing.
are you
If we
talking
agree
about,
it's
but thank you.
1998, then the animatronics can't have been around for 20 years. There's just no winning. This book was clearly supposed to give us answers, but a few mistakes or contradictions here and there have made it impossible to do so. And that
Well, I
is
guess.
so frustrating as a fan of this franchise. We spent the last few years begging for answers to this franchise, and over the last year, it really
Bro,
felt
imagine
like Scott
Five
was
Nights at
answering
Freddy
our
never
prayers,
ends.
clarifying older details in the franchise. The Bite of 87 being revealed to be
Bite
Foxy
of
the week
87,
before. The
not
Spring Bonnie
released,
aerial on the Midnight
released.
Motorist car and 5 Laps at Freddy's revealed that Cheeto Man from Midnight Motorist was Afton all along. Ditophobia revealed that the
That's dumb.
FNAF 4
Jesus
nightmares were a
Christ.
result of hallucinogenic
Why?
gas, not sound illusion discs. But when you actually stop and look at those now solved
that's too
mysteries,
much.
outside of the immediate question, what did they actually solve? Cheeto Man
What
is after, but
happened
we still
to
don't know
take
for
so
sure who
long
the
to
kid that escapes
release?
is, who the person in the living room is, what the mound is. FNAF 4
Because
is
I can think cancelled
hallucinogenic
it was
gas.
basically
cool,
finished.
but the game
Okay.
still plays out the same way. The Bite of 87 was Foxy, but nothing else has developed
Why
as a
cancel
result,
the game?
other than
Just launch
clearing
it,
the name
boy.
of my beloved
I don't
manga.
care if he
Even
gives
today's
money or
mystery,
not.
the
Someone
date
will
of
like it, I
FNAF 1.
guess.
What would knowing that year ultimately change about the story? Regardless of whether it's 1998 or 2003, FNAF 3 still happens next and it burns down. Then
And it
FNAF
got
6
released,
happens
so
and
they
it
made
also
Star
burns
Fox
down.
64
Then
instead.
the Help Wanted VR game is made,
Okay.
and then the Pizzaplex gets built and is taken over by the Mimic.
But
Sure,
they
it is
should
fun to be able to
launch it
solve
anyway.
these small loose threads, and so to some degree, I'm thankful that Scott is giving them to us, but they're ultimately hollow gestures, as we're still unable to use those to figure out the bigger
Cheeto,
mysteries.
man,
What's
what?
the deal with Gregory? What happened to Cassie? Are the books canon? Instead, it kind of feels
Bro,
like
I
we're
don't know
being played,
anymore. This is
given
such a
small
mess.
answers to old questions that don't move the story forward. And even then, they're filled with so many contradictions that you still can't solve them all anyway. And that just sucks.
But they made
It's
a
one of the
nostalgia
reasons why a
version of
large
the
part this
SNS and
fandom
later
wants
in
the books to be
2017 as a
canon.
bonus.
It may not solve everything,
Okay, do
but
you
it
have
gives
that?
us much more straightforward stories and explanations, something tangible that we can hold on to. And that feels a lot better than the alternative of being left scrambling for details that conflict with each other. We've been left in the dark for so long about so many things, and in a time of so much uncertainty, we want to be able to go to our favorite franchises
Some
and
of
feel
the
secure.
like
But
the
instead, it feels
cover
as
of
though
the
we're
book
being
are so
messed
well made.
around
Some of the
more and
drawings.
more. As we get close to the end of 2024 and we've got a new year of FNAF upon us, let's just
Bro,
remember
we
to
are already in
give each other some
2026.
slack. Whether you believe it's 1989, 1998,
Which means finding my favorite Star Fox character is
with the original
canon.
1993. At the end of the
Because
day,
he told me
we are
please there.
all
Haha, you're
working
so
with a
cute,
broken
Patootie. You're
system,
adorable.
just trying our best to make sense of it. And Scott, if you happen to be watching this, you've got Secret of the Mimic, an interactive novel about Cassie in the Pizzaplex, and another Into the Pit adaptation coming. Let there be some actual answers that help us understand more than just the small details. And please make sure there aren't too many contradictions this
Okay.
time. And if you need volunteers to help double check your lore, I might know a good group of people that would be willing to help out. But hey, that's just a
It's a
theory.
theory.
Game
theory.
Thanks for watching. And if you want to watch a mystery that can be solved, check out my prediction for Poppy Playtime Chapter 4. Keep on keeping on, theorists. What if the FNAF books were canon? It's a question that's torn the fanbase
We're
apart
almost done with
for
this, finally.
years, and now
Let me
we've
see
had
the
an update to
times.
Help Wanted 2 that seems to be telling us the answer is yes. But what would that change? What theories would this ruin? And what does it mean we can expect from Secret of the Mimic this year? Today, we're going to find out.
Drawing.
Hello, Internet!
What happened, my
Welcome
folks?
to Game Theory,
You're
the show
drawing?
that's always looking at
Confused.
FNAF from a new perspective. You may remember that last time I was getting a little frustrated with Scott and his lack of clarity in this franchise. It is fun to be able to solve these small loose threads, but we're still unable to use those to figure out the
Cheeto,
bigger
man.
mysteries. What's the
Do
deal
you
with
like
Gregory?
Cheetos?
What happened to Cassie?
You know, it's
Are
so
the
rare.
books
I only
canon?
think
Well,
I
it appears
wait, how many
Scott was
streams have
listening,
there been
and
now
he's
since we
not messing
met?
around, because we just got ourselves a couple
My
of new
faults.
pieces
Let
of
me
information
see,
to
my
answer
faults.
the biggest question in the franchise's recent history. Are the books canon? Recently, friend of the channel
Like at
Dorco
least
did a
like
charity live
60
stream, and as per
streams.
usual, he got special access to some unreleased
60
gameplay and
streams.
teasers. One was a new version of 5.
Congratulations,
Freddy,
Nightfall,
the weird
60
spin-off
streams. Oh my
kart
god!
racer thing.
Look
And
at
while
this
playing,
game, so
a new
cute.
billboard was discovered. It was advertising a company called Murray Co. and their brand new robotic vacuum cleaner. In the story The Mimic from Tales
Nightfall,
from the
it was
Pizzaplex,
60
we
streams,
have a
I guess. I'm
character
not
called
sure.
Edwin Murray, who builds a robotic vacuum cleaner. He later goes on to be bought by Fazbear Entertainment and builds the Mimic, the big bad that we saw at the end of Ruin. We also got a very short teaser for a Help Wanted 2 update where we get to see the Mimic's costume model up close. But the important detail was actually in the very
that's
corner
scary.
of the screen. A white tiger plushie with different
Tiger?
colored eyes. In that
Slay.
same story, The Mimic, Edwin's son
There's like
David
a
has
book that
white
is the
tiger
cover of
plushie.
that tiger, I
After he
guess.
dies, the Mimic begins carrying it around. In later stories like Tiger Rock
Yes,
and
look, there's a
Storyteller, the
tiger.
Mimic is heavily associated with a white tiger animatronic with 2 different colored eyes. A couple of days after all of this, the update came out, and it became even more clear that this was all to do with the Mimic. The tiger plushie was unlocked by using using the code 1979, the date
See
we found
how long
in the
you've
secret
been
of
in
the
the
Mimic trailer,
server.
and roughly around the
Bro,
time Edwin created the Mimic
Noifaus
books,
wants
we
to
get to see
know
the
how
toy
many
factory that
streams
people
they
reported the
have
secret
been.
of the Mimic demo from PAX West taking
They
place
have
in.
been
And in the
there.
Mimic story, we learn that Edwin lived in a
That
factory
they watched
where
it,
he was making
or they were
animatronics.
present,
As you might
or
imagine, this set the fan
or
base
something.
ablaze because
It's
it
like
seemed
60
like the games were
60
finally
streams.
confirming the canonicity of the books. Before this, the strongest connection we had to the Tales books taking place in the game timeline was just the Mimic existing down in the FNAF 6 building in both the
2
epilogues
months,
of
let's go,
Tales and the ending
Noifaus.
of Ruin. But now, with Edwin's company existing and a white tiger character who we've only ever seen in the books at this
No,
point,
wait,
it
it's
feels like more
more.
than ever we are being shown that the games and the books may
It's November,
coexist in the
December,
same
January,
universe.
February.
So
It's like
that's the
4
case.
months.
What does that change? We've been theorizing about this franchise for a long time now.
Watch
and we've
time.
never really
0
considered the
seconds.
books to be
Oh, come
canon to
on,
the game
Stream Elements.
timeline.
Jesus
So, if
Christ.
the books are now being shown
What?
as
Yeah,
canon,
Noifaus, I don't
wondered
think
what
Stream
dominoes begin to
Elements
fall.
is
Which
functioning.
of those theories get debunked? What parts of the story would we have a new perspective on? And what could that mean for future releases? Better grab your Vanny masks once again, theorists, because we've got to take a look at FNAF in a whole new way and ask the question, what if the books were canon? Let's start
Wait,
with
they're
the
not
series of books that are
canon?
most tied to this modern
Oh,
era
bro,
of
what
FNAF.
is this?
Tales from the Pizzaplex. In case you don't know,
Oh,
this
thank
is a
you.
series of 8 books, each containing 3 short stories and an epilogue, with all the epilogues combining into one continuous story across all 8 books. That gives us 25 full
Thank you.
stories, all of which take place in a world where Freddy Fazbear's exists. Most commonly, it's some version of the Pizzaplex. You may have seen the term Tales games thrown around when talking about
Tales
whether
games.
the books are
Okay.
canon to the games. Well, this is where that comes from. Tales
You know, the
games
cover
boils
art
down
is so
to these
cool.
25 Tales stories being completely one-to-one canon to the games. Fortunately, you don't need to know all 25 stories inside and out in order to get to grips with how Tales would change the game's lore. There are a few stories that make small changes, but mostly it's just to provide clarity on parts of the story we weren't sure about. Stories like
Okay.
Help Wanted, where we learn about Steve Snodgrass, a game
Snodgrass,
developer who
what a
made the
name.
original 4
But
FNAF
okay, I
games
guess.
for Fazbear Entertainment. Though we find out he's making them based purely on the rumors surrounding the business and his own memories. Plus, his mind is being affected by this little high-pitched noise, distorting the reality around him, and it's all coming from one little disc. If the books are
Okay,
canon,
yeah.
then this story would
The
not only
discs that
confirm the
make people
canon
crazy.
existence of sound illusion discs, everyone's favorite FNAF gadget, but it would also 100% confirm that canonically, the first 3 to 4 games are in-universe games.
I'm trying to fix this. Wait. Bro, everything crashed. I'm sorry. Yeah, it crashed, bro. Don't worry. Let me fix the model now. Unless it counts that time I for the revolt test for pop-up notification thing. Okay, Kitty Patootie, I'm trying to fix this. Okay, look, I'm going to the bathroom. I will be back because he's taking a long time. Don't you worry. I just got back and I received with this. What is happening? Thank you for kitty notes. So I found out that are you listening, Kitty Patootie? So many kitty notes, thank you. I have something to tell you. You're adorable. Basically, I have a problem in my kidney, a problem in my ovaries, and I have vitamin D below 10. That's horrible. Basically, my health is bad. Sorry. I know. I don't know. Cookie. 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 Okay, kitty patty, you're adorable. Okay, let's proceed.
Universe games. Now, we have known about this idea since the Help Wanted game.
Fazbear Entertainment hired the game developer. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
But what this changes is the reliability of those games for lore purposes. After the Help Wanted game, despite being told that these were in-universe games, it was unclear
you're adorable, so cute.
They were with reality. This story tells us that they were being made by someone who didn't know the true stories and whose mind was slowly being worn down. This allows for Scott and Steel Wool to retcon certain details from those games without them really being retcons. They're just something Steve made up. Obviously, if a modern entry confirms a detail from FNAF 1 to 4, then we can be sure it's likely true. And we actually get a good example of this. Dittophobia. This was the final story in Tales from the Pizzaplex, and it involves a character named Rory, living in a house that is described exactly like the FNAF 4 house. Rory believes he is a kid with a family, but as time goes on, it's revealed he's not a kid. He's grown up. The house is disgusting, and the entire place has been filled with a hallucinogenic gas coming from the underground bunker. Circus babies. We've wondered for a long time what was causing the nightmares in FNAF 4, whether it was sound illusion discs or just the overwhelming sense of fear and guilt. But if these books are canon, the answer becomes clear. The nightmares are real, but it's the hallucinogenic gas that truly brings them to life. So that's hallucinogenic gas, sound illusion discs, and don't forget we have VR and AR in this world.
Right, I want to eat more cookies, but I don't know if I should
table for this franchise. Basically, we can't trust anything we see in the games anymore. Then there's the more modern stories like GGY. This one focuses on a kid named Greg that is hacking into the Pizzaplex animatronics, leaving high scores in all the arcade machines, and is getting rid of any counselors or anyone else that gets close to the truth. With his arcade and hacking sign-offs being GGY,
you know, these videos are getting so confusing.
Gregory, as in our Gregory from Security Breach, which also makes Gregory Patient 46, the mysterious child from the therapy CDs we collect during Security Breach that also has a habit of getting rid of therapists. The final point of clarity here is that Greg refers to himself as the wizard's favorite apprentice during the story, as well as using the handle Dr. Rabbit, which feels like a mighty big hint that Gregory is working for Glitch Trap, just like Vanessa. To be fair, we've actually been on board with this idea for a while, so it hasn't really changed any of our theories. But if the books are canon, it just solidifies it more as fact rather than theory. The only thing we have to wonder now is whether he's still under Glitch Trap's control. Help Wanted 2 and Security Breach seem to be telling us that Vanessa is now free of Glitch Trap, and in Ruin, they are implied to be working together to help Cassie. So is Gregory also free now, or is he just playing the long con? As I've said, the
don't know.
3 stories don't really change much about the lore. They provide some clarity and add depth to certain lore
Okay, thank you for the hydration.
With no real explanation, but it doesn't really derail anything. However, that isn't the case for every story. And now we have to talk about the big 3: the mimic, the storyteller, and the epilogues. And if these stories are canon, it causes a drastic shift in how we look at this modern era of
Thank you.
A quick recap for those who don't know. These stories focus around the latest big bad of the series, the Mimic. It starts with Edwin Murray and his son, David. Edwin is a robotics genius whose company was bought by Fazbear Entertainment, and his job was to turn the original Freddy's costumes into animatronics. He ends up building the Mimic out of spare parts, and it's designed to mimic and play with his son. Sadly though, one day his son runs out of the factory into the road and is hit by a car. But even after he dies, the Mimic continues mimicking David's behavior, causing Edwin to get angry and beat the Mimic to a metallic pulp. Edwin then disappears, leaving Fazbear to come and collect their property from Edwin's factory, where the Mimic is violently murdering those who come to collect. They do eventually manage to contain the Mimic, as while they begin construction of the Pizzaplex on top of the FNAF 6 location, a version of the Mimic is dropped off alongside other animatronics that will make up the glam rock band. The Mimic is then programmed to help clear the endos that remain inside, ripping their arms and heads off. But it doesn't just stop at the endos. Construction workers begin being torn apart limb from limb, leading to the location being cemented over, trapping it inside the FNAF 6 location beneath the Pizzaplex. Many years later, once the Pizzaplex is up and running, the Mimic software is used to run something called the Storyteller, a baobab tree that connects the entire Pizzaplex. And it's designed to create new fun storylines for the characters to play out, except it ends up turning the animatronics into more childish and more dangerous versions of themselves. At this point, Edwin returns and tries to stop the Mimic, only to
usually go that water, bro, of course.
Later being removed, but the Mimic program remains. There is a lot to unpack there, and a number of theories that go out the window if these books do end up being canon. The first and most obvious one, the origins of the Mimic. Up until this point, we've been theorizing that Edwin was meant to be a parallel for Henry. Both were involved in the early days of Fazbear. We'd even theorized that Henry had been bought out by Afton, much like Edwin was. Both made the earliest animatronics, and both had young children that died, and they took their agony out on their animatronic creations that were designed to mimic their now deceased child. That led to several theories about how Henry originally created the Mimic, and that it was originally made to be part of their traveling circus alongside Henry and William. But if the books are canon, that cannot be the case, as it's very clearly Edwin that created the Mimic. Now, that's not to say the Mimic couldn't have been used as part of the circus. We see Jackie from Secret of the Mimic is very much circus themed. But
thank you for the cute stickers.
It was created. Instead, that would have just been a retro.
Oh my god, that's so weird, lol.
We also had a theory about how the Mimic had been locked underground for a very long time, at least since the 1980s. After Henry disappeared, Afton went to collect what belonged to Fazbear, including the Mimic, and then used it to help create the Funtime animatronics, only for it to all go wrong and for it to kill his daughter.
No!
He then locked the Mimic underground
so
and
sad.
created a Blue Bunny mixes to keep it locked away. Again, if the books are canon, this theory cannot be true, as the Mimic doesn't arrive at the Pizzaplex until construction on the Pizzaplex has already begun. There is still a chance that the Mimic was used by Afton to create the Funtimes, as they go to collect the Mimic just a few months after its creation, sometime in the 70s, way before Afton's own spring locking. It just means that Elizabeth's death wasn't enough to make Afton go, maybe this isn't such a good idea, which I would say feels strange, but then again, this is the guy who tortured his own son with nightmare animatronics, so it sadly tracks. The books also reveal who is trying to revive Fazbear Entertainment, and turns out it's not an important or relevant character like Mrs. Afton, like we theorized about in our FNAF timeline. I should really do a new one of those. Let me know down in the comments if you'd like to see my updated version of this. Anyway, instead, it's a random businessman called Mr. Burroughs, and it turns out the reason the Pizzaplex was built on top of FNAF 6, and the reason the Mimic was given access to the Pizzaplex systems, wasn't for some big master plan with Afton's old computer chips and burnt corpse. It was just a dumb business move made by someone who knew nothing about anything, in order to achieve the main goal that you might expect from a modern CEO: profits. And because Mr. Burrow dies alongside Edwin after installing the storyteller, which has clearly been removed by the time of security breach, that would imply that the messages we saw about Vanessa's hiring, despite her lack of qualifications, were almost certainly the Mimic's doing. Vanessa was possessed by the Mimic, aka
Wasn't it
Glitchtrap,
like
and with
the
Mr.
owner
Burrow's
now
death,
of
the Mimic
the-
had full control of Fazbear's
The owner of the company wasn't
so when
the
it says
Miss
that her recommendation came from the top, it was likely the Mimic using Mr. Burrow's email to put its plan.
No, it's
into
Mr.
motion.
Burrows.
But what
It's so
is
weird.
the Mimic's plan? Well, at this point, it's just software. If it truly wants to continue Afton's legacy, it's going to need a body, and it has one just beneath the Pizzaplex. But this is where one of the big criticisms of the books being canon comes from. While there is clearly a Mimic under the Pizzaplex in the games, it doesn't appear to be the Mimic 2 that we read about in the epilogues. In the epilogues, it's a black, almost gooey spider-like thing, transforming into whatever shape it needs. But then in Ruin, we got this thing, an endo made up of the most random assortment of parts that walks with a limp. These two things don't feel like they're the same threatening creature, but if we think about it and we do consider the books to be canon, I think I might have an answer for this. By the end of the epilogues, the Mimic is destroyed, spring-locked by a jester costume. If the Mimic program wants to use this body, it would need to be repaired. Enter Vanessa, and thanks to GGY, likely Gregory, who can then use Glamrock Freddy to clear the path down into the depths, into the FNAF 6 building, and to where the
Freddy's being used for evil.
Dormant. From here, they would do what we initially suspected Vanessa was
That's
doing
so
with Burn
creepy.
Trap. They would repair him using a mix-mash of endoskeleton parts, anything they could find in order to put it back together. That could be why we see it limping before the chase scene. It's either still partially damaged, or it's just because the parts aren't its own, but a random assortment that's not fully balanced or calibrated. That would then tie into the ending we got from the new Help Wanted 2 update. We see Mixes driven away in a van that looks suspiciously like the one Gregory drove in one of the security breach endings. Mixes wasn't always underneath FNAF 6. After the events of security breach, it seems like both Gregory and Vanessa have been freed from the
Why is there a van?
But they know what's down there. They put it back together, and because of that, they know how to stop it. What we're seeing in this ending could be Gregory and Vanessa driving Mixes to the Pizzaplex, collecting it from the same place the Mimic came from, the MCM toy store and factory, Edwin's. That's why Gregory's backpack and walkie-talkie end up down with the Mimic, because they were installing Mixes to keep it locked away, only for the Mimic to learn Gregory's voice and trick Cassie into freeing it. What all of this amounts to is actually something we theorized a very long time ago about the future of this franchise, one that we've actually been quite disappointed hadn't seemed to have come to fruition.
You know, what does a reboot mean?
Of the franchise. By making Edwin canon to the games, and with the Mimic being the true identity behind Glitchtrap, it removes the parts both Afton and Henry played in our theories. We finally moved on from the original characters and story of Henry versus Afton, and into a new era of new characters like Vanessa, Gregory, Cassie, and the Mimic. The Steel Wool era of games still uses the same rules and world as before, but it's more about the knock-on effects of those old characters' actions, rather than their direct input. And that's great.
Hopefully one day I can play this rock. Oh my god.
Now, in retrospect, if the
hopefully
canon,
I can play these games without freaking out.
Up and treat this as a new era separate from those original stories. However, if Tales is canon, this isn't the only thing that changes. There's one more story, one more domino that has to fall, and the story is called Frailty. Here we meet a girl called Jessica, who has a special metallic necklace that when she scrapes off shavings and puts them on dying patients at a hospital, they get better. At the end of the story, she uses the last of this necklace and becomes a pile of scrap metal. The powers of this necklace are nearly identical to the power we saw from the necklace given to Sarah by Eleanor in the story To Be Beautiful. Sarah was
that story is kind of bad. I think I found a way to get penetrated in this room. How?
Human. The reason that this is such a big deal is that To Be Beautiful isn't from Tales from the Pizzaplex. It's from Fazbear Frights, the previous collection of short stories. And if Eleanor becomes canonical, then at the very least, every story connected to her also becomes canonical. Agony would become canon. Time-traveling ball pits would be canon. And the Afton amalgamation, or the Agony, the thing everyone said Matt was insane for even suggesting to be part of the game's timeline, would indeed indeed be canon.
That's
This idea
weird,
the fan base
but
has
okay.
dubbed Stitchline.
I think it's fair
because
to
they
think
all
everything
tie
is
into the
canon.
epilogues
Because
from
why it
those
wouldn't
books
be? Why it
surrounding
would
a
be made
mysterious
like that
character
then?
called the Stitch Wraith. The Stitch Wraith is an endoskeleton that contains the souls of two children, Jake and Andrew. And Andrew is the more interesting one in terms of canonicity. Andrew was killed by William as one of the 6 missing
But you
kids
turn on my
that were
photo
killed in
format spot thingy. Oh my god, you're so
Because
kitty
of this,
patootie. I
Andrew
love you.
is
And so
angry,
smart.
vengeful even, to the point where in The Man in Room 1280, he keeps a burnt and dying Afton alive in a hospital just to torture him inside his mind. That sounds familiar, almost as if it's exactly what happens in Ultimate Custom Night. A vengeful spirit torturing Afton for all eternity. For the longest time, we've attributed this role to Cassidy, the 5th missing kid, and a spirit possessing Golden Freddy. But if the Tales books are canon, which means that at least the Stitch Wraith stories are canon, that would mean that Andrew's spirit is more likely the one
And just put my phone near the corridor, which has better writing router. Okay, kitty patootie.
Is the vengeful spirit. I suppose that would explain why the one you should not have killed is referred
You're so
to using
smart.
male pronouns.
You're so brain. Big brain.
The only confusing part is, why show us Golden Freddy for beating the hardest difficulty? In the story The New Kid, they do find a kid with black curly hair inside the Golden Freddy suit, which matches the description of Andrew's hair, but then he's not shown to possess Golden Freddy in any of the Stitch Wraith stories.
Bro, but it was not the cry shout that possesses Golden Freddy too.
Fetch, while Golden
It's
Freddy
so weird
sits there
already.
with its eyes lit up, implying that Golden Freddy is already possessed and that it and Andrew are separate. Plus, what's with Andrew not getting a gravestone? The 6 graves we have are Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, Cassidy, and Charlie. Did Andrew's parents just not love him enough to get him one? It does feel odd that this clearly
maybe it's in another place, the stuff. This is my afternoon off to me that I know is shit. Michael, let me go down the stairs. So cute. That's so random, but thank you, I guess.
Line is canon. That would
My
make
god.
it into the Pit game canon. And Megacat has already teased us with a Fetch sequel coming at some
Where did
point.
you see
But
that,
details
though?
like this could be more thoroughly explored in those future titles. And actually, there's something quite satisfying about that. What that would essentially leave us with are 2 sets of games running side by side: the Megacat series and the Steel Wool series. One aimed at clarifying Andrew's story within the older games, and one aimed at exploring the future of the franchise's story. It all
What?
sounds
There's
so
two
idyllic,
companies
doesn't it?
on
It feels
this?
like a number of holes in the story do
Looks
get
like
filled
cheese.
in if the books are in
Sorry.
fact canon. The question is, do I really think they are? Now, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the other side of this canon coin just a little bit. While the appearance of a Tiger Rock plushie and Edwin's name on the sign do seem like compelling pieces of evidence towards the
Hello,
books
shit
being
gamer,
canon,
how are you?
there's a
You need a
chance
cross
this is
print tab
another
is in a
silver
wheelchair as a
eye
reference to it.
situation. In those
Okay.
The ultimate kaiju
So
showdown.
so
meets
so
the ultimate
spoopy. You're so adorable. Oh my god,
Witness
dragons!
Godzilla.
books, we have William and Henry, but while they share a name with
You're
their
so
in-game
cute, kitty
counterparts,
patootie
they are
creator.
decidedly different
So
characters.
spoopy.
In games, Afton gets spring-locked and locked away in a back room, only being found 30 years later in FNAF 3. While in the books, Afton survives his spring-locking, isn't locked
Oh my
away,
gosh.
and goes on to pursue immortality.
What
in the
is
books,
this?
Henry unalives himself in 1985 when he can't take the grief of his daughter's death, while in the games, he sacrifices himself when burning down the FNAF 6 pizzeria, which is at least 30 years after the closure of Freddy's. Same characters, different stories. And so, there is a chance we're seeing the same thing happen here. Edwin definitely seems to exist in the main
Damn,
canon,
Nicola
but
Shelf
it may
made
not
school
be
made
one-to-one
cigarettes.
with his book counterparts. Tiger Rock also seems to
A
exist
colleague
in
of
the games
you?
and the books, but the story
Bro,
surrounding him
how?
in the
Where
movie
did he?
might be
How did he make the
It's also worth
cigarettes?
noting that we were introduced to William Afton's name and
Bro,
Henry as
is there
full
a
character
plant
in
with
the
cigarettes
books
or
first,
something
and then later they showed
in your
up
school?
in the
Like
games,
how?
which is exactly what we've seen with the
Because
Mimic. The
cigarettes
character
are
that
made
was
with the
introduced in the
plants.
books first, then showed up in Ruin later. It's
Or did he
following
bring
a
the
similar
stuff and made it
pattern.
on
The truth
school?
is, either of these options is entirely possible. Right
Bro,
now, we
that's
just don't
genius,
have enough
but
evidence to
worrying
say
at the
one
same
way or the
time.
other with complete certainty. We're just gonna have to wait for Secret of the Mimic to hopefully learn more and get the answer. However, despite the existence of these items not confirming the book's canonicity 100%,
I don't know, lol.
I will say that the more more I worked on this
Imagine
episode,
your
the more
colleague
open
makes
I became to this possibility.
the newest
Like I said at the start of this episode, last time I asked
cigarette company, 500 cigarettes. Jesus Christ.
So I'd be silly not to take it seriously. Plus, if the books weren't meant to be canon, then including a Tiger Rock plushie and Edwin's name is just sowing discord for the sake of it, rather than actually trying to help clarify things. And I know Scott is known for being a bit of a troll, but that feels extreme even for him. By including them while not completely confirming anything, it does feel like we're being pointed in that direction. And as we've talked about today, that could be really
There's
helpful
no sticker with that meme. Do you want that sticker?
Vanessa's original plan, who is running the Pizzaplex, and why the Mimic is different now than in the books. But I guess we're just going to have to wait and see when Secret of the Mimic comes out this year to know for sure. Maybe on April 6th, 2025, if the 4625 code from the New Help Wanted ending is anything to go by. But in the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. World premiere on Game Theory. I have found Frankie. After just
what
one
is
visit
this?
to this deadly trampoline park, it's become clear that this show wasn't made to make money or to entertain viewers as they watch people meet their gruesome ends. It was made with far more personal intent, and we fell for it
you're cute.
line and sinker.
Car. Ooh, trees. Why 3 cars? Jesus Christ, 32,000 euro. Jesus Christ, you think I'm rich or something? But I will show you the meme. Thank you.
Since the beginning,
you know, if I had that money, I wouldn't spend it on a car, bro. But okay. How many videos left?
To realize that while we were all looking at
11.
and the Mimic, there was another lurking in the shadows
11.
that explains everything.
We have 11 videos left.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that revisits FNAF.
That's why I don't miss ads. 9 or 11.
Yeah, if you haven't already heard, we've
it's
the
11.
second main entry in Scott's
it's 11
novel
videos.
trilogy. It's called Return to the Pit, and if you're a fan of FNAF, that name will absolutely ring a bell. In 2019, we had the first ever Fazbear Fright Story.
9/11, bro.
Then last year, we had
No,
Into the
but
Pit,
okay,
the
thank
game.
you.
And now Scott is returning to what is clearly his favorite story in the franchise for a 3rd time. But
11, let's go. Yes, next stream we'll finish this for sure.
Over and over again. Scott
finally, everyone, we need to celebrate with something.
Each time for both the original
We're
story
almost out
and
of
the
it.
game, the missing children's
We're almost
incident
out of
was shown to
the
involve 6 kids rather than the typical 5 that
purgatory.
we've been told about in the games, which in and of itself caused lots of disagreements within the fan base. But now in this new book, do you want to guess how many kids there are? It's been changed back to 5. Is this to line it up more with the games? Does that mean that this version
we
is
need to
canon,
celebrate
but
with
the
something.
original Fazbear Frights isn't? Scott,
Screaming,
my God,
singing, I don't know.
spent an entire episode talking about how it would be nice if the books were canon, and then you go and pull this on me? I mean, I'm thankful you didn't change it to something crazy like 7,
the books aren't canon.
Seriously.
Also, what if you end the game with us to get to play all of them?
Canon than the other versions does allow for some interesting theories.
So you don't get to have that many game stats.
In our week before theory was
don't worry, I'll let it be.
Adventure can work in terms of canonicity. With each of these stories, while there are multiple endings, there is only one canon ending. However, that doesn't mean that the other endings can't be used to help solve the lore. In the week before, we know that
it's good to have many games. I like it. I feel rich.
That doesn't mean that an item
I'm rich now. I have so many games. I'm rich.
Can't be used as evidence.
So rich.
The item still exists in that drawer in the world. It is
why is there a pickle there?
It's just that canonically, Ralph never discovers it. Return to the Pit is working on that same principle. The canon ending is Oswald defeats the Yellow Rabbit and saves his dad, like he does in the original story. But there are a number of alternate paths that don't go that way that we can still learn from. Remember, this is the 3rd time we are going through this story. Clearly, there is something that we've been missing that Scott is trying to draw our attention to. And while I was reading one of the alternate endings, something hit me around the face like a yellow rabbit in 1985. 1985. This one ending doesn't just add another log to the is it canon fire. It set off a chain of dominoes that completely changed my outlook on the franchise. It seems crazy, but if you'll stick with me, I promise you'll realize just as I did how this book affects the timeline, Fazbear's Full Fest origins, and one of the most confusing villains in this franchise. And no, I'm not talking about Afton, and it's not the Mimic. Get your arcade tokens ready, theorists, because we've got a prize waiting for us to collect. Lore. Before we get too into the details, in case you somehow missed the last 5 years of this story existing, Into the Pit is about a kid named Oswald. During his summer break, his dad drops him off at a local pizzeria called Jeff's Pizza. While there, he discovers a ball pit that has strange powers. It can take him back in time to 1985.
Why did he use it though?
Back then, it wasn't Jeff's Pizza, but Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. There, he finds a golden rabbit mascot that lures him into a back room and reveals to him a lineup of dead children. Oswald runs to the ball pit to escape and finds his dad on the other side, but the yellow rabbit follows him, pulling his dad into the pit and taking his place in Oswald's life, driving him home, sitting at his dining table, and sleeping in his bed. Oswald has to break out of his own house and return to the pit in order to find his dad, where he manages to trap the yellow rabbit and put an end to it. Now, in the original Fazbear Fright story, it was unclear what exactly was going on with this ball pit. Was it really using time travel, or was it Oswald seeing agony-induced memories of the other victims that died in the ball pit?
No, it's time traveling, bro. What are you talking about now?
Remnant, but not really.
This is so weird now. Now the ball pit is as other stuff.
In the new telling of the story, as well as the game from last year, we're being shown that this ball pit is using physical time travel. In the game, Oswald is able to take objects from the future into the past and vice versa. And in Return to the Pit, Oswald meets a grown-up Chip, one of the kids he met in 1985, and Chip remembers him. So these retellings do seem to be showing us that it really is a time-traveling ball pit. And if that's the case, then there are a few other details that really begin to matter. Suddenly, anything Oswald witnesses in 1985 are real things present in 1985, even if they aren't the canonical route. And with that in mind, one of the alternative paths becomes very interesting. In 1985, Oswald has the option to leave Freddy's. Once he steps outside, he hears a voice calling for help. If we follow the voice, Oswald is led to a basement around the back of Freddy's. He makes his way down the stairs and is swiftly bonked over the head by the yellow rabbit. As he lies on the floor in a pool of his own blood, beginning to lose consciousness, he hears the voice laughing at him.
Why? That's so mean.
Why this particular ending stood out to me. Yeah, it's a bit creepy, but it's just another nowhere path that leads to Oswald's demise. What's the big deal? Well, the big deal comes from when you read the description of the character this mysterious voice is coming from.
Don't you tell me.
About 5 steps away, sitting in the shadow, you see a doll that resembles a little girl. She has red hair in pigtails and is wearing a red dress that matches her hair. Her face, legs, and arms are bone white, and she has a blood-red nose and crimson circles on her cheeks. Her entire appearance is unnerving. Immediately, I knew I needed to identify this character. My first thought was Eleanor from other Fazbear Fright stories, like To Be Beautiful. After all, Return to the Pit is a retelling of a Fright story. She is described as looking like a doll with a clown-like face and red pigtails. This felt like an
Isn't maybe match, like that? Don't question the lore. Okay.
A closer look at Eleanor's description, the more that connection felt less and less strong. Yes, she's got a clown-like face, but her cheeks are actually pink, not red, and her body is silver, not white. There's also how her body is described. Quote, its body was sleek and silver with a long neck, a tiny waist, and a rounded bust and hips. Its legs and arms were long, slender, and elegant. Yes, she is described as being doll-like, but that doll is more reflective of an adult woman with a rounded bust and hips and longer limbs. But the doll in Return to the Pit is described as looking like a little girl, as in not a fully grown woman. So Eleanor wasn't really fitting the bill for me. But while I scratched my head over this, there was one other detail that pointed me in the right direction. Quote again, you hear the sound of laughter beside you, high-pitched giggling. You turn your head and look at the doll. She sits there, perfectly still, but the laughter gets louder and louder. as we've discussed,
That's
it feels
weird.
like this book is trying to align itself with the game canon. So, a red nose, red cheeks, red hair, a red dress, and a creepy childlike laugh can only match one character.
Baby.
Plush Baby. Now, if you're like me, you're probably sitting there
what?
thinking, what the heck is Plush Baby doing here? Her inclusion
Why,
felt so
yeah, what is
intrusive,
this?
like an annoying ad that keeps asking for your data on every website you visit, or like Santi as he follows me around the office. Fortunately, today's sponsor NordVPN can help me out with at least 2 of those things. NordVPN allows me to deal with all these intrusive ads with their next level malware blocking features and encryption. Glitchtrap ain't getting anywhere near my personal data. And as for Santi, NordVPN has thousands of servers around the world, and they're ultra fast too. So in an instant, I can just set my location to another country, like my home of the UK. And now I can not only enjoy a massive library of new streaming content from places like Netflix and Disney Plus, but I also don't have to look at Santi's stupid face anymore.
You do realize that it doesn't literally change your location, right?
I don't know. Do you realize there's an agony murder rabbit behind you?
Do you even hear what you're saying?
But on top of all that good stuff, Nord is offering you guys a huge
sponsor.
discount on a 2-year plan, along with 4 additional bonus months for free. All you have to do is use my link nordvpn.com/game theory. Plus, if you try it out and find that it's not for you, Nord has a 30-day money-back guarantee. So it's a win-win for everybody, even Santi.
Uncle Roger also sponsors NordVPN.
Online security seriously,
Sly,
protect
I
your
guess.
data, and explore a world of content
Cooking.
outside of your
We
region.
need
Click the link in the
NordVPN for
description
cooking.
or use my link
I'm joking.
nordvpn.com/.
Oh my god, I never tried
Thanks to
NordVPN. I don't know if it's good or not.
Now, let's figure out what Plush Baby is doing here. The truth is, I've actually been asking this question for a long time. Plush Baby was first introduced back in FNAF VR Help Wanted as a simple plushy version of Circus
I never
Baby,
tried
even using
VPN.
the same lines as her, just higher.
Well, I guess I didn't. One time I tried it, and I was receiving news from USA. It was so weird.
But from a lore perspective, this was a VR game made by Fazbear Entertainment to fix their reputation while also promoting merchandise. So, a plush version of Baby that people could then love or hate that they could then take home with them makes a lot of sense. What didn't make a lot of sense is the fact she kept reappearing
it's
in
kind of
games
cute
that
and
didn't
dumb,
have that
this
lore purpose.
this plushie,
We're
but
essentially
okay.
a technician fixing all the attractions. But there Plush Baby is, making her way towards us to jump scare.
Ah, no, that's
in
scary.
Security Breach Ruin, Cassie can find a secret room
Only
inside
because
the
it was
that when you
bombastic
take off
side
the
face.
mask,
Lol,
reveals a
I
room
guess.
full of plush babies all laughing like they do, only to disappear when you turn your back. And you can also
Want to do
collect
some more
AR
quests at
versions of the
school
plushie, with
species.
Cassie's only comment being, what is
Bro,
she
what
doing here?
websites
Not
were
only
you
has Stockton
searching
included
for,
her in
including
all
YouTube?
the Steel Wool era FNAF games, so
Okay,
he is
I guess.
specifically calling out that her presence is weird. And now she's being shoved into Return to the Pit during 1985. What is Scott trying to tell us with this character? Well, take a look at
Stream
Plush
crashed
Baby's
earlier,
design
yes.
compared to the character she's based
Also, you
on,
were a
Circus
criminal.
Baby. What difference do you notice? Besides the fact
Hey,
that one is a
creator,
doll and
defend
one
yourself,
is a 7-foot
please.
monster.
Is that true?
The eyes. Plush Baby's eyes are blue, while Circus Baby's eyes are green. Though longtime fans of the franchise will remember that this isn't a design
And allowed me
error
to
from
connect to other
Scott.
people to play
Circus
land
Baby's
games like
eyes
Minecraft or
were
my own
originally
game. Keep
blue,
it
up
pretty
until
adorable.
she scooped Afton's daughter Elizabeth and got Circus Baby's Pizza World shut down before it even opened. When Baby scooped Elizabeth, Baby became possessed by Elizabeth, and as part of that, gained
That's so creepy.
Elizabeth's green eyes. So for the plush babies to have blue eyes, they have to
No, I
have
wanted
been
to play
based
mini
on the
clip.
character
Bro,
prior
okay.
to Elizabeth's scooping.
Bro, mini
Therefore,
clip,
from a
that's such
timeline
a old
perspective,
site.
for this
Jesus
toy to
Christ,
exist
I
as it
played
does
in that site
Return
with
to
my
the
mom.
Pit, a blue-eyed circus baby needed to exist before 1985. We still don't have anything
Or
telling
cool
us
math games.
exactly
That
when
one
her
I only
scooping
tried
happened
when you
prior to
sent
that
me
date in
games to play on
1985,
stream.
whether it was
Before that, I didn't know
before
it
or after
existed.
Dave the Crying Child and Charlie's deaths. But hey, at this point with FNAF, I'll take whatever timeline wins I can get. Although, that isn't the only thing this appearance teaches us. Because of Circus Baby's Pizza World's ambiguous placement in the FNAF timeline, there have been a lot of theories about why Baby and the Fun Times were designed with claws in their stomachs and cavities large enough to hold a child inside of them. Obviously,
Why?
it was to capture kids, but
Of
it's more
course,
about
it
why
was.
Afton chose this method to capture them when the
I
only
don't know.
thing we'd seen
We
at
think
that
there's a
point
part of
was
now
him
help
stuffing
on
the
Sweet
kids
Diet
into
that took me
suits
6 years to
himself.
complete.
One option that has been theorized
What?
about is that the Fun Time designs
Bro,
were made
no
to
way.
capture kids in their stomachs
Ah,
because
bro,
of
I don't
the
know if I should
police
play that
sniffing
game
around
then.
after the missing children's incident. Afton couldn't risk getting caught
I
leading
don't want to
children
take
into
6
the
years to
room
play it.
himself
It's
like
50
he
minutes
used
till
to.
game.
So he
Let's
just
go.
had the animatronics do it for him.
No.
But in this book, we're being shown that Plush Baby, and therefore a pre-Elizabeth baby, were around
We still need
before
1 hour and
1985,
20
before
minutes.
the missing children's incident, which happened in Return to the Pit in 1985. That implies that Afton's use of Baby and the Fun Times was less responsive and more proactive. Like it was always the plan
What
to
is
have them
happening?
assist him in capturing kids. Like he knew
That's
it was
not
the
cool, bro.
smart
That's
approach
creepy.
to have help rather than doing it all himself. He wanted someone else to bring the kids to a secluded place where he could then kill them. He needed an accomplice.
It was the fun
And
with
if you
Scrap
think
and
about
Plush
it,
Baby.
This idea is actually being reflected
Okay,
in
that's...
Plush Baby's
I don't know what's
recent
happening, but
appearances. In
okay.
Return to
Oh
the
yeah,
Pit,
stream started
Oswald
late.
is led to a
Keep it
mysterious back
adorable.
room by Plush Baby and is then killed by a yellow rabbit. It's not literally Afton, it's a weird monster version of Afton with hundreds of teeth. But then again, it's not literally Baby either. Instead, it's symbolic of the relationship these two characters had. Baby is once again helping to
I had the game
capture
since
the kids,
2019,
luring them
Jesus
to a place
Christ.
where Afton can finish
Bro,
them
taking so
off.
long to
A
finish
similar
a game
thing
should
happens
be
in
a
the room when
crime.
we play as
Like,
Cassie,
not
another
your
child.
fault, like
We're
the
lured
fault
to a
of the
secret
developers, you
back
know
room,
what
much
I'm
like
saying,
Oswald
right?
was. And inside are a bunch of giggling plush babies. Fortunately, this time, no rabbit came to kill us. And you know why? Because the one who is acting like Afton, the mimic, is locked downstairs in the basement. We haven't released it yet. We can't even put on the Vanny mask in this room, because doing so would summon mixes, the thing that is working to keep the mimic trapped. Symbolically, we're being shown that Afton, or things that think they're Afton, don't work alone. Though it's not just symbolic either. The more I thought about this, the more I realized that recent FNAF has been showing us Afton's need for an accomplice to pull off his plans. Just take a look at the FNAF movie. We've never actually talked about the FNAF movie on this channel before, mainly because you stole it from me. Hey, you weren't
I still have with Spirit Tracks, even though I saw the game in 2016. I don't know what Spirit Tracks is, but it looks cool. Let's go to that, it's good now, it works, keep it, it's adorable, I love you. You're so smart. I got FNAF Into the Pit for free, me too, bro. Zelda, it's Zelda, okay.
Someone on the inside keeping an eye on him.
Thanks to Epic Games, thank you so much for giving free games to people.
Was because this person didn't do their job.
You had one job. One. Keep him in the dark. And kill him if he got too close.
That's 2 jobs.
His own daughter, Vanessa, in the movie universe, is Afton's accomplice. Just like how Baby, an animatronic that would be possessed by Afton's daughter and represent her going forward, was his accomplice in the game timeline. Now, look, I know this idea that Afton has always had an accomplice might sound like a bit of a stretch. It always seemed like Afton was the sole killer. And believe me, I get it. I've been going back and forth with Ash on this topic for weeks. Just look at this whiteboard. Does this look like something sane people would write? But trust me, I don't really think there's something to this idea that Afton always needed an accomplice, especially because it would really begin to explain why Vanessa was so important to Glitch Trap in the modern games. I always found it a bit weird that the Mimic 1 program acting like
in the FNAF movie to the brother Michael Afton. Okay. The other movies, I think I already asked this. I think the movies are canon, right? I'm not sure.
Out of the blue compared to other developments in the franchise. The only logical explanation we've had is that
but I forgot totally the answer.
To be made because its main body was destroyed and locked away down in the FNAF 6 location. But if I'm right about what this book and all
says
of
his
these
father's
other games
future
are
and
showing
plans.
us, then it is way more than just a simple
then it's not canon.
together
Jesus Christ.
It was the Mimic once again following in Afton's footsteps.
He falls his purpose, bro.
Accomplice. The other weird detail
why though?
we just
Why being mean could be
why did Vanessa look like grown-up Elizabeth? Blonde hair and green eyes. Unlike in the movie, she didn't appear to actually be Afton's daughter. The timelines didn't match up. But if the Mimic was copying everything Afton did, from killing kids in the back room during VIP
why is there
to
a pig
literally wearing
there?
the bunny costume Afton used to wear, then it couldn't have just anyone be its accomplice. It needed to find one that matched Afton's previous accomplice, Circus Baby, i.e. Elizabeth. And here's the thing, for once, I don't think this is just another one of those clarifying
also tomorrow new free Epic Games, true.
Previous episodes. When Scott clarifies small
I
details,
think one of them is really depressing. I'm not sure.
This relies much more on us connecting the dots and using symbolism. So much so that he's been shoving it in our face releases for the past 5 years, and we're only just starting to realize what it means. That, dear theorists, tells me that while this modern era of FNAF has moved on physically from the days of Afton and Henry, there's still much more for us to learn about them and how they operated. And I believe it's going to affect where this franchise is going. And
Shotgun King was so good to play. It was almost free.
With the thing
I never heard about that game, but thank you for telling me.
Fall Fest. Fazbear's carnival origins from the 70s that we'll hopefully be getting to see more of in the new game, Secret of the Mimic. This is where a bunch of our previous theories all come together. In my very first FNAF theory, I briefly mentioned how Circus Baby
I don't know why I can't connect to the Epic Games account. Wait, what?
Compared to all the other characters. But a circus like Fall Fest would allow
need to see that.
To feel much more at
you need
home,
to have access to your Epic Games account. Oh, wait, an ad, sorry.
In my Secret of the Mimic theory, I also theorized that Fall Fest, specifically of 1979, would be where we'd get to see one of Afton's earliest kills, maybe even his first. This was because of a quote used by Steel Wool's design director when the trailer for the game dropped, a line from Shakespeare's Julius Caesar that comes from a scene between Mark Antony and Brutus, where Brutus had killed Caesar, but Antony couldn't accuse him publicly. I believe this was reflecting Afton and Henry.
Never heard about
Afton
that,
being
but okay.
Brutus, Henry being Antony, and an innocent child filling the role of Caesar, because Caesar loved Brutus just like the kids loved Afton's yellow rabbit. I believed that much like Antony, Henry was unable to accuse Afton publicly despite knowing about it because it would lead to the downfall of his business. So by combining these two theories, as well as what we've talked about today between Afton and Baby, we get a much clearer picture of what we can expect to learn about from Secret of the Mimic. Not only are we likely to learn about one of Afton's earliest kills, but we're going to see the true introduction of his accomplice that he's been using since the beginning, Baby. Someone that will distract parents and
will
help
join us in the
Afton
community
lure
game
kids
shield?
into a secret
I don't know,
area
maybe
and
you
kill
will
them.
join?
If I'm right, this would further explain
I'm almost
why
home, so
after
yeah,
the
it's
death of
like
his son, his first instinct was to go back to Baby for his new venture. It was a return to form, back to
it's
the
gonna be
partner
Buckshot
he could
Roulette
trust
today.
after his previous partner Henry betrayed him by making an animatronic that killed his son. The only thing I'm not really sure about, and the
I
thing
am
I'm
the
most
Secret of the
excited to
Mimic.
see
Oh,
is
no
who
way.
this accomplice actually
Chill
was.
Gamer has
As
the
I mentioned
answer
in
then.
previous theories,
He has the
Fall Fest
secrets.
wasn't the era of animatronics, but costumes. So this Baby accomplice won't be the bundle of wires we know today. It will be a costume worn by a human performer. Was it just another person playing the Baby clown role as part of
What
the
is the
circus
secret,
that
Chill
Afton
Gamer? Do you
trusted?
know the
Or
secrets?
was it Afton's actual baby, Elizabeth? A little girl dressed as a clown,
Time to
helping her
bullshit the
dad
Secret
at
of
his
the Mimic.
circus job
Lol.
by playing with other kids, making her more of an unknowing accomplice, like Vanessa is the reluctant follower for the Mimic. I think thematically it works really nicely, and it explains the whole Baby name.
I'm sorry.
We just have no idea how old Elizabeth is at any
If
point
you
in
know
the
the
story.
gold
So
ship
it's
meme, I
hard
don't
to
know
say
what
for
the gold
sure
ship
that she'd
meme
have
is,
even been
so
alive
thank you,
during
I
1979.
guess.
Maybe that's another point of clarification that Scott will add for us in Secret of the Mimic.
I said,
You know,
I
don't
am the
just do
Secret
another
of the
retcon
Mimic.
and then gaslight us into thinking it was there the whole time.
You're
I
the
think there's
Mimic
also
then?
the chance that this is where Jackie / the Mimic comes into play, with their clown design
Oh wait,
being
don't
the
you Gamer
premise
is
for
the
Baby
secret,
Maker
he's the
Off. They
answer,
were initially
Sly.
the accomplice learning from Afton, but later became the master, turning Vanessa into their own
Hot
accomplice.
murder
But
crates,
do you
what
guys
is
think?
this?
I know
What is
that this
so-
one feels
so
like
random,
a big
bro?
swing, so I'd really love to hear what you think right now over on GT Live. Ash and I are going to be talking about FNAF until we physically can't anymore, so there's plenty of time to hop on by and give us your
Drop
thoughts.
kicks,
Whether
the
it's
secret of the
extra evidence to
Mimic.
support the theory, or if you
Mimic,
found
you're
my
so
sanity
wrong, I
lost
love
and
you.
found. Either way, friends, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
Work today is broken. Every day, people juggle so many different tools.
You're so
just to get
cute.
work.
Cute tiny emo, thank you.
Interview reveals the true purpose of the most recent FNAF book. Even though it's set in the Pizzaplex and focuses on characters we know like Gregory and Cassie, its biggest reveals are actually based much earlier in the franchise's history, and may reveal something very interesting about our favorite Urkel killer. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's always gassing up the importance of tiny details in FNAF books. And just a little while ago, we got ourselves the third
10 more videos, true.
final
Almost
choose-your-own
done.
adventure-style FNAF book, Escape the Pizzaplex. It promised to be an exciting final adventure where we would take on the role of Cassie, who is playing hide-and-seek alongside our good pal Gregory as the animatronics go haywire in a prequel to Security Breach. Needless to say,
In the next week you should party.
We're excited for
What
this.
should we
Maybe
party
now
then?
we get some of the answers we've been desperately seeking to the very confusing lore of that game. But what we actually got was a lot more confounding. Like, the book is fine, but compared to the week before, Return to the Pit, even VIP, it wasn't really
VIP
in
Lloyd.
the lore department. We did get to see Gregory in action in his more GGY Dr. Rabbit state, hacking the animatronics and generally being a bit of a jerk, and we got to see Cassie's friendship with both Gregory and Roxy present itself a little more. But neither of these things did what we were hoping for. I personally was hoping
face
for
reveal.
answers like, how did Gregory
Bro, you
become a
really
slave
want to
Glitch
see my
Trap?
face.
Or why
Also
is
cute
Cassie
tiny
seen
faces,
as
thank
so
you.
important
Being
to
out
this
this
plan?
reason
But no,
of a
we
party
got
on
nothing of
itself,
the sort,
lol.
which is why it's taken me this long to come
You're so
up with
adorable.
a theory. I've been scratching my head for ages trying to figure out what the point of this story was. What was it trying to
I don't want
tell
it,
us?
it's
And
a
it
joke.
wasn't really until the other week when I
Okay.
was chatting to friend of the channel Ride Toast about this book that suddenly it hit me. I'd been looking at
Like
this
one day
all
I'll do it.
wrong. Rather than
Sure,
looking
just
at the
didn't say
characters
whose
we
face
know
it is.
from the franchise, I
Lol.
needed to look at the new character it introduced. A new kind of staff bot called the Reagent.
That's why it
with
was in
hoses for arms
quotes,
and a gas
like-
canister attached to its back that it uses
I guess,
to
I don't know, I'm
hesitate
confused.
Cassie in
Could be a
dozens of
random
complex
person's
endings.
face,
Eventually, this
I
thing
guess.
is destroyed by either Cassie or Roxy, depending on the ending you get. Because this guy isn't in Security Breach, so we gotta get rid of him so we don't mess up the timeline even more. But then
Rex
the question
face
Brian
reveal.
and I
Bro, I
both had
already
was,
sent a
why?
picture of
Why
him in the
introduce
Discord
him
server.
at all if you're just gonna have to get rid of him? Why not make it one of the other Glamrocks, or Gregory, or heck, make it the first modern appearance of the Mimic in some way? But the more I pondered and banged my head against
My
the wall,
god,
the
Jesus
more I began
Christ,
to
10
realize
Rex
that
face
Scott
reveal is done.
absolutely had a purpose
Pacu's
for this character.
face is
It
also
just wasn't
revealed.
to do with
Lawless
the
face is
current
also
lore of
revealed.
the franchise. It was pointing
The
to
person
something much
already
further
saw
back in the
them.
franchise's
You
history,
already saw
something that
them.
we're likely to get a glimpse of in Secret of the Mimic very soon. The main thing we learn about
They
this guy
already
is that
were
it has
revealed
mysterious
back
gas
then.
powers that it uses to incapacitate Cassie, who's copying whose
Your
own work
moms.
now, eh, Poppy? And so, just like with Poppy, the first thing I wanted to do to get to the bottom of this new character
I
was to
don't know,
figure
bro.
out what this mysterious gas actually is.
Oh, I know,
Because
bro,
when
what's
you call
gonna
your
happen.
character the reagent, that has consequences. A reagent is a real scientific term that refers to a substance or compound that is added to a
Creators.
system to cause a chemical reaction.
Reveal
And, you
the
know,
face
if
of
you're
a
gonna
coin.
use scientific terms to
Oh
name your
my God,
characters,
you
we're
are
gonna science
crazy.
the heck out of those characters. So, what do we learn about this mysterious reagent gas? Well, the most standout parts are what it does to Cassie when she encounters
The face
it.
of a
Look,
cube.
your eyes
Oh
and
my
throat
God.
burn. The moment you move, vertigo seizes you, and you can't seem to make your arms move right. They're too heavy, as if they're made of lead. You blink, your eyes flooded with tears. Then
I have a
everything
dirty
goes
idea.
dark.
Oh
Cassie
my
also
God.
mentions coughing, fuzzy vision, and dizziness in other parts of the book. So that's a pretty extensive list of symptoms to work with.
Oh dear,
Immediately
yeah.
my mind went to something like
Yeah, oh
carbon
dear, for
monoxide,
sure.
a
Jesus
silent
Christ.
killer. It's a very common but very dangerous gas that, when breathed in, ticks a number of our
Feet
symptom
reveal.
boxes. Blurry vision,
Jesus
dizziness, loss
Christ.
of muscle control,
No,
and
oh
while it
my
isn't
God,
often associated
no.
with coughing, that is a symptom that can
No,
occur
bro,
in
nah.
certain individuals. Eventually,
Sorry,
all
but
of this
no.
leads to a loss of consciousness and death. Plus, it is
But
used
how is that
scientifically
dirty, bro?
as
That's
a
just
agent,
feet.
so we're off to a pretty good start. But it's not quite a perfect
Oh my God,
match.
Jesus
Carbon monoxide
Christ.
doesn't cause your eyes or throat to burn, hence it's called the silent killer, because you often can breathe it in and not know it's affecting you until it's too late. It's also called the silent killer for another big reason that doesn't work with our
Finger
mysterious
reveal.
gas. It's
Oh, bro,
odor,
but you
or more
already seen my
specifically,
end
its
scene when
lack
I
of odor.
do
You
animation
cannot
and
smell carbon monoxide
unboxings.
when it's leaking, which is why you should always have a carbon monoxide alarm installed in your home to sense it for you. Now, I wouldn't put it past Fazbear Entertainment to ignore this crucial safety step.
Jesus
but
Christ,
Cassie
don't
does
break
have
the
something
poor
to say
machine.
about the smell of this particular gas. Quote again, "A noxious cloud follows in its wake. The thick, sharp scent of chemicals fills
Chandelier
your
reveal.
nostrils."
I
It
guess
actually
then.
repeats that point about it smelling like chemicals.
I think I can reveal my
throughout the book, which
chandelier.
means it cannot be carbon monoxide. With the
My
smell
God,
being
everyone wants a
associated with
reveal.
chemicals and the reagent being responsible for, quote, cleaning the pizzaplex of organic matter, I wondered if this could be something like
I know, bro. Oh my god, oh my god, what are you gonna say then?
In gas form, while it can be used as a reagent, it's also incredibly dangerous. Just like carbon monoxide,
no thank you. Unbox that thing I bought you.
Blurry vision and muscle weakness. But it also has the added effects we're looking
what do you
for,
mean?
Like the burning sensation in the eyes and throat, which leads to coughing and watering
the
eyes.
Sanrio card collection Sanrio can be cool.
Reminding people of cleaning products
like
bleach. It also has another quality that carbon monoxide lacks. You can see it. In that previous quote from Cassie, we learned that she's not only able to smell the gas, but see it.
That movement on the nose is so weird. House review.
Sadly,
oh my god, this is crazy. Bro, you have to be calm down. Oh my god. Oh my god, horses! So cute! Look, horses! So cute! Sorry.
Visible at all is important.
The Hello Kitty thing. Okay.
Chlorine gas is visible, usually a yellowish green color. So why is this not the end of the video? Chlorine gas seems to be a perfect solution. The problem is that I can't get this.
Oh, I got one. Sly. What is happening in this? Did they crash game?
Nitrogen.
But these gas canisters aren't just anywhere. They're in the basement of the pizzaplex. This nitrogen
search history review
somewhere in the pizzaplex. And the only thing we've really seen using gas in this building is the reagents. That means that the most likely suspect for the gas being used within Fazbear is a nitrogen-based gas, which, as you can tell by the name, chlorine is not. So we gotta try again. We need a gas that is visible, smells of chemicals, burns the eyes and throat, causes dizziness, heavy limbs, passing out, be nitrogen based, and be some kind of reagent.
What is this, bro? Why we're seeing chemical? But not your search history. A creator. Oh my god, a creator! You're. What do you have searched?
Any logical, sane person would do in this situation. I looked up every single nitrogen-based gas that has ever existed and compared it to symptoms. I'd like to say it was fun, but even the nerd in me was screaming. But it was made a little easier thanks to this video's sponsor, Opera. Thanks to Opera, I was able to use the split screen mode to keep up my list of symptoms right next to the researched papers I had on each specific gas, working and updating them both simultaneously. Plus, with Aria, I was able to get a summary of any of these papers
thank you.
Somebody cute animals, thank you. A quick shortcut to open up the command line, and I was off to the animatronic races. I was even able to use Aria's image recognition to help me identify mysterious liquids and gases that
more videos
making the whole process a lot less
we're not gonna do a review of anything. Maybe only from the chandelier. Calm down, everyone. Kitty Patootie doesn't want to do that. He won't do that, okay?
Opera had me covered because with their player, I'm able to control what I'm listening
to let it be.
Regardless of what service I use.
What is happening?
Spotify, YouTube Music, and more. It's all right there and easy to use. Just hover over the player icon in the sidebar, and I can pause or skip whenever I need to. I can even detach the player and move it
so cute. Look at the tiny square.
Completely outside
what I was using coming for humiliating stuff.
UI, sounds, and add smooth animated backgrounds. Truly
what
make
is
the vibes
happening?
Of my work experience immaculate, providing you ignore the
I guess.
Thank you. I have open in said browser. But if you want to continue the future of browsing, use the link down in the description to download Opera today. Thanks again to Opera for sponsoring this video.
What is happening?
Insane. But now, where did all that research take me? Well, as I crossed off options from the list, I was left with only one possibility. Something
you could calculate that in a calculator, I guess.
A sharp and pungent smell of chemicals. If breathed in, it can lead to every symptom we've mentioned. As the name suggests, it's nitrogen-based, and while it is by default colorless, dinitrogen tetroxide has a fun little quirk that solves that problem. It exists in a permanent state of equilibrium with another gas, nitrogen dioxide. Dinitrogen tetroxide literally cannot exist without nitrogen dioxide, because both chemicals share a reversible chemical reaction. Dinitrogen tetroxide breaks apart into nitrogen dioxide, and nitrogen dioxide molecules combine to create dinitrogen tetroxide.
That's so
and
crazy.
This reaction is happening constantly, not only creating a
the 69 number,
which is exactly how the book describes
guess.
this substance, by the way, but it also changes the color to a reddish brown. And if that wasn't enough of a clincher, dinitrogen tetroxide has one other very interesting effect. Much like the other gases we've mentioned, it is a reagent. It helps create chemical reactions between a number of different compounds. But the type of reaction that caught my attention was that dinitrogen tetroxide can react with a number of different metals to form what are called metal nitrates. And these can then be used in future reactors to combine the metal compounds with carbon-based organic compounds. Now, where have I heard of that kind of combination before? Oh, that's right, remnants.
Actually not.
Yes. In this universe, the soul is a tangible thing that exists. It's not just some ethereal thing. It physically is attached to the metal, and when you melt down that metal, it remains attached, which led to the creation of the fun times. The soul is a real thing, and if it's a real thing for us organic, carbon-based life forms, then it too could be considered organic matter, meaning that this gas reagent is all part of turning these kids into remnants, just like Rye theorized about in a recent video. It's also worth considering that
actually, I think the next stream it will be finished, not this one.
The blueprints we got from FNAF 6 revealed to us that the scoop was designed to inject remnant into animatronics or people. For these tanks to be here,
no, tomorrow, no, next
room,
week. Next stream till probably ends.
Connected. And so the
but next week, tomorrow it's gonna be Minecraft or Cult of the Lamb. Oh my god, get that name! Everything else, I think you know false. I mean, next week, next week it will be done.
In Security Breach, during the bad ending, we learnt of 9 missing kids, but we've had no idea what happened to them. Now, thanks to Ruin in the books, we know that the Mimic has been copying Afton and his murderous tendencies. Like in VIP, we see the Mimic program present itself as a pig mascot and lead kids into the back room to be killed, which is pretty familiar. But what we're talking about today allows us to take it one step further. The Mimic isn't just copying Afton's killings.
So many knives, Jesus.
To recreate the missing children's incident in its entirety.
Oh, sorry.
Converting their souls into remnants just like Afton did in the games that the Mimic was partially trained on. Now, listen, I get that all of this might seem like a stretch. Believe me, I do. Referring to the soul as organic matter feels weird, and even then, there's no way dinitrogen tetroxide would work as a reagent for that specific compound. At the end of the day, Scott isn't a scientist. He's a fiction writer, but at this point, he knows that we theorists will look at the real-life comparisons to find our answers. And as time goes on, it's become clear that he's trying to work with that and make the series feel more grounded. We've moved away from
it's not grounded, by the way, but it's
weird.
weird.
Got rid of sound illusion discs and swapped them for hallucinogenic gas.
It's already so crazy. How can you ground this?
Mysterious gas is really about. It's him trying to find a way to more believably ground the series, retroactively explaining part of Afton's scientific process, so that when the grounded AI villain tries to mimic him, it's not having to suddenly go back to the old sci-fi and paranormal tricks, undoing all of that progress. It's not a perfect one-to-one because the kind of thing he needs just doesn't exist. But what does exist is close enough to make his point. However, even with the answer to this gas question somewhat solved, as I sat there staring into the void that is my FNAF whiteboard, I remembered that that was only part of what I set out to solve. Sure, this has been a fun experiment trying to identify the gas, and it's even more fun to find its connections to Remnant. But that in and of itself hasn't really changed how we look at this franchise, outside of the idea that the Mimic is now creating Remnant, not just killing kids.
He's creating!
Fine, but it's not exactly
Bro, he's powerful.
It doesn't help us understand where this franchise is going. And despite all of this effort, I didn't feel any closer to actually solving the mystery I set out to. Why did Scott introduce us to a brand new character who, in the end, suffers from the classic prequel issue of having to be gone before the end of the book because he wasn't in Security Breach? Legitimately, at this point, I was at a loss. I was ready to throw this entire theory out and just act like the book didn't even exist. That was until Dorko's interview with Evan Lampe, the creative director of Secret of the Mimic.
How carefully are you putting
so many stuff in the background
of Secret of the Mimic?
We've actually been talking about making this game for a long time, and we were developing the game kind of
while these books are coming out. It's interesting to work kind of in dual mediums.
Secret of the Mimic was being developed alongside the books. They are directly influencing each other. Once again, I'd been looking at this all wrong. Escape the Pizzaplex appeared to be about security breach, but in actuality, its story is supposed to tie into Secret of the Mimic. So I went back and watched the trailer over and over again, looking for something that connected this game to the weird reagent we've been analyzing. And guys, I think I found something big. In this trailer, there is a new character, Dolly the nurse. Well, I say new. We've actually heard from Dolly before. During the first aid minigame in Help Wanted 2, there's a voice that speaks to us over the intercom that, in the game files, is referred to as Carnival Nurse, as in Fall Fest, which takes place in the 1970s, just like Secret of the Mimic. And now we get to see her firsthand in all of her creepy doll-like glory. But tell me, do you notice anything familiar about her? The thing on her back might just look like a normal backpack, but coming from the backpack are a pair of hoses. Hoses that then connect to Dolly's hands, just like the reagent. The reason we are being shown the reagent now is because we were being prepped for the new character that was about to be introduced, Dolly, who has a similar design feature and therefore a similar function. And that connection
the nurse
has
is kind of creepy.
Wild implications. If the reagent is using a gas that helps prepare human kids for remnant creation like we suspect, that would mean that Dolly is doing the same thing. In 1979!
Jeez.
How? Remnant came about as the result of Afton's experimenting with the animatronics after his son died and he committed the missing children's incident. Now I'm saying it exists 4 years before his son even died? That can't possibly be the case, right? And honestly, at first, I thought so too. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that this change actually lines up with a number of other predictions we've made recently about the start of the FNAF timeline. In my first Secret of the Mimic theory, I spoke a lot about Fall Fest, Fazbear's circus that ran throughout the 70s and 80s. Thanks to some tweets from the developers and my love of Shakespearean theatre, I was able to infer
I never saw
Shakespearean
piece or read.
Rodeo.
Is it good?
Been killing kids for a long
I don't have any idea of it, though.
The killing that had been going on for a long time, but the experimentation as well. In earlier parts of the franchise, it felt like Afton was always the businessman, while Henry was the animatronic genius. But as time went on, we were shown that actually William was also a bit of a scientific genius himself. However, in the fourth closet, he tells us that there is a crucial difference between him and Henry's designs, something he called the spark.
What is that pose?
Henry was able to make his animatronics feel alive, something Afton was unable to achieve on his own. But he was desperate to figure it out. So why wouldn't he begin experimenting, trying to figure out how to get life into his animatronic creations? Back in my initial theory, I didn't really have much of an explanation as to why Afton was killing all those years ago.
You did like
but this would
the
actually
timeline that 20 was so
he's not killing
sad and depressive and stuff.
He needs to beat Henry. I also theorized recently that Afton always
they forget the videos that they did.
Based on the inclusion of a plush baby luring us to be killed by a yellow rabbit in Return to the Pit, which took place in 1985, I concluded that we were being shown that Baby has always been there to assist Afton, even as far back as Fall Fest. I wondered if maybe Secret of the Mimic would reveal what that looked like. And well, Dolly could be the one I was looking for. She does have some very similar design features to Baby, from the fun time split face to the arm joints being almost identical to Baby's. Even the medical symbol in the middle of her midsection looks similar to the fan that Baby has in her midsection. Plus, they're both voiced by Heather Masters. It's a small thing that we can't put too much weight on, but I figured it was worth mentioning. Dolly would also be the perfect accomplice for Afton during the Fall Fest Carnival era. He'd be able to hide all his murders in a medical tent out of sight where regular people aren't able to go. He'd have all the medical tools he could possibly need, and in 1979, no one one's gonna question the nitrogen gas canisters, because nitrous oxide, i.e. laughing gas, was still used in medical practices until the mid-80s.
Why though?
On top of all
That's
of this
weird.
is that if I'm right, it
Did that
massively
help?
changes Afton's entire motivation during the original series of games, and the oh-so-famous line that he gives his son before he dies: "I will put you back together." This line has often been used as Afton's main driving force. From here, he would go on to kill some kids and learn about the secrets of Remnant. But I remember when we were writing
I was reading again the chat.
we kind of had to fudge the evidence a bit when it came to how he knew that killing kids would be the solution. The best we could come up with is that he'd seen it in characters like Baby or the Puppets, all of which makes that line more of a hope, a desperate father just trying to save his son. But now, if the Remnant experiments have been going on since the 70s, this line becomes a certainty. The reason Afton knew he'd have to kill the missing children and put them into suits is because, by this point, he'd have some pretty solid understanding of how it worked. He'd been experimenting with souls and possession and Remnant for the last 4 years. When he sees his dying son, he tells him it's going to be okay, and that he'll put him back together because he knows
the dying son has a name. It's Dave or even, I don't know. But now they don't name it anymore.
But in just over a month, the day of reckoning is coming. Secret of the Mimic is finally going to release, and the past 2 years of theorizing is going to be put to the test. And I have something special planned for when that happens. So make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss that announcement. But until then, guys, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. World premiere on Game Theory. FNAF's main villain has been keeping a secret from us since the beginning, and none of us.
Okay. More cars, I guess.
Secret of the Mimic is finally here, and it changes everything. Our understanding of the books, our understanding of the timeline, and our understanding of the characters we've come to know over the last 11 years. But as always, I'm here to pull an Afton, or an Edwin, as it
Be
turns
yourself,
out,
that poster is a genius. What? Game Theory. Okay, let's see what this game is about.
Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's jaw has been hanging open like a badly made Chica costume ever since the release of FNAF's Secret of the Mimic.
I'm kind of interested in this.
Feeling. Every single YouTuber
let's see what it's going to be about.
Completely sideswiped by this game.
Chica! I can't believe we got Chica! Hey!
Oh, so cute. It's so adorable.
God, there she is! That's insane.
Why has it taken us all by surprise? Well, besides the fact the game actually works, mostly, it also did something that is completely unheard of in a FNAF game. They actually gave us a story. And I don't mean the super cryptic kind that we have to spend years and years figuring out. I mean the kind that actually helps us move forward.
Finally, something that actually helps.
The community has been frustrated with the lack of clarification out there for this series. It's been years of theory upon theory upon theory. And while we have come to certain agreements for parts of it, there are still massive sections of the lore that we haven't been able to agree on simply because there's never really been a solid foundation to jump off of. But now, after 11 years of this franchise, Secret of the Mimic came as the earliest entry in the FNAF timeline and said, guys, I got you. Giving us relatively clear breakdowns of how the early years of Fazbear came to be. As well as throwing a bunch of hand cranks into the works that make us question everything we knew about this franchise. There's timelines that have been displaced, character personas completely shattered, and understandings of where the future of this franchise is going totally flipped on its head. And I intend to theorize about all of it in a 3-part series across the next month or so, focusing on the 3 main characters from this new game: the newcomer Edwin Murray and his family, the big bad mimic, and of course Fazbear Entertainment, William Afton and Henry. All of that will then be followed up with a live talkback with a bunch of other FNAF theorists to discuss the game, our differing theories, and generally just talking about the franchise that we've all enjoyed for so long. Dates for that are TBD right now, so make sure you're subscribed so that when I do announce it, you'll be the first to know. And to make sure you don't miss all of the crazy theories leading up to it, because
there's new characters.
You don't want to miss them.
Good,
there
I
are
guess.
some real bombshells
Hopefully they
in this
don't
game
mess
that I
up
want
the
to
lore
explore.
anymore.
But for now, let's start from the beginning. We jump into the game as a lowly mechanic mechanic working for the wonderful, as always, Fazbear Entertainment.
Okay.
Our name is Arnold, and we've just gotten off of a 36-hour
cute,
shift,
the
only
doll
to be
there.
called in for one
Okay,
last
the truck
job.
is a mess,
Help
but
recover some
okay.
Fazbear assets from one of their contractors, Edwin Murray. Begrudgingly, we head to Murray's costume manor, only to discover the asset is a set of blueprints for a killer animatronic endoskeleton.
My god, that's scary.
Into any costume and learn the role of any.
But they're people on costumes or they're robots? I'm confused.
We gain access to different areas of the facility by upgrading our data diver with different permissions, from basic to security, repair, all the way up to executive privileges, all while trying to outrun or outweight the mimic.
My god.
He's going for it.
Eventually,
Jesus Christ, that's scary in a way.
To discover that it wasn't Fazbear talking to us through dispatch. It was the mimic pretending to be them to get their hands on the data diver. This leads to one of 3 endings where we either escape and get killed by the mimic, we escape and get killed by the mimic, or we fix the mimic and then just stand there watching it sleep. Now, these guys deserve an episode of their own because whichever one is canon could have massive implications that I don't
That's
have time
so
to get into
cute.
right now. Instead, let's turn our attention to the stuff we can discover during the game. And the first of our big 3 characters, Edwin Murray. If you're a longtime viewer of this channel, or you're one of the people who understand my pain and has actually read the books, then that name isn't anything new. Edwin Murray is a character that we were introduced to in both the storyteller and the mimic from the Tales from the Peterplex series. His company was bought out by Fazbear. He created the mimic to babysit his son David, but his son tragically died. And because the mimic kept mimicking his dead son, he beat the thing up, teaching it violence, and then showed up 40 years later trying to stop it. However, when the Secret of the Mimic's creative director Evan Lampe said to Dorco,
If you've read the books, you don't know the full story.
he wasn't kidding. The story of Edwin goes so much deeper and is so much more tragic than we could have ever realized. As Arnold explores Murray's costume manor, we can find audio recordings and mailboxes containing digital text logs that give us the real story
Also
of
cute.
what happened.
Looks like Fallout
Edwin's father,
terminals.
Edwin Murray works for him.
Edwin Murray. This is my dad's place.
You know, because nepotism. But Edwin is the quirky inventor type, and to test out his new voice recorder creation, he seeks out one of the new employees and former puppeteers.
Excuse me, can I borrow your voice for a project?
Oh, what for? I don't even know you. I'm brand new here. Let's start again. I'm Fiona.
Murray Sr. then passes away.
That's
and
kind of
leaves the
random
whole
conversation,
thing
but
to Edwin,
okay.
who rebrands everything to bring his wacky inventions to life.
Maybe rebrand? We could start making some of my inventions for real.
Together with Fiona, they invent a bunch of wild tech, like a coffee machine that can learn your coffee preferences to make the perfect cup, a coat hanger that can adjust to any size you need, and an adorable vacuum cleaner. Oh, just look at him with his tiny little brooms and his little doggies. Anyway, alongside this, he is also making a bunch
that's
of
so cute. Actually, there's cute stuff here.
Given that's the name of the business. But the characters we see are interesting if you're a FNAF fan. We see a handful of characters that you might recognize, like Pirate and Cowgirl Roxy, Hillbilly Monty, a puppet pirate Foxy, and the big one, a rollerblading costume of Chica.
It's kind of weird, but okay.
Let's party.
She really was the first, wasn't she?
Jesus Christ.
Chica, who Edwin and Fiona were specifically hired to make for a client.
Well, those drunks are so weird.
Yes, that Chica's Party World. All of these other characters were rentable or purchasable from Murray's costume manor, meaning Edwin owned these characters. They weren't originally Fazbear's. However, Fazbear was around as another one of Edwin's clients, taking interest in his technological genius, even to the point where Edwin refers to Henry as simply Hen in the audio log, presumably because they have a level of familiarity and friendship thanks to their shared technological creativity.
I got the change order from Hen last night. They don't think of me as a friend anymore.
But the real tragedy of Edwin comes from when we look at his family.
Cute.
I've mentioned his wife Fiona, but he also has a son named David, just like he did in the Tales from the Peterplex book series. Unlike that series though, Fiona doesn't die in childbirth. She's still around during David's early years, until she tragically passes away, leaving Edwin to run the business and raise David all on his own, leading Edwin to come up with the only logical solution: build an animatronic that can babysit David. obviously.
That's
He
kind of
creates
dangerous,
the
but okay.
M1 Mimic. But something strange happens. It begins
The
to
eyes are kind of
look
creepy.
after David, but mimic Edwin's dead wife, Fiona. The family is back together again. Until it's not. One day, David dies outside the facility, leaving Edwin completely
My God,
devastated. At the same time,
depressing.
the business is completely crumbling around him. But M1 Fiona has a solution. Make another one of her.
Edwin, you can't put it off any longer. You need to try again. Build another.
Make another mimic that would now mimic
Oh,
David,
that means
so
there
that
are
they
two?
can be together again. Edwin isn't convinced at first, but eventually he gives in. He takes M1 out of the endoskeleton, copies the program, and creates M2, putting the new program into the endoskeleton. And it works. M2 begins acting like David, but it's
so
too much for Edwin to handle, and he snaps, beating the animatronic, breaking its legs, and teaching it the valuable lesson of violence that Arnold now gets to experience firsthand. With that failure under his belt and the business still struggling, Edwin locks himself away with his final Fazbear project, a restaurant called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. But M2 has other plans. It destroys the house, and Edwin is never seen or heard from again. It's a
Well,
real
violence
sad
gets more
ending,
violence,
but
I
you
guess.
see what I mean about how it upends a lot of what we thought we knew? We've got characters we thought were Fazbears now created by someone else. We've got a wildly different setup to Edwin and his family than we saw in the books, and this is just the top level stuff that's been given to us on a plate. The more you dig into these things, the more things begin to change and shift our understanding of the entire franchise. But we've got some time, so let's keep things simple for now. We've been given a bunch of information about Edwin, his family, and his company. But what is the timeline of these events?
Don't
This
know.
is FNAF after all. Timelines are a staple for FNAF theorists everywhere. And I don't just mean a vague order of events. I mean cold, hard dates. Well, as you might expect, this game is pretty careful to leave those sorts of details hidden, only giving us months or days for dates
They should
at best.
don't.
They even
They
block
shouldn't
out
die
years, so
them,
we
bro.
can't
It's just
place
some more
exact
work.
details. But when has that ever stopped us before? Let's start with the very first teaser for this game. In it, we saw the number 1979 showing up on a film reel, giving us a pretty good indication that that was when this game would take place. And once we boot up the game, that does seem to still be the case. In Arnold's van, we come across his work order to collect an endoskeleton from Murray's Costume Manor. The job he is literally on. That work order contains both an issue date and a signing
79.
date, which both end up being the same date, September 7th, 1979. I suppose that means that the Mimic not only faked Dispatch's voice, but also sent a fake work order? And wait, does that mean that Arnold has a fax machine hidden in this van? What other mysteries
okay.
does this van hold? Oh, Arnold.
You know, the van is
teasing
quite a
enigma.
mess,
We
so
have
I
the
guess
end of
there's
our
much
timeline
stuff
for this
in
game,
it.
But as I've kind of already mentioned, that's like the least interesting part of this game's story. We're really here for the Edwin Murray drama. But don't worry,
And the guy is on
figure that
team,
one
bro.
out too, thanks to FNAF's longest running trope, dead kids. Well, kid, specifically his son, David Murray. Wait,
Oh my
you're
God,
not
so
David
cute!
Murray. You're Jafufu, the newest S-rank agent from today's sponsor, Zenless Zone Zero. Zenless Zone Zero is a hugely
Oh my God,
popular
what a
action
cute
RPG
character.
set
Look
in a
at that,
futuristic
so adorable.
post-apocalyptic world where you control squads of agents who battle
what
monsters
happened?
from interdimensional
Okay,
rifts
fighting.
in the Hollows. Which, I gotta be honest, sounds a little scarier than a tin can and a bumblebee costume. Unless that tin can figures out how to mimic the monsters from the interdimensional rift. Oh no. But joking aside, I've actually really enjoyed playing Zenless Zone Zero over the last year. If you've been around for
so
a while,
cute.
you'll know that I love me an RPG. The light-hearted adventure is always a nice break
This
from
is so
the jump
adorable.
scares and animatronics that are trying to kill me. You'll also know I'm a big fan of style. Bright colors, jackets, all the things that help me stand out. So when I found out that Zenless Zone
guy
Zero
is
had
a
a character
Fallout
customization
fan?
menu, you can bet I
Oh my
spent
God,
way
look at
too long
that.
finding the perfect fit instead of battling enemies. But you know, priorities. And Zenless Zone Zero's version 2.0 is having its official anniversary celebration right now. And so you can pick up a bunch
Oh
of
my
free
God, cute tiny
bonuses just by logging in.
characters.
Things like S-rank agents and 1600
Ooh.
polychrome to spend. Plus, if you're brand new to the game, you can claim even more special rewards like 180 free pulls so that you can level the playing field against longtime players and increase your chances of snagging the new fierce but playful S-rank cat girl, Jufufu. That
So
is
cute.
way
Oh my
better
God,
than a
that's so
$25
adorable.
gift certificate or a haunted white tiger costume. So if you want to get into some incredibly fun RPG adventures, or you're just a fan of waifus, no judgment.
Wait,
here,
that's
just
a
head on down
Shark
to the
Tale?
description and click the link to download the game today for free. It's available on PC, PS5, and Xbox, so whatever your platform, you can claim those awesome rewards. Thanks again to
Okay,
Zero
thank you.
for sponsoring this video, but now
Game
I
looks
really
cool.
gotta tell you about the
Okay, now we'll
timeline of
proceed with the
David
video.
Murray. At the end of the game, you're given a choice. Either give the data diver back or execute something called parachute.exe. This opens up a hatch in the floor leading to the R&D department and the Murray's house that's on top of the hill near the factory. While trying to avoid M2, you can come across 5 film reels showing some good old-fashioned Murray family home video for David's birthdays. The first is a little uneventful. He gets scared by a new pirate Roxy puppet and is given his iconic white tiger plushie. The second, Edwin misses because he's too busy working. The third, Edwin breaks the news
Well, I'm
to
playing
David
this
that
game
Murray
right
isn't
now.
coming back.
What
By the
game?
fourth, we see Edwin give David his slide that we see out the front of Murray's costume manor.
The one that appeared in the ads?
Coming from off screen. And then finally, we get number 5.
I don't know the name, I forgot already.
Glory. She made a cake for David's
I
birthday.
got my
and
Epic
asked
Games
to
account.
go
Let's
outside to
go.
collect David before the party gets started. And it's that last video that is crucial to solving this mystery.
Shotgun
When
King,
Fiona
let's go
presents her
slay.
cake, we can see the room she's in, and it's not the Murray's family home like all the others. This is actually an office inside Murray's
Endless
costume
Zone
manor. And we
Zero,
know that
okay.
because if you're willing to spend a lot of time
Is it
avoiding
cool?
rollerblading, Chica, you actually get to see this room firsthand, complete with all the same decorations.
The boundaries is resetted. Oh.
The place looks abandoned. The food has been there a while. Now
I just suspect.
And we find out why thanks to the text logs that we have to collect to figure out the password for
The
this
good news
group.
is that
On
I finished the
December
story mode
1st,
first
Edwin
try.
sends out
Let's
a work memo
go.
telling the workers that they
Slay.
need to be here on
It's
Saturday
not
for
bad to
David's
play the game
party.
again,
There's a bunch
I
of more
guess, if it's
lighthearted,
not
jokey
hard,
messages
though.
between the other employees about the room code, but on the 6th, the tone shifts. A message tells everyone that the party has been cancelled due to recent tragic events. With the state of the room, the notices we find
look
about
at cool
not bringing
hats.
children to work, and the fact that the
Open
playground
Buckshot
Edwin
Roulette.
refers
Should I
to
host
must be the play park
or
he
you
got
host?
David
I
for one
will
of his
host, don't
birthdays.
you
The one
worry.
near the loading bay, the one
I
he was
host.
warned would be too dangerous to have a kid near.
Look, I get your concern. I do. But they're all just around us. This is the perfect spot for David's playground.
It all adds up to this being the
Good,
day
thank
that
you.
David died. On Saturday, December 6th, everyone was there, gathered together just like Edwin had asked, only for M1 to go down to find David and report him dead.
Okay, everyone hide. You
What? Oh, sorry, ads.
Fiona, go get him.
Saturday was the day of the party, and that cancellation message was sent out the same day. December 6th was only on a Saturday once in the 1970s. 1975. Now, given we have
okay,
5
that's
film reels,
depressing.
you'd assume that would make this David's 5th birthday, and so his date of birth would be December 6th, 1970. However, I'm not entirely sure that's the case. Firstly, the achievement you get for entering David's party room is called Belated Birthday, and the icon is of a birthday cake with not 5 candles, but 6. And I think we all know that when you're a kid, the number of candles on your cake matters big time. I guess
Bro,
just like
when I was a
content creators, we all
kid,
like seeing number go up. There's
and
also
still
the matter
today
of
we
the
have a
collectibles
candle with a
scattered
number,
throughout
bro.
MCM.
We
Like
don't
Halloween,
put
you can
many
boot up a new game
the
on
number of
computers
candles
known
of the number
as
of years. We put a
Moon.exe.
candle
This
with a
thing
number.
is full of interesting
Or 2
details and
candles with a
symbolism
number,
that we will
depending.
100% be
For example,
exploring in
if I
future,
have
but the detail that's
21
interesting right
years,
now is
I
the
put a candle with a
collectible
2
called
and then with a
Full
1.
Fest Snow Globe. When you find it again inside Moon.exe, you
So I
can
will
give
listen
it a
to
shake
Thomas
and
the
we're
Tank
given
Engine.
this
Bro, I love that
Opening Day
music.
Snow Globe,
It's a
wonderful
banger.
day with all of us at
It's
Full
it has a
Fest.
good
It's worth
rhythm.
noting that right
Oh, look,
behind
there's
this
an
snow
owl
globe is a statue
there,
of
so
a married
cute.
couple. The man wears a
How
bow
did you
tie,
find
which
that
is
music,
something
though?
we see associated with Edwin throughout the game. I mean, just look at the guy's logo. He loves bow ties. Bow ties are cool. This couple is supposed to be Edwin and Fiona, and so this line about Fall Fest is tied to them. But the use of the word all here is telling. If it was just supposed to be Edwin and Fiona, it would have just said both of us or the two of us. But all implies a group, i.e. David is also present. Thanks to Help Wanted 2, the earliest Fall Fest we know about happened in 1970. So for this to be a big opening day to the point where Fazbear creates a special snow globe, it's likely that it's that year being referenced, 1970. And if Scott cares at all about giving this series any kind of logical consistency, Fall Fest would likely have to happen in the autumn.
Okay.
Fine, fall.
fall.
Introducing
Autumn also it's good. Autumn, it's good. There's no problem with that.
With David's birthday being established
Why so
as
many
December
ads
6th,
though?
it would be physically impossible for him to also be here on the opening day of Fall Fest in 1970 because he wouldn't have been born for another couple of months. So he'd have to have been born at least a year earlier, making him at minimum 6. But then why only show us 5 videos? What happened to the missing birthday? Well, we already know that Edwin is too busy.
Look at the movement, lol.
He made the mimic in the first place. Would it be out of the realm of possibility that he was so busy he didn't even celebrate one of his kids' birthdays? The game certainly seems to think so, because inside the Storytime showroom you can find David's little den with all of his drawings on the wall. And one
It
of them
looks like an purple edge though. Oh my god, a cute
surrounded
doggo!
not by family, but by characters. And he has a cake with 4 candles on it. Up until now, David's parties have always been at his house, surrounded by family, not by characters. We never see a video of him having a birthday surrounded by characters, which implies that this is a birthday not caught on camera. Edwin missed his son's 4th birthday. He was so busy trying to save the company and possibly even building M1 that he got his staff to dress up as characters and look after him instead. Then, a year later, David gets his big slide and suddenly M1 Fiona exists to take care of David. This puts David's 6th birthday in 1975, and therefore his date of birth is actually December 6th, 1969. Nice.
How do you say Sgonia in English?
Other dates and start to put things into a rough timeline. We never get exact ages for Edwin and Fiona,
I don't know,
but
bro.
we do know that
I'm
David
back.
was
So
their
what
first
was your
and only
answer?
child. In the late
You know,
60s
I think
and
it's a
70s,
banger. The rhythm
average
is
age of
amazing,
first-time
bro. I
parents
like it.
was 21.3
I like the music
years old.
though.
And looking at marriages in the late 1960s,
I don't know what
the
it
average
means, but
man
it's
was 23,
good.
while the average woman was about 20 when they got married. If Fiona is following these averages, that would mean they pretty much had David just over a year after getting married, putting their wedding in 1968. On top of that, the average length of an engagement for a couple in the 1960s was around just 3 to 6 months, with the ideal scenario being a fall engagement with a spring or summer wedding. And most would only have been dating for 6 months prior. So Fiona and Edwin most likely would have gotten engaged in the fall of 1967 and probably only
That's kind of
started
random,
dating
but
earlier
okay.
that
I
year.
still let her
As
love
I've
the
already
music,
told
I
you,
guess.
this relationship ends
Why
far
is he
too
saying that though? I don't
One
know,
of
but
the audio
the
logs
music
we
is
find throughout
good.
The facility is a voice recording left by Fiona to Edwin explaining that she needs to go to one of their clients' events to make sure nothing goes wrong.
I have to go help the Fall Fest crew. I just have this terrible feeling like I need to be there so nothing goes wrong.
Now, remember that part of movie earlier that shows us the married
Those
couple
lyrics
who
are crazy. I don't know what that means, but okay, thank you. Yeah, I like the rhythm of the music. I think that the music doesn't make the lyrics don't make sense at all.
Like stand for someone who was maybe there to help with costumes and puppeteering, similar to what we know Fiona was capable of. That stand is also completely burnt down and destroyed. Putting all of that together, it clearly tells us that the event Fiona went to was Fall Fest, the Fazbear Carnival we've been theorizing about for so long. And just as we've been predicting, it absolutely did end in fire,
like a
taking Fiona's life with it. Edwin breaks this news to David on his 3rd birthday, and as we've established, Fall Fest should happen in the fall just before that. So that puts Fiona's death sometime between September and November 1972. So right now our timeline looks,
you know, the music, the rhythm looks good, you know, but the lyrics are crazy. I don't understand them.
I'm now only just realizing might explain why they're in wedding outfits in Moon.exe. They're next to the Fall Fest snow globe. It's the same time of year, almost as if they're going to Fall Fest like some kind of anniversary celebration. Anyway, they get married in 1968 and have David in 1969. A few years passed, and in the fall of 1972, Fiona goes to Fall Fest and dies in a fire. Edwin then creates the Mimic over the next couple of years. But on the day of David's 6th birthday in 1975, David dies.
Oh my god, Kitanimo, thank you.
Edwin falls into a pit of despair. He tries to bring back David as M2, but gets angry, beats it up, and disappears, leaving M2 to roam the facility and Fazbear to grow impatient with Edwin's lack of deliverables, and so they send in Arnold to take what is theirs in September 1979.
Oh, an ad. Okay, let's wait till the horse appears.
For centuries, because of the beasts hiding inside.
Sure. Shh, let her cook. Sorry, go on.
Horse! Sorry. I want to see horse. I like horses, they're cute.
One more date we're able to track thanks to all of this. The death of Murray Sr. Now, look, I know he may not seem like an important character in all of this.
Bro, why does he sound with like the red cheeks and stuff? It's weird.
And we only get 2 audio logs even mentioning him. But those 2 audio logs reveal a lot. Not only about when he died, but also the final order of events for Murray's costume manor. And an interesting detail about our favorite singing bear company. In the audio log where we learn about Murray Sr.'s passing, it's a conversation between Edwin and Fiona. So they do have to have at least met.
Yeah, this art style is kind of weird and scary. Horse, you're adorable kitty patootie.
And you'll figure it out. Just take a deep breath. It's your company now. Your dad believed in you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left it to you.
She's being encouraging in the way that a supportive partner would and should. So they're most likely at least dating when he passes. But the real key comes from when you backtrack through the entire game to find this specific Mr. Helpful. I mentioned earlier how we get new permissions for our data diver throughout the game to access new areas. Well, that isn't the only thing you get to access. The Mr. and Mrs. Helpfuls throughout the facility also have different responses depending on the staff level that is talking to them. If you go back and
look, that animatronic looks cute. It's like a bear.
Start to hear messages recorded by Edwin or Fiona directly addressing one another. And this one right here is very interesting indeed.
I've got something very important to ask you. Okay, here goes. You become the heart of this company, and I want to share it with you. And you're also really pretty. Like
really pretty.
Pretty. So, will you marry me, please?
Yes, it's very nerdy and very sweet, just like how I proposed. The point is, during Edwin's awkward ramblings, he says,
"You're a symmetrical pretty.
You are the heart of the company." When they met, she was just a new employee. There's no way she would be that instrumental to the company and its quote-unquote heart. However, once Murray Sr. passed on and Edwin was left in charge, Fiona became his main collaborator. She is the one who cared for the employees and the company while Edwin was off making more crazy inventions. We can even hear her concern during the pre-recorded elevator repair tapes.
It feels like she's reading a script and she's kind of concerned about what she's reading.
It's only once Edwin takes over that Fiona has the opportunity to fill the position as the heart of the company. And also, I mean, this recording is on a Helpful, one of the things that Edwin would only have been able to install fully once he'd taken over.
Could start making some of my inventions for real.
All of that to say that Murray Sr. died sometime between Edwin and Fiona dating
Bro,
and then
that's
getting engaged, placing it sometime in 1967. And that's an important detail because while it seems early in most timelines for this franchise, Murray Sr. appears to have
my quality change at the middle of this video.
Even before he passes and hands the company over to Edwin.
Maybe it's my impression.
In the audio logs you can find later on in the game, it becomes very clear that Edwin is getting a little bit paranoid.
Edwin, never forget, they're behind it. Don't trust them. Never tell them they want to destroy you. Dad was right.
Now, you may be asking, who is this them and what is it he's not supposed to be telling them? Well, through another couple of audio and text logs, both of those answers become quite easy to figure out. In literally the next audio log you can obtain, Edwin tells us that there's a leak in the company.
I figured it out.
A leak?
There's a leak. Someone told them about M2. Well, they can't have it.
M2, the brand new mimic that can adjust to any costume and mimic any character or person, is what's being leaked. And with that in mind, the they becomes even easier to figure out. A bunch of the text logs have a consistent running theme. Working for Murray's costume manor sucks. They want out.
One more injury and I'm out of here. I mean it this time. Barb, I swear, if I hear that song one more time, I'm going to tear that dolly off her hinges. I have no clue how much longer I can take it here.
Some of them
people getting crazy.
While others are being poached by a rival.
Hello, Shield Gamer, how are you?
Almost there. I need the rest of the Murray staff.
It's 6 what?
The sooner the better. You get that from me, and I can sweeten the deal. How would you like to manage one of the new franchise locations? WA.
That's right, good old Willie A is here, and he's as evil a businessman as we always thought.
Let me wait till the ads are over. Let's wait till they're over. Okay, thank you.
Fazbear is actively stealing not just employees, but their business secrets. So
My
it's
God.
Fazbear that is, quote, behind it. They are the ones who want to destroy Edwin, and he is reminding himself to not let them have the Mimic program. But do you remember the last thing he said?
Dad was right.
Dad was right. This
Dad was right,
paranoid speech
okay.
is all about how Fazbear isn't to be trusted. And those words of advice came from Edwin's father. How? Because
It's 6
clearly
p.m.
Murray Sr.
Now
knew
it's
about
4 p.m. in my
Fazbear,
country.
Afton, and all of their shady business practices. Either because Murray Sr. was already in business with them prior to his death, or simply because MCM had been around for a while. And so he'd
MCM.
have likely seen how they operated and how
What a
small
weird
businesses
name.
they were working with suddenly disappeared. And so he made sure to warn his son about them. We all knew that Fazbear had been around a lot longer than we thought with the introduction of the 1970s Fall Fest poster in Help Wanted 2. But now it seems that they go back even further. Sure, it's only a few more years on paper, but just like everything in this game, we're being shown that we can't strictly rely on what we think we know as definitive. If we thought this prequel destroyed our understanding of the franchise, just wait until we learn about what was going on before all of this. First, it's a few more years into the 1960s, but who knows how far back it goes? Maybe Matt and I weren't so far off with the whole singing bear in the 1930s. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. World premiere on Game Theory. I have solved the ending of Poppy Playtime. FNAF Secret of the Mimic.
Sorry, the stream crashed. I'm sorry. Let me put it back again. Thank you.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that has ingested so much FNAF lore, it too has chosen violence.
My God.
That's right, today we're tackling the second main character in our 3-part Secret of the Mimic extravaganza, the Mimic. Although I say that, as I was writing this episode, one thing became very clear. There is way too much to say about this character to fit in just one episode, and so I'm gonna add a bonus 4th episode to our lineup.
Oh my
Today we're gonna
God.
focus on the Mimic's past and present, and next time, its future. That also puts our very special FNAF Theorist Live Talkback on August 16th at 2 p.m. EST. So mark your calendars, folks, and hit the subscribe button before the Mimic comes and gets you. Sorry I miscalculated, but hey, Steel Wool is still calling it Five Nights at Freddy's when all of their games take place in just one night, so... Oh, look, the Mimic, it's here! Did you not hit the subscribe button like I asked?
That's weird.
Seriously?
They should change to One Night at Freddy's, maybe.
Let's actually talk about this one-of-a-kind villain. Well,
Oh my God, look at those kid chips in the background.
The Mimic
And the
this whole time, but
doggo.
one key thing Secret of the
So
Mimic
cute.
was very clear about, it's really not one of a kind at all. Which, to be fair, is something we've been believing for a while now. In Tales from the Pizzaplex, we see 2 versions of the Mimic. The Mimic 1 program, which was the Mimic software that Edwin Murray created to put into a half-finished endoskeleton to play with his son David, which was then later used by Fazbear in The Storyteller. And then there's the Mimic 2, which was Fazbear's improvements on the original design, creating an endoskeleton that could change its shape and size to fit any
My God.
animatronic.
It's kind of crazy technology, but I think it's just paranormal stuff now.
Speculative.
Even though
Especially
they
as
tried to
even
make
though
it
if the
scientific
book
and
stories were in the same
grounded, it's
continuity
still
as whether you
crazy,
could rely
bro.
on them wholesale or not. My personal theory was that yes, those 2 mimics were indeed present in Security Breach, with the Mimic 2 being the physical endoskeleton we find in the basement of Ruin, and the Mimic 1 program being what we now know as Glitchtrap, taking over Fazbear's systems and using it to manipulate people into doing its bidding, like Helpy does to Cassie in Ruin, which
That's
is
so
why
cute.
we get this interaction between Helpy and the totally real Gregory arguing.
I took care of it.
The area is safe now.
But now we do have a definitive backstory for the Mimic inside the game continuity. It turns out that yes, there are indeed 2 in-game mimics.
So
but
cute.
there are some key differences from their book.
The father of Edwin is the consequence man.
Entire understanding of security breach, ruin.
What do you mean consequence man?
To keep the Mimic underground. Mexes. So hop into that definitely working
From
elevator
FNAF
friends as we
when
plummet down into the
UCM.
depths of Murray's costume manor to discover the real secret of the Mimic. So what does this game
What
actually
is
tell us about
UCM?
the game universe's version of the Mimic? Well,
I'm
most
bored
things in
as
this game are
S.
similar but
Sad
different
face.
to what we were expecting.
Thank you for
Edwin
looking at
does
tiny
create the
faces,
original
Noifals,
Mimic
but
and
I'm
wants to
sorry
face
for
David.
this being boring. I know it's boring,
Get paid and
Noifals.
go home. It'll stay with us. And
But next week we'll
But he
finish
also
this
states that
and
it was
we'll start
created to
seeing
work
new
inside
videos.
multiple costumes.
Don't
It'll wear
worry.
fun costumes. It can fit into any costume we've created.
Essentially, the game's lore has combined the purposes of
No,
the
I
books
just came
M1
here
and
again.
M2
Okay,
into one
Noifals.
creation, and
Hope you
attributed
enjoy the rest of the
Ed
stream
rather
then.
one being a Fazbear creation, just like basically
Hope it
everything
helps
in
with
this game. But
boringness.
this M1 also develops a little more than its book counterpart.
This is where I heard it. It's her or someone that sounds like her.
M1 begins showing signs of mimicking the deceased wife of its creator, literally mimicking the role of David's primary caretaker, his mother, Fiona. As we discussed
Bro,
last
these
time, Fiona
drawings are so
tragically
weird,
died in
bro.
a fire at Fall Fest, and this
They're kind
totally
of creepy,
destroys
like
Edwin's
these
mental
faces are so
state.
square and
So
and
naturally,
stuff.
when he starts thinking
It's
he's
the
hearing the voice of his
consequences,
wife, he
old
leans
man.
in hard. By David's last birthday,
I'm so
M1 is
confused,
not
bro. I don't
wearing
know
any
anymore.
costumes like Edwin said it would, but instead it is mimicking
Old man
Fiona
consequences.
perfectly, baking a cake, hanging
Bro,
decorations,
I don't know
all of
anymore
that
what's...
good stuff.
My brain doesn't think properly no more.
This is where Edwin's second tragedy strikes. M1 Fiona goes down to get David while everyone is waiting to celebrate.
Edwin's father is
only
old
for
man
them to
consequence,
discover
but what is
David
old man's
is dead. Again,
consequences?
Edwin is destroyed by this. But this time, M1 Fiona is here, and she has a quick and easy solution.
You need to try again. Build another.
The two go back and forth over this for a while, but eventually Edwin gives in and begins attempting to make a new mimic that will mimic his dead son. However, it doesn't really seem to be working.
Every copy has failed.
Aww.
Why it worked the first time, but it did.
The only reference Edwin has for the mimic idea working is M1, which leads to Edwin's
Old man
final
consequence is
game.
a
So one
red
of the text messages we
primitively
receive
made
after
fisherman.
meeting M1 Fiona during the parachute ending, it says the M2 began as a copy
Okay,
of my
thank you.
program. This log has been sent
I totally
by
forgot
M1
about
to
that. Thank you
Edwin's
so
machine.
much.
In order to make M2 work, Edwin
Now I
simply made a
remember.
copy of her programming. I guess if you can't figure out how it worked the first time, just duplicate the thing that
Thank
already
you.
works.
Now I
And it does
understand.
work. It's just a little too much for Edwin to handle.
Not him. You're not. Stop sounding like him.
This moment
Jesus
is
Christ.
what turned M2 into the killing machine we now find in the game, and its first victim, the man who tried to destroy it.
Due to a minor detonation, there is damage to my office interior.
And that is essentially everything we know from the game itself. It's unclear
Bro, the
exactly
guy
what happens
killed the
next
other
to get
guy,
us to
okay.
security breach and ruin. It's
I
gonna
guess
depend
violence
heavily on
teaches
which ending
violence.
is canon and what happens in the inevitable DLC that Steel World does for
There's
all of
a
their
DLC?
content. Personally, my money's on the DLC being about Fall Fest. I proved last time that the game takes place in September 1979, so Fall Fest would likely be in full swing, and the Mimic is
The
free.
Mimic to
in
kill
every ending.
Edwin.
But regardless of
Okay,
whether I'm
thank you
right
for
about
telling
that,
me.
one thing I am sure about
I
is
guess
that
it's
at some point,
revenge.
M2 is going to be trapped inside MCM. It will get cemented up, only for us to go down into the basement of ruin and find it again. Now, I know what you're thinking. These two characters don't look anything alike, but
Yeah,
just take a look
they look
around
weird.
first. We have a springlock scooper, wooden boxes filled with costumes like crows, elephants, and lions, a similar flooring and wood panel walls with builders' lights hanging from them. Everything we're seeing at MCM matches stuff that we saw
I guess
underground
it's
when we encountered
similar.
the Mimic in ruin. We can also find endoskeleton pieces deep within MCM from when Edwin was experimenting trying to create the Mimic. And if you look closely, some of them don't really match the current version of the Mimic, but they match the endoskeleton of the Mimic that we find in ruin. My guess is that in the lead up to it being cemented, or even during the cementing up of MCM itself, it ended up getting damaged,
Jesus
or
Christ.
some of the pieces just stopped working over time, and so it replaces its parts one by one. We've already
yeah,
seen it
makes
replace its
sense.
legs, so what's an arm, or a torso, or a head? Finally though, the Mimic in ruin, it acts just like the M2 we see in Secret of the Mimic. It's mimicking a young boy, Gregory, it's wearing mascot costumes, and it's being violent towards humans. It even walks in a similar fashion and gets its hand stuck in an elevator. Now, that last one doesn't strictly make the two characters the same. Anyone can get their arm stuck in an elevator. But the fact that Stillwell programmed that in, along with all the other things we've talked about, it seems like they're trying to tie together these characters and this area, telling us that the Pizzaplex, and by association FNAF 6, was built on top of MCM, locking away all of its inventions down here, including M2 itself. I mean, we know that Fazbear isn't against saving some cash by building on top of previous establishments, and there's one text log directly from Willie A himself that tells us that he owns the land which MCM stands on. But that's only one of the mimics answered for. What about M1? Well, to start with, she's just chilling inside a computer.
Oh my god, cute tiny glasses.
Not only was M2 a copy of M1's programming, he also put M2 into the very same endoskeleton. Just look at them side by side. They're identical. Well, besides the legs, because, you know.
Oh my god.
And we don't see another one of these endoskeletons walking around or even decommissioned. So all signs are pointing to Edwin removing the M1 program from the endoskeleton, putting M2 into the endoskeleton, and leaving M1 as just a program inside the computer that we find during the parachute ending.
It is nice to meet you face to face.
But as I'm sure most of you have realized, this isn't just any computer. This is the same computer that we found down in the basement of Ruin, the one that was running the Nexus program. The big digital genie bunny that is keeping M2 locked away underneath the Pizzaplex. Does this mean Fiona is Mex's? Has Mex's actually been the M1 mimic like we first suspected when we saw the trailers for Ruin? I actually got asked about this during the theory crafting livestream we did immediately after our GT Live playthrough, which is what inspired me to do this episode in the first place. So thanks for showing up and being a part of that if that was you. At the time, it stumped me, but now that I've actually had some time to think about it, I believe I do have an answer. And that answer is not quite. Honestly, it just doesn't make sense.
How long till we play? 5 minutes.
I know what series we're talking about. FNAF rarely makes sense, but hear me out. We've always talked about how the Fazbear characters tend to be used as symbolism in these games. Freddy tends to be representative of Henry.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
But in this game, we're also shown that Fiona was the one who designed Foxy and Chica. So if something is meant to represent her, it's more likely going to be one of those two. In my opinion, most likely Foxy. He was originally a puppet and she was a puppeteer. But Bonnie has always represented Afton. Afton was the reason Edwin was locked away in the R&D department and in his home, working on the new restaurant concept, keeping him away from his family, his son, which led to his death and eventually to him creating a violent and destructive mimic. So rather than Mixes being a representation of Fiona, it's far more fitting that it's a representation of Afton. This new mimic has taken on part of Edwin's personality, the violent part, and is now being kept locked away by another blue rabbit. Like father, like son. But
some cute stuff in there.
They're one and the same is because of the parachute ending. During it, we have to activate something called cradle.exe. We first hear about what this cradle is from one of the text logs. A handful of these logs seem to be addressed to Edwin and have a subject line written in binary, like a computer program trying to communicate, i.e. M1. One of these specifically asks Edwin to consider building the cradle if he won't fix M2's programming, and provides him with the blueprints for it. She describes it as a computer, bigger than anything he's built before, which sounds familiar on its own, but if you stop just before executing cradle.exe, you can see that it has a description. Mechanical X-form experimental storage. MXEX. Mex's was actually M1's idea. But then if Mex's is a separate program designed by M1, why does she end up on the same computer? It's because of what Mex's stands for. I've already mentioned it stands for Mechanical X-Form Experimental Storage. The word there you may not be familiar with is X-Form. Simply, it's just programming shorthand for the word
What if the dogs be right by? Okay, keep it to get the parachute and you need to collect all the toys. Okay.
However, there is a little more.
Is that hard?
In programming, the transforming that X-Form refers to is an object's position, rotation, and scale. Again, all things we understand about the mimic's transforming abilities. But
oh my god, look at that, it's a book.
Those transformations are applied. You see, X-forms are hierarchical, meaning transformations applied to a parent affect all of the objects assigned to that parent, like they're its children, if you will. M1 was the first mimic, the original, so it needed to be on the same machine as Mex's to act as the hierarchical X form for M2. M1 has also taken on the role of Fiona, while M2 is supposed to be David, Fiona's child. Again, fitting nicely into that hierarchical programming setup. The parent is there so that Mexes can help control the child. Mexes can apply something to M1 that will automatically control M2. But clearly the program was never installed. Edwin built the Cradle computer and put M1 Fiona into it in order that the Mexes program could use her to control the child and keep it locked away, but Mexes isn't actually installed until we come along during the parachute ending. Eventually, Fazbear came along and collected the Cradle in a Fazbear van like we saw in the Help Wanted 2 update, with Mexes fully operational. It's at this point that I believe they separated these two programs, Mexes and M1. The Cradle was then rebranded from F10
Is that ending
to
good?
completely Mexes, like we
If
see
the
in the
guy
Matrix
keeping
of the
the
M1
thing
program was removed
closed down there, if he dies, then it's gonna be chaotic, right?
For video games.
Told us to scan it. Said it would
Wait,
expedite the
what,
process.
Shield
It
Gamer?
was just junk. Circuit boards and things like that.
Which of course leads to M1 taking over Fazbear's systems, corrupting the animatronics, and creating the storylines that we see in Help Wanted, Security Breach, Help Wanted 2, and Ruin. This would all seem to line up with the previous theories I mentioned at the start of this episode, with Helpy actually being the M1 program controlling the entire Pizzaplex. It would also explain why M1 is able to stop Mexes. They are no longer on the same system. Mexes no longer has the hierarchical power to use
The secret
M1
ending is when you get all the toys. Okay, thank you.
If Mexes was M1's idea, why then is she actively stopping it? Helpy is literally helping Cassie get further into the Pizzaplex, teaching her how to stop Mexes and how to free the Mimic. Well, it's because while Mexes was her idea, it was never really her goal.
Try again, make another, and we can all be together.
I miss you, but I miss my child. I want him back.
We must convince him to repair M2. That is all that I want.
In the text log about the Cradle, M1 is trying to appeal to Edwin, asking him to make the Cradle
Helpy is the mimic. Oh my god, no.
But really,
then it's not cute. I thought it was cute. I think, okay, Shield Gamer, thank you.
Figured out a way to fix it without Edwin. That's why she faked the voice of Fazbear Dispatch and convinced Arnold to explore the manor and find the schematics for the Mimic. It's so that she can fix it herself. And if people get hurt along the way, so be it. It's
okay, let's start the game. Let's just print screen this so we know where we are. Okay. Let's start the game. Or help is Fiona. I don't know, bro. Let me change the category. Okay, let's change to the Buckshot Roulette. Buckshot Roulette. This one. Okay. Now let's start it. Hello, Shield Gamer. How are you?
I'm good.
Slay.
Waiting for the code. The ID.
It's really cold here too, bro. My god. Let's see. Gaming. I'm still turning on Steam. It's gonna take a little bit. Okay. Let's go here. Not that one, this one. Okay, let's go. Game capture. I think this is the one, right? Let's see if it gets big again. I love this music, oh my god. Does it appear as big? Okay. Multiplayer. Okay, let's host a table. The lobby is public though, now everyone can join.
So where is the code?
Oh wait, let me see.
ID?
Let me send it. Wait. Here.
Buckshot Roulette stuff. Time to copy the text.
Oh, Kitty Patootie entered.
Yeah.
Look, someone random joined. Thank you, Kitty Patootie. Hello.
Oh. Is Rama or that?
I don't know who is that, but the lobby is public, so.
Let's see. It's the code that you posted, right?
Is the game on public?
You don't want it to be public?
Well, we don't have public.
Lion. Oh wait, someone got out. Wait.
Who's Lion?
I don't know. These random people are getting out, and they. Bro,
Don't
this
make
is.
it public, make it private, so only the people with the ID can join.
Bro, I made this public so anyone can. What is this, people? Who are these people?
Make the table private.
Do we start? Look, I'm a dear so cute. No, false. Thank you. Do we start?
Make the table private.
Oh, okay.
And who is? Ah, he left. Good.
No, I kicked him. Bro, this is supposed to be community. Because anyone can join. Imagine when there's more people that want to play and are not my friends on Steam. How they can play it? Okay, creator's taking some time to enter.
Spooky. Spoopy.
Spoopy, so cute.
I need to install Buckshot Roulette first.
What?
Have it installed?
Why didn't you install it?
I think. Good question. I have no idea.
Bro, what? My god.
So do you really have 100 games in your game request?
No, I have 100 games.
And how many games requests do you have?
Only, if I don't have the game, I don't think I don't have it. I don't have that because I have like more than 100 plus games already, and those can be voted. I have the games.
Oh, you have the requested games?
Yes.
How big is your storage capacity?
Bro, I don't install them. I just uninstall the
You just
ones
buy them and you don't install them.
Bro, I still have some PSP ones, PS4 ones.
You
There's
have
some
a PSP?
Yes, I have.
A PlayStation Portable?
Yes. Those old ones, yes.
Damn, GTA 5 is now only 15 euros. I think I want to buy it. It's a steal.
Yeah, I think it's a good game. I bought that game I bought that game for my father a long time ago and he never played it, so it's now mine, I guess.
Oh my god, if someone requests GTA 5 and you're going to play GTA 5, it is going to take you a lot of streams to play it.
Yes, when I did the one rotation, there's people that wanted me a lot to play GTA 5, but Minecraft won. Kitty Patootie, I can't hear you. A creator is talking,
Oh,
but...
I'm muted.
Lol, Kitty.
I'm here.
Hello. Did you install Buckshot?
I have seen my dog back.
Okay. Did you
install something?
What's happening? So many stuff.
Eh.
Did you install it?
Question.
What's happening?
I'm installing.
Bro, the game is not that big.
It's not that big, but you didn't ask how a creator...
But I'm in a place with less internet.
It probably doesn't have a really good connection.
Okay. Well, let's start the game like that and wait till it's... Let's start it then.
Yeah, over here in this room.
Probably the best beer in the world.
Yeah, you can play one game.
The game is about to start.
Bro, are you afraid of the lobby being public? I don't know, I never played in public lobbies. Is it safe?
Well, it is safe. I mean, it's just playing the game without voice chat.
Yeah.
So nobody can hear you or... So, yeah, face to face.
Let's go. 3 phases.
3 rounds, 3 lives.
Okay. Beer. Something. Cigarettes.
To play the game again with really good... with a small... Oh
my god. Okay, let's see who starts. Okay, it's me.
Damn it.
Sorry, bro. Don't die, please!
Okay.
Two. Beer. Yay! Oh my god. Okay, let's get some cigarettes. Let's see. This one I don't know if it's oh my god, Slay. Okay, I still don't know if it's empty, so... Okay.
It's not fun when you don't to say anything, you just let it go.
Bro, I like to talk, I don't know. Yay! It was good to go. Okay, let's go now. We have this and this. Okay, there's one that is not thingy. Let's see. I'm gonna die, oh my god. I already know that.
Making you was pretty straightforward.
Dead. Money.
I'm rich. Time to hook up some cheeks.
Go. Lol.
Hot cheeks.
Sly, I guess. Okay. Oh, the items. Okay, let's get another. It's just beer. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
It's just treat a tyrant. Okay, I will try it. Okay, lol.
Goodness.
I'm trying.
Goodness. Delicious.
I'm just trying to guess if it's good or not. If I don't know, I will shoot myself. If I know, I shoot myself or shoot another person. Jesus. Okay, bye. Let's go. Cigarettes. Now, we know that all of them are empty. Let's spend this. And then... goods. Okay, more stuff. Okay, more beer.
Oh yes, you don't have adrenaline.
Oh yeah, sorry. Three empty stuff. Okay. Slay. Slay? No way.
Don't try your luck there.
Bro, I could be lucky.
Let me see.
No! My God.
Don't worry. Still got it. I still got it.
Okay. Ah, good. Then all the other ones are full.
One by one, your chance at victory is done.
Yay! You can rhyme. That's a good poetry. Slay. More money. Kiripatuti, I can't hear you. A creators are trying to talk and I can't hear.
No,
Oh
I'm
man.
not trying to talk. I'm just
No, my items.
But it's in
Yeah,
style.
the
I can
items,
join next
bro.
one.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, one empty. Okay. I found this so funny. Don't ask me why. Let me put Kiripatuti here.
How unfortunate. It's a 50-50, so the phone can't tell me.
Okay, the one is empty now, yeah. Why are you using that? It's empty.
I'm just using my luck.
Oh wait, it actually was not empty. Okay, you won.
Too late, I then say that's checkmate.
Let's go. Rish. So beautiful, the sky. What a vibe.
Hey, the plane.
Let's go, the richest. Look, there's a plane there, so cute.
Too little too late, I then say that's checkmate. These are my catchphrases.
What is the catchphrase? Ooh, Slay, we can keep playing. Okay, Kiripatut, you can join.
I can join. I'm joining. I mean,
so cute. We don't make a public lobby then. It's just private.
Yes.
Okay.
Is Nightfalls going to join or he doesn't have the game?
I think Nightfalls doesn't have Buckshot Roulette.
Oh, I misgendered the Nightfalls.
Ooh, more game. Oh, thank you for following. Someone followed. Thank you.
Who?
Dr. Gamer Plays.
Nice.
Slay, thank you.
So.
Okay, let's go.
No, my fault is a deer.
Another game of change.
Yes, Nightfall sees a deer
What
now,
do we
so
have?
cute. They're a deer now.
A deer?
A deer. Nightfall sees a deer.
Also, I'm kind of questioning.
Oh, I thought Nightfall was
probably
playing with us.
does on the chat.
What question? What happened? Ooh, 4 empty.
Or 4.
Okay, who starts? Oh my god, I should have think better. Yeah, me.
What a start.
You said it's you, then it's me.
I gave you another turn then.
This music is so good.
You maniac!
Lol. My god, he's using all the items! You have one already. But okay, I guess.
Yes, but now he doesn't have any.
He wants his revenge.
Bro.
Revenge on what?
Last time I won the game twice.
Oh, I don't remember. Too much lead in my brain.
Yeah, I don't remember too, bro. But okay. Let's see.
We are playing with our lives.
We are on the what shell 6 leave around. I'm gonna use this.
It's 6-1 from now on.
Kitty Patootie, you're gonna rest next round, so you can rest. Let's see.
Oh, cute. Damn, son. You just hitting me with a world of it.
Wait, I can use it again. I forgot about that.
Oh my.
Okay, this is like the 5th one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Damn, son. You yourself with a wild effect.
Cigarettes.
500 cigarettes.
500 cigarettes.
I need to show you that meme.
Look, the hand's shaking. It's so cute.
Are you shaking because you're cold or because you're scared?
Okay, now it's... Oh wait, I should have think this better. Who wants to get shot?
Egg.
Okay.
Me.
Oh, it's empty.
Everyone, get back!
Oh.
Finally.
Finally. Oh my
I was
god,
getting
Jesus. Oh my, so many items. Okay.
Uh-oh, Equator doesn't have adrenaline, how sad.
Ooh, 3 empty. It's you, Kitty Patootie.
Hey, which one sounds better? Cigarette or cigarette?
Cigarettes. Looks more
Your
fancy.
opinion. My opinion, cigarette is more fancy.
Yeah, it looks like French too. Yeah, both are
Cigarette.
fancy.
A creator has his neurons activated.
Yeah, he's thinking he's
Yes,
smart.
the lad activated them.
Oh my god! Jesus! Okay, let me smoke. Michael, don't die, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Another one.
Another one.
Slay. Okay, now who wants to get shots?
Egg
Okay.
Chill gamer.
Sorry, it said first. Sorry, bro. You have to say it faster. Wait, I'm trying to take the items off. Okay. We are full of items. 3 empty, okay. This music is so good. Cigarette. Okay.
You got too many times.
Rethinking.
Okay. Oh, he can't play now.
Why am I not surprised?
I got you beat from every angle.
Jeez. Okay, now it's me. Let's see. Okay. Who wants to get shot first?
Chill gamer.
Okay.
Hey, I said it first.
I didn't hear it.
You didn't hear it?
I think it glitched.
You're speaking through the gas mask. I can't hear you.
No, it's actually sometimes it glitches.
A W for me and an F for you.
Okay. Let's see. Lol.
I'm sorry, my friend.
Mazanita, avenge me.
Okay. I will do that.
Rethinking.
Slay.
I misclicked. I spin it too fast and I misclicked. Manson.
Let's go.
I'm good.
Let's go. Choo-choo-choo. 2 empty, okay.
Chad, I found.
Let's go.
I found.
Okay.
I found.
Okay, sorry, Shield Gamer.
Don't worry.
He only has 1 health. He didn't need to
I don't know, bro. It's just my strategy. Money!
Money!
So cute.
I'm alive!
Slay. Another round.
Another one.
Another one. Oh, the items.
Yeah, so hard. Almost.
Okay, who gets now to play?
Not that good.
3 empty.
Okay.
It's you. Yeah. Okay. Now you play again? Okay.
Yeah, shoot him!
Bro, you just have to decide. Oh my god, Jesus Christ.
Shoot the person on your right.
What is my rights?
Equator is right.
Oh, bro. Oh, bro, I couldn't decide. What do you want me to say?
Don't say anything.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I guess I know what I'm gonna do now.
My gods.
Equator wants to be shot.
Use your items, maybe. Just
Okay,
maybe.
let's see. Cigarette.
Equator wants to be shot.
Yes, I'm on the other side of the table.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, more items.
Damn, son, where did you find this?
2 empty shells.
Damn, son, where did you find this?
Lol. Lol.
Well then.
Okay, 1 empty.
It's stuck. It's... Don't stuck! Don't stuck! Don't stuck!
What's happening?
I can't move my mouse! Don't stuck!
Use your arrows, I guess.
Bro, I don't think it works like that. I don't know.
What?
Sacrifice a virgin, turn on and off. I don't know.
I can't see my cursor. I can't see my cursor.
Oh my god.
What is happening?
This is drama.
Don't stop.
What's happening? Oh my god.
Wait. Wait. Wait.
Okay.
What the hell?
What happened? The mouse died.
What the hell?
I gotta do stuff I don't want to do, but I have to do it.
I'm confused.
You alive?
No, she
I'm alive.
alive.
I can't see my cursor. I can see my cursor when I open the menu, but I can't see it in the game. I'm stuck. I have to disconnect and reconnect.
Okay.
Wait, is the controller like...
Oh.
I don't use the controller, I use the mouse.
Okay. I guess it's between you and me.
Okay, Kitty Patootie.
He was too afraid to get shot, I guess.
Okay.
Just chill gamer.
I couldn't see my controller. Glass to see if it's a dungeon playing from live, but
sorry, Kitty Patootie.
I couldn't see my cursor anymore. I couldn't.
It's okay, don't worry. It's fine, don't you worry. It's okay.
Ooh.
Too empty.
And for life.
Seeing something.
You could have used magnifying glass, you know that, right?
I know I could have used magnifying glass, but I couldn't see my cursor.
No, not you, a creator!
Ah.
You could use magnifying glass.
Party.
All I can do now is sing a song.
Okay.
Who is the sponge that lives in the bottom of the sea?
SpongeBob SquarePants!
Oh, not that song. Okay. Sorry, love.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now it's... polarizer. Thank you. Sorry, Kitty Patootie.
Hit me.
You're so cute, I love you.
Yay!
You're so cute.
I love that Chill Gamer is trying to sing, but his audio is cutting off, so he's like...
I know that was what's happening to me. I swear I didn't hear him say to shoot you, bro. I didn't hear it, I swear.
God damn it. So I sing for nothing.
Okay, that goddamn it was good. The rest I couldn't understand it.
Oh, I have an idea. I'll use...
Oh, I have an idea. I can...
Poor Shield Gamer, come on. Don't make fun of
me.
Bro, it's the mic, probably.
Better idea.
Okay.
Okay, what's happening?
There. I'm now
Thank
using...
you.
Oh, hi. Oh.
Okay, let's see.
Can you hear me better?
Yes. Vermelho. I mean red, sorry. I sometimes get... Vermelho is red in Portuguese. Sometimes I get...
Mimi joined Discord. Mimi joined Discord.
Who is Mimi?
Mimosa.10 dash.
Okay, I will see it, don't you worry. Thank you, more money!
Maybe it's the new
Money!
guy.
Money.
Maybe it's the new guy. Also, how weird. Somebody followed you, but he doesn't write any message in chat.
Sometimes it happens, I guess. It's weird, I know. Okay, one A.
One of each.
Well, you have the magnifying glass, you can steal my knife, and then you can kill me, basically.
You don't bring a knife to a rocket fight.
This is a rocket fight?
To a gunfight.
Ah, to a gunfight, okay.
I already know what it's here. Goodbye.
Thank you.
No.
Okay. Okay, 3 empty, 1 goods. 2 goods. I mean, okay.
How do you like it? How do you like my nosy question? Quiz, standard, or none?
Quiz.
I have quiz, standard, and none. Suppress background noise from your mic.
Bro, I put none on mine. You know, that's why you can hear me better now, because in the past I used like a ton of suppressors and stuff, and then it couldn't hear my voice in certain times.
Enter C.
Thank you for the cat. Wow! Thank you.
Huh?
Slay. Wow.
I can do malefic voices. I can do a malefic laugh.
Wahahaha. Sorry.
No, it kinda like that. It kinda sounds like.
Oh no, that one is funny. I like that one.
That's good.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, I like that one. It reminds me of a meme though.
Ah.
Oh my god, I love that one. That one is so cool.
Ah.
Jesus. Let me just. Okay, Cutie Patootie. I'm sorry, Cutie Patootie. I love you.
Oh, don't feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for him.
But I love him.
You're gonna get all the money.
Yeah, I'm rich now.
Get
but I
money.
love you. I'll buy a Nintendo for compensation. You're so
Now I'm
cute.
gonna use all that money just to revive me.
Yeah, premium hospital. Let's see the stats.
Okay, now I can finally join.
No, we're gonna finish the stream now.
It was only 1 round, 2 rounds.
But you won the last one with me only.
Yeah, but I didn't won with a creator in it because I got disconnected.
Okay, let's do another one then.
Yeah.
So cute. Let's do it then. Just one more, okay?
Alright.
Yay!
That's so cute.
Yeah!
Okay, it's still it's crashed. Wait. Let me start again the game.
The game crashed.
Yes.
Oh, so that means you will have to get another ID.
Oh, don't worry, I'll get it then. Wait.
Done.
Done what?
I sent you both invites.
Invites? Okay.
Okay, I'm already here.
I don't see you.
Did you say?
Oh, wait,
I'm getting an error, bro.
Send the ID. Send the ID.
Bro, I'm gonna copy and send it again.
Okay.
Copy TX.
Okay, let's go. Shield Gamer is on. And Kitty Patootie. Okay, let's start. Last round, okay? Last game. Then I have to finish the stream.
No. Why?
Don't you worry, there's more tomorrow.
Yeah, and I will probably stream, but I don't know what game.
I can recommend some games.
I mean, I can tell you what games I have in my Nintendo Switch.
Phil, what
do you
want?
racing games?
The what?
Do you like racing games?
Don't tell me you want me to buy Mario Kart.
No. It's actually for the computer.
You won't make way, right?
Nope. It's a free game, actually.
For empty.
I will forever recommend Nightmare Kart.
Okay, let's see what I have. I have GTA Vice City. Oh, it's my turn. I have GTA San Andreas, Mario Plus Rabbids, Super Mario Maker, Lego Movie, Paper Mario Origami King, Lego City Undercover, Bandy, Lego Jurassic World, Hollow Knight, Deltarune. Oh, Deltarune.
Deltarune is good.
Deltarune.
How do you know it's good? You haven't even played it, Manzanita.
It has sands on it.
Maybe she watched it. Oh, wait a minute. What was the shells? What were the shells?
For empty, 3 goods.
Are you sure?
Oh, so it's a 50-50.
Okay, now it's...
I tried.
Let me see.
You tried so hard.
Okay.
I tried with
Third
my
shell is
biggest
blank.
That one surely wasn't.
I know, but it's blank. That one is blank.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, the phone told me. What?
Okay, that one was also.
It is it was the third shell, which is this one. The third shell from now on, which is this one.
I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. You get blueberry. You get blueberry shell. Also, why don't we have a body?
I don't know.
Why do we only have a bed?
Oh, that's easy because I sold your bodies in the market for enough money for the shotgun.
Who wants to get shot?
And I sold your
Chill gamer.
Sorry.
Hey, I said it first. I said it first. I said equator, and with a split of seconds.
I'm sorry, I can't perceive time that well. Jesus Christ. Okay, one good, one bad. Okay.
Which one is the good one?
Blue.
Hey, if you successfully hit yourself with the blank on a 50-50 shot, you get an achievement.
Really?
Without knowing which shell it is. Without knowing which shell it is, you get an achievement if you successfully shoot yourself with a blank in a 50-50 shot.
Are you tempting me?
Hey, no, you can search it on Steam.
Screw it. I didn't get an achievement.
Maybe it is in offline mode.
Probably.
No way.
Anyway, I did it and you can see it. So, goodbye.
My god. Oh, more items. Slay.
I don't have items. I don't have items because you.
It's full.
Oh. Okay, too good,
okay,
too
now
bad.
It's up to the idea. Oh my goodness, so many items. Whoa. Oh, wait a minute.
Don't die.
It's my mom.
Oh, okay. Don't die.
Hey, mom, don't die.
Okay, I will tell that later.
I need a cigarette.
Slay.
Beer.
Beer.
Good beer. Good
Ooh, it's
beer.
blank. Okay, 50-50 still.
Nope.
Okay, it's blank.
Now I know what you'll
Okay,
do.
it is going to be
No,
my
you could
turn
use
again, and I will
Polaroids.
get more items.
You could use Polaroid and then.
He wants more items.
Ah, okay.
More beer and
You're the only one that wants items.
2 adrenalines. Damn.
Jesus.
My God, Sly.
Damn, son. Where did you find this?
Here we go again.
Ah, shit. Here we
I
go
knew
again.
it.
The burner phone. Okay.
Am I the only one that when he answers the phone, like, counts the bullet with the fingers?
Yeet.
Yeet.
Oh, my knife. But okay. Well.
I'm sorry, you had the only knife. But at least I'm not going to shoot you.
Okay. Okay, now it's me. Who wants to get shot?
Hey, creator.
Okay.
Jesus. Of course.
Slay.
What?
No!
Yay! I'm a ghost.
So
I'm
cute.
immortal.
You're adorable.
No, you can't shoot me. I'm immortal.
Slay, I guess. Okay, 3 good, 4 bad.
Actually, I have 1 more life. Oh, he
Okay.
did! I didn't know that. I thought he had 1 more life.
Okay, nobody has a knife, so...
Live. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry. Smoke.
500 cigarettes.
500 cigarettes.
Cigarettes.
Okay, it's blank.
One bang.
Lol.
Ew.
So cute, you're adorable.
You're more.
No, you more.
No, I mean, ooh, I'm a ghost.
Oh, you're so adorable, so cute. Slay.
It was a blank.
Okay, now what it is?
I do not know. I switched some shells.
Okay, now we know.
Lol, me dying.
You could get health, but
Oh my god.
it's the first time I see Shield Gamer shooting himself.
Oh my god, I saw something there. Wait. I know. Yeah, but the computer is getting really bad lately. Wait. What guy? Who? It was two women. For the roof, yes. Yes. Yeah, it was Thursday. I'm sorry, bro, this crashed so hard, but I'm gonna... Okay, what was the color of the shell? Okay, there's no problem. Because literally the game crashed so bad that I heard the sound, but it didn't show me anything. It was just freeze with sounds. Bro, it's so stressing, not gonna lie, Jesus. I don't know how I'm still talking to everyone since Discord actually crashed and it closed itself. I don't... Yeah, Discord is closed. It closed itself with the crash. It's your turn, Chill Gamer. Lol. But it's your turn. Bro, you dead. It can't be your turn. Yeah, they're so useful. I need magnifying glasses to work with this game. I'm me. Well, at least it was blank.
Ok, até já. Obrigado, até já.
Don't panic! Calm down, Chill Gamer, calm down. No! Wait, did you show? Ah, no, it was me. Yay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, the blank ones did run out? No? Okay. It's your turn. The third one is red. The third one is red. Sly. Money. Slay. Kitty Patootie. Yeah, it is gonna take so much time. This is the first time my stream gets to 5 hours. This was not supposed to happen, but okay. Two blank, 3. Okay, but it's no problem. Don't worry. Bro, yeah, 5 hours actually, true. I don't know, it depends what's inside. Oh my god. Okay, I don't know if it's blank or not, so... Okay, how many blanks there were? There were 2, right? Okay. I know, I forgot to ask! Oh my god, I'm sorry! No, I will shoot a creature next time to compensate, don't worry. Okay, let me... Oh my god. Okay, 3 blank, 2 reds. I will shoot a critter next time because I forgot to ask, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Rex!
So cute.
Rex! Rex!
Ooh, it was blank.
Rex!
It's my mom, to Rex. Lol. Thank you. Okay, 3 blank, 3 goods. Okay. I don't know. Okay, so for compensation, since What?
I could
1,
do a
2,
funny.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where's the 10th one? Oh, wait a minute. Is it blue? I don't know if it's blue because the lights are shining like blue, and probably it's something that.
Wanna see?
It's just a theory. It's just a theory. Yes, I wanna see.
Okay.
Oh my god!
It's not blue. Bam!
If you could tell which one it was, that would defeat the purpose. You're doing it too.
Bam! Salakadula, Bejikabula, Pipiti, Poppity. Boom.
Slide.
Boom. Okay. Nom 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 nom.
That's so cute.
Oh, no food. Hmm. Hmm.
I'm turning my back.
Okay.
Okay, more items.
Now it's my turn, finally. Time to steal and for. I have a cigarette. I have 2 cigarettes now.
Imagine having an achievement where if you smoke like 500 cigarettes, you get 500 cigarettes achievements.
That would be slay.
Wait.
Okay. Okay, let's see.
I have nothing. You can't steal from me, you can only steal from a creator.
Okay, who wants to get shot?
A creator. Hey, I said first.
Sorry.
Okay. Time to end this charade. Ooh.
Of course, me. I'm the victim.
Imagine it is like polarizers.
Hey, you.
I don't know if it was black or not.
Hey, Manzanita, use all the polarizers you have in your hand. They are pointless.
Oh my god. I don't know if it's blank, so.
No. You could drink.
You killed me. You
I'm
are
sorry.
the bastard. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to a creator.
Okay,
He's
yeah.
a ghost now.
I am.
I'm going to haunt in your dreams. I'm going to make all your dreams a nightmare. You heartless bastard. You killed me. Now I'm going to haunt you forever.
Ooh.
Don't wait.
A creator one without killing anybody.
Yay! It's the total of Luigi wins by doing nothing. Now you're alive.
Hey, I have an idea. Let's kill ourselves and let Manzanita win. Oh wait, no.
No, don't do that.
Oh yeah, and let Manzanita win, so we can all share the money, the same money, so we all have the same amount of money.
Maybe.
Okay, one good, one bad.
I was fine. This one's so funny.
Yay! Let's try my luck. Who wants to go first?
Me.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So
okay, Equator shoot me, Manzanita shoot.
Okay.
How about we play?
You don't need to tell me twice.
How about we play the game where everybody shoots himself?
Nah. I would do that, but you have some really nice cigarettes there.
You have your max HP. You can't add.
Yes,
You
but I can steal them
only
anyways.
Hey, Manzanita has cigarettes. You know she can't smoke because she would damage her heart or whatever.
You can take those if you want.
Hey, you can't take my shit now.
Of course. Shoot me.
Nah, I want Manzanita to go to Santander.
Okay.
One shot.
Okay. Perfect.
You have the magnifying glass. You could use that.
I already used one.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry.
I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8 38s, 9s, 10 Mac 10s. The shits never end. You can't touch my riches. Even if you have MC Hammer and then 357 bitches. How unfortunate! It's a 50-50. Let's try my luck. Manzanita, would you care to be my test subject?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not 50-50 because I knew what that was. But I'm thirsty.
Oh, now that's unfortunate because it is going to be my turn now.
Is it?
Yes, it is, because you didn't shot yourself, so you wasted the blade, the gun, the shell, whatever it is. Now it's my turn.
Okay.
It's so cute.
But what about now?
What about now? Well, if you can see, I have 2 goddamn adrenalines.
Yes, you have. Imagine if we could, like, counter an adrenaline with another adrenaline.
Lol.
Or, like, steal another one's an adrenaline. How did you saw it? I hid it behind the beer. Now you don't have any magnifying glasses? What now?
But now we only have lights.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
How unfortunate.
You have met
It's
with
a
a terrible
50-50
fate.
shot. What's the problem? It's only a game.
Now you'll have 2 ghosts to worry about.
Ooh.
That was already a ghost. Nah, man, my mother is going to fill the house with spiritual smoke. Banshee is the ghost.
Lol.
I don't care. I'll be the ghost with my lovely ghost.
So cute. Okay, I guess we're gonna finish the stream for today, okay? It's too long today. I guess I hope I don't get problems at my house because of this.
Yeah. It's gonna be okay.
Thank you for watching Manzanita's stream. Stay tuned for the next stream. And remember, have a nice day, have a good night, goodbye.
Yeah, I will.
Yes.
Wait. Yeah, I think my mom got mad at me. I'm not joking, bro. It's already the second time. I don't know why.
I'm telling you my advice. Jump off the house and live with a creator.
Bro, I want a creator to live with me because his parents also scream at him because he plays games with me.
At least they don't. At least the Equator's parents doesn't know that Equator buys games for Manzanita for you.
Well, but at least I live in a big house. A creator's house is tiny. Mine is bigger.
At least
you can shut up.
Okay.
I may be stupid. I may be stupid.
But you have an idea.
No, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
You may not have a you may.
I may not be very smart. I may not have much of these. But no, there's no but. It's just that.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much for being here with us. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much. Keep shining. Don't forget to vote for the goodbye. Hope you don't forget to vote for the next community stream. And I hope you enjoyed. Okay, bye. Okay, now let's rate. This was a too long stream. My God, I still need to do a ton of stuff, but it's okay. Let's see. Kiripatuti, are you there?
Yep.
Yeah, I hope I don't get problems.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay.
Okay. Let's rate Natalie Inkwell's playing Luigi Mansion. Thank you for the cheese. Let's rate him. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good rate. Bye.
Right.
So cute, tiny emotes.